Chapter 27 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 27. It was the eve of harvest. Prices being low, Farfrae was buying. As was usual, after reckoning too surely on famine weather, the local farmers had flown to the other extreme, and, in Farfrae's opinion, were selling off too recklessly, calculating with just a trifle too much certainty upon an abundant yield. So he went on buying old corn at its comparatively ridiculous price, for the produce of the previous year, though not large, had been of excellent quality. When Henchard had squared his affairs in a disastrous way, and got rid of his burdensome purchases at a monstrous loss, the harvest began. There were 3 days of excellent weather, and then— "What if that cursed conjurer should be right after all?" said Henchard. The fact was that no sooner had the sickles begun to play than the atmosphere suddenly felt as if cress would grow in it without other nourishment. It rubbed people's cheeks like damp flannel when they walked abroad. There was a gusty, high, warm wind. Isolated raindrops starred the window panes at remote distances. The sunlight would flap out like a quickly opened fan, throw the pattern of the window upon the floor of the room in a milky, colourless shine, and withdraw as suddenly as it had appeared. From that day and hour it was clear that there was not to be so successful an ingathering after all. If Henchard had only waited long enough, he might at least have avoided loss, though he had not made a profit. But the momentum of his character knew no patience. At this turn of the scales he remained silent. The movements of his mind seemed to tend to the thought that some power was working against him. "I wonder," he asked himself with eerie misgiving, "I wonder if it can be that somebody has been roasting a waxen image of me, or stirring an unholy brew to confound me. I don't believe in such power, and yet, what if they should have been doing it?" Even he could not admit that the perpetrator, if any, might be Farfrae. These isolated hours of superstition came to Henchard in time of moody depression, when all his practical largeness of view had oozed out of him. Meanwhile, Donald Farfrae prospered. He had purchased in so depressed a market that the present moderate stiffness of prices was sufficient to pile for him a large heap of gold where a little one had been. "Why, he'll soon be mayor," said Henchard. It was indeed hard that the speaker should, of all others, have to follow the triumphal chariot of this man to the capital. The rivalry of the masters was taken up by the men. September night shades had fallen upon Casterbridge. The clocks had struck 8:30, and the moon had risen. The streets of the town were curiously silent for such a comparatively early hour. A sound of jangling horse bells and heavy wheels passed up the street. These were followed by angry voices outside Lucetta's house, which led her and Elizabeth Jane to run to the windows and pull up the blinds. The neighbouring market-house and town hall abutted against its next neighbour, the church, except in the lower story, where an arched thoroughfare gave admittance to a large square called Bull Stake. A stone post rose in the midst, to which the oxen had formerly been tied for baiting with dogs, to make them tender before they were killed in the adjoining shambles. In a corner stood the stocks. The thoroughfare leading to this spot was now blocked by 2 4-horse wagons and horses, one laden with hay trusses, the leaders having already passed each other and become entangled head to tail. The passage of the vehicles might have been practicable if empty, but built up with hay to the bedroom windows as one was, it was impossible. "You must have done it a purpose," said Farfrae's wagoner. "You can hear my horse's bells 1/2 a mile such a night as this." "If ye'd been minding your business instead of zwailing along in such a gawkhammer way, you would have zeed me," retorted the wroth representative of Henchard. However, according to the strict rule of the road, it appeared that Henchard's man was most in the wrong. He therefore attempted to back into the High Street. In doing this, the near hind wheel rose against the churchyard wall, and the whole mountainous load went over, 2 of the 4 wheels rising in the air, and the legs of the thill horse. Instead of considering how to gather up the load, the 2 men closed in a fight with their fists. Before the first round was quite over, Henchard came upon the spot, somebody having run for him. Henchard sent the 2 men staggering in contrary directions by collaring one with each hand, turned to the horse that was down, and extricated him after some trouble. He then inquired into the circumstances, and, seeing the state of his wagon and its load, began hotly rating Farfrae's man. Lucetta and Elizabeth Jane had by this time run down to the street corner, whence they watched the bright heap of new hay lying in the moon's rays, and passed and repassed by the forms of Henchard and the wagoners. The women had witnessed, what nobody else had seen, the origin of the mishap, and Lucetta spoke. "I saw it all, Mr. Henchard," she cried, "and your man was most in the wrong." Henchard paused in his harangue and turned. "Oh, I didn't notice you, Miss Templeman," said he. "My man in the wrong. Ah, to be sure, to be sure. But I beg your pardon notwithstanding. The other's is the empty wagon, and he must have been most to blame for coming on." "No, I saw it too," said Elizabeth Jane, "and I can assure you he couldn't help it." "You can't trust their senses," murmured Henchard's man. "Why not?" asked Henchard sharply. "Why, you see, sir, all the women side with Farfrae, being a damn young dand of the sort that he is, one that creeps into a maid's heart like the giddying worm into a sheep's brain, making crooked seem straight to their eyes." "But do you know who that lady is you talk about in such a fashion? Do you know that I pay my attentions to her, and have for some time? Just be careful." "Not I. I know nothing, sir, outside 8 shillings a week." "And that Mr. Farfrae is well aware of it? He's sharp in trade, but he wouldn't do anything so underhand as what you hint at." Whether because Lucetta heard this low dialogue or not, her white figure disappeared from her doorway inward, and the door was shut before Henchard could reach it to converse with her further. This disappointed him, for he had been sufficiently disturbed by what the man had said to wish to speak to her more closely. While pausing, the old constable came up. "Just see that nobody drives against that hay and wagon tonight, Stubbard," said the corn merchant. "It must bide till the morning, for all hands are in the field still. And if any coach or road wagon wants to come along, tell them they must go round by the back street, and be hanged to 'em. Any case tomorrow up in Hall?" "Yes, sir. 1 in number, sir." "Oh, what's that?" "An old flagrant female, sir, swearing and committing a nuisance in a horrible profane manner against the church wall, sir, as if 'twere no more than a pothouse. That's all, sir." "Oh, the mayor's out of town, isn't he?" "He is, sir." "Very well, then, I'll be there. Don't forget to keep an eye on that hay. Good night to ye." During those moments Henchard had determined to follow up Lucetta, notwithstanding her elusiveness, and he knocked for admission. The answer he received was an expression of Miss Templeman's sorrow at being unable to see him again that evening, because she had an engagement to go out. Henchard walked away from the door to the opposite side of the street, and stood by his hay in a lonely reverie, the constable having strolled elsewhere, and the horses being removed. Though the moon was not bright, as yet there were no lamps lighted, and he entered the shadow of one of the projecting jambs which formed the thoroughfare to Bull Stake. Here he watched Lucetta's door. Candle-lights were flitting in and out of her bedroom, and it was obvious that she was dressing for the appointment, whatever the nature of that might be at such an hour. The lights disappeared, the clock struck 9, and almost at the moment Farfrae came round the opposite corner and knocked. That she had been waiting just inside for him was certain, for she instantly opened the door herself. They went together by the way of a back lane westward, avoiding the front street. Guessing where they were going, he determined to follow. The harvest had been so delayed by the capricious weather that whenever a fine day occurred, all sinews were strained to save what could be saved of the damaged crops. On account of the rapid shortening of the days, the harvesters worked by moonlight. Hence, tonight, the wheat fields abutting on the two sides of the square formed by Casterbridge town were animated by the gathering hands. Their shouts and laughter had reached Henchard at the market-house, while he stood there waiting, and he had little doubt, from the turn which Farfrae and Lucetta had taken, that they were bound for the spot. Nearly the whole town had gone into the fields. The Casterbridge populace still retained the primitive habit of helping one another in time of need, and thus, though the corn belonged to the farming section of the little community, that inhabiting the Durnover quarter, the remainder was no less interested in the labour of getting it home. Reaching the top of the lane, Henchard crossed the shaded avenue on the walls, slid down the green rampart, and stood amongst the stubble. The stitches or shocks rose like tents about the yellow expanse, those in the distance becoming lost in the moonlit hazes. He had entered at a point removed from the scene of immediate operations, but two others had entered at that place, and he could see them winding among the shocks. They were paying no regard to the direction of their walk, whose vague serpentining soon began to bear down towards Henchard. A meeting promised to be awkward, and he therefore stepped into the hollow of the nearest shock and sat down. "You have my leave," Lucetta was saying gaily. "Speak what you like." "Well, then," replied Farfrae, with the unmistakable inflection of the lover pure, which Henchard had never heard in full resonance of his lips before. "You are sure to be much sought after for your position, wealth, talents, and beauty. But will you resist the temptation to be one of those ladies with lots of admirers, aye, and be content to have only a homely one?" "And he the speaker?" said she, laughing. "Very well, sir. What next?" "Ah, I'm afraid that what I feel will make me forget my manners." "Then I hope you'll never have any, if you lack them only for that cause." After some broken words which Henchard lost, she added, "Are you sure you won't be jealous?" Farfrae seemed to assure her that he would not, by taking her hand. "You are convinced, Donald, that I love nobody else," she presently said, "but I should wish to have my own way in some things." "In everything? What special thing did you mean?" "If I wished not to live always in Casterbridge, for instance, upon finding that I should not be happy here?" Henchard did not hear the reply. He might have done so, and much more, but he did not care to play the eavesdropper. They went on towards the scene of activity, where the sheaves were being handed, a dozen a minute, upon the carts and wagons which carried them away. Lucetta insisted on parting from Farfrae when they drew near the work-people. He had some business with them, and though he entreated her to wait a few minutes, she was inexorable, and tripped off homeward alone. Henchard thereupon left the field and followed her. His state of mind was such that on reaching Lucetta's door he did not knock, but opened it and walked straight up to her sitting-room, expecting to find her there. But the room was empty, and he perceived that in his haste he had somehow passed her on the way hither. He had not to wait many minutes, however, for he soon heard her dress rustling in the hall, followed by a soft closing of the door. In a moment she appeared. The light was so low that she did not notice Henchard at first. As soon as she saw him, she uttered a little cry, almost of terror. "How can you frighten me so?" she exclaimed with a flushed face. "It is past 10 o'clock, and you have no right to surprise me here at such a time." "I don't know that I've not the right. At any rate, I have the excuse. Is it so necessary that I should stop to think of manners and customs?" "It is too late for propriety, and might injure me." "I called an hour ago, and you would not see me, and I thought you were in when I called now. It is you, Lucetta, who are doing wrong. It is not proper in 'ee to throw me over like this. I have a little matter to remind you of, which you seem to forget." She sank into a chair and turned pale. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it," she said through her hands, as he, standing close to the edge of her gown, began to allude to the Jersey days. "But you ought to hear it," said he. "It came to nothing, and through you. Then why not leave me the freedom that I gained with such sorrow? Had I found that you proposed to marry me for pure love, I might have felt bound now. But I soon learnt that you had planned it out of mere charity, almost as an unpleasant duty, because I had nursed you and compromised myself, and you thought you must repay me. After that I did not care for you so deeply as before." "Why did you come here to find me, then?" "I thought I ought to marry you for conscience' sake, since you were free, even though I did not like you so well." "And why, then, don't you think so now?" She was silent. It was only too obvious that conscience had ruled well enough till new love had intervened and usurped that rule. In feeling this, she herself forgot for the moment her partially justifying argument that, having discovered Henchard's infirmities of temper, she had some excuse for not risking her happiness in his hands after once escaping them. The only thing she could say was, "I was a poor girl then, and now my circumstances have altered, so I am hardly the same person." "That's true, and it makes the case awkward for me, but I don't want to touch your money. I am quite willing that every penny of your property shall remain to your personal use. Besides, that argument has nothing in it. The man you are thinking of is no better than I." "If you were as good as he, you would leave me," she cried passionately. This unluckily aroused Henchard. "You cannot in honour refuse me," he said, "and unless you give me your promise this very night to be my wife before a witness, I'll reveal our intimacy in common fairness to other men." A look of resignation settled upon her. Henchard saw its bitterness, and had Lucetta's heart been given to any other man in the world than Farfrae, he would probably have had pity upon her at that moment. But the supplanter was the upstart, as Henchard called him, who had mounted into prominence upon his shoulders, and he could bring himself to show no mercy. Without another word she rang the bell, and directed that Elizabeth Jane should be fetched from her room. The latter appeared, surprised in the midst of her lucubrations. As soon as she saw Henchard, she went across to him dutifully. "Elizabeth Jane," he said, taking her hand, "I want you to hear this." And turning to Lucetta, "Will you or will you not marry me?" "If you wish it, I must agree." "You say yes?" "I do." No sooner had she given the promise than she fell back in a fainting state. "What dreadful thing drives her to say this, father, when it is such a pain to her?" asked Elizabeth, kneeling down by Lucetta. "Don't compel her to do anything against her will. I have lived with her and know that she cannot bear much." "Don't be a northern simpleton," said Henchard dryly. "This promise will leave him free for you if you want him, won't it?" At this Lucetta seemed to wake from her swoon with a start. "Him? Who are you talking about?" she said wildly. "Nobody, as far as I am concerned," said Elizabeth firmly. "Oh, well, then it is my mistake," said Henchard. "But the business is between me and Miss Templeman. She agrees to be my wife." "But don't dwell on it just now," entreated Elizabeth, holding Lucetta's hand. "I don't wish to if she promises," said Henchard. I have," groaned Lucetta, her limbs hanging like fluid from very misery and faintness. "Michael, please don't argue it any more." "I will not," he said, and taking up his hat, he went away. Elizabeth Jane continued to kneel by Lucetta. "What is this?" she said. "You called my father Michael as if you knew him well. And how is it he has got this power over you that you promise to marry him against your will? Ah, you have many, many secrets from me." "Perhaps you have some from me," Lucetta murmured with closed eyes, little thinking, however, so unsuspicious was she, that the secret of Elizabeth's heart concerned the young man who had caused this damage to her own. "I would not do anything against you at all," stammered Elizabeth, keeping in all signs of emotion till she was ready to burst. "I cannot understand how my father can command you so. I don't sympathize with him in it at all. I'll go to him and ask him to release you." "No, no," said Lucetta. "Let it all be." End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 28. The next morning Henchard went to the town hall below Lucetta's house to attend petty sessions, being still a magistrate for the year by virtue of his late position as mayor. In passing he looked up at her windows, but nothing of her was to be seen. Henchard, as a justice of the peace, may at first seem to be an even greater incongruity than Shallow and Silence themselves, but his rough and ready perceptions, his sledge-hammer directness, had often served him better than nice legal knowledge in despatching such simple business as fell to his hands in this court. Today, Dr. Chalkfield, the mayor for the year, being absent, the corn merchant took the big chair, his eyes still abstractedly stretching out of the window to the ashlar front of High Place Hall. There was one case only, and the offender stood before him. She was an old woman of mottled countenance, attired in a shawl of that nameless tertiary hue which comes but cannot be made, a hue neither tawny, russet, hazel, nor ash, a sticky black bonnet that seemed to have been worn in the country of the psalmist where the clouds drop fatness, and an apron that had been white in time so comparatively recent as still to contrast visibly with the rest of her clothes. The steeped aspect of the woman as a whole showed her to be no native of the countryside or even of a country town. She looked cursorily at Henchard and the second magistrate, and Henchard looked at her with a momentary pause, as if she had reminded him indistinctly of somebody or something which passed from his mind as quickly as it had come. "Well, and what has she been doing?" he said, looking down at the charge sheet. "She is charged, sir, with the offence of disorderly female and nuisance," whispered Stubbard. "Where did she do that?" said the other magistrate. "By the church, sir, of all the horrible places in the world. I caught her in the act, your worship." "Stand back, then," said Henchard, "and let's hear what you've got to say." Stubbard was sworn in, the magistrate's clerk dipped his pen, Henchard being no note-taker himself, and the constable began. "Hearing a illegal noise, I went down the street at 25 minutes past 11 p.m. on the night of the 5th instinct, Hannah Domini, when I had—" "Don't go so fast, Stubbard," said the clerk. The constable waited, with his eyes on the clerk's pen, till the latter stopped scratching, and said, "Yes." Stubbard continued. "When I had proceeded to the spot, I saw defendant at another spot, namely the gutter." He paused, watching the point of the clerk's pen again. "Gutter. Yes, Stubbard." "Spot measuring 12 feet 9 inches or thereabouts from where I—" Still careful not to outrun the clerk's penmanship, Stubbard pulled up again, for having got his evidence by heart, it was immaterial to him whereabouts he broke off. "I object to that," spoke up the old woman. "Spot measuring 12 feet 9 or thereabouts from where I is not sound testimony." The magistrates consulted, and the second one said that the bench was of the opinion that 12 feet 9 inches from a man on his oath was admissible. Stubbard, with a suppressed gaze of victorious rectitude at the old woman, continued. "Was standing myself. She was wambling about quite dangerous to the thoroughfare, and when I approached to draw near, she committed the nuisance and insulted me." "Insulted me. Yes, what did she say?" "She said, 'Put away that D lantern,' she says." "Yes." "Says she, 'Dost hear, old Termit head? Put away that D lantern. I have floored fellows a D sight finer looking than a D fool like thee, you son of a B. D me if I hain't,' she says." "I object to that conversation," interposed the old woman. I was not capable enough to hear what I said, and what is said out of my hearing is not evidence." There was another stoppage for consultation, a book was referred to, and finally Stubbard was allowed to go on again. The truth was that the old woman had appeared in court so many more times than the magistrates themselves that they were obliged to keep a sharp lookout upon their procedure. However, when Stubbard had rambled on a little further, Henchard broke out impatiently. "Come, we don't want to hear any more of them cussed D's and B's. Say the words out like a man, and don't be so modest, Stubbard, or else leave it alone." Turning to the woman, "Now then, have you any questions to ask him, or anything to say?" "Yes," she replied, with a twinkle in her eye, and the clerk dipped his pen. 20 years ago or thereabout, I was selling a furmity in a tent at Weydon Fair." 20 years ago? Well, that's beginning at the beginning. Suppose you go back to the creation," said the clerk, not without satire. But Henchard stared, and quite forgot what was evidence and what was not. "A man and a woman with a little child came into my tent," the woman continued. "They sat down and had a basin apiece. Ah, Lord's my life, I was of a more respectable station in the world then than I am now, being a land smuggler in a large way of business. And I used to season my furmity with rum for them who asked for it. I did it for the man, and then he had more and more, till at last he quarrelled with his wife and offered to sell her to the highest bidder. A sailor came in and bid 5 guineas and paid the money and led her away. And the man who sold his wife in that fashion is the man sitting there in the great big chair." The speaker concluded by nodding her head at Henchard and folding her arms. Everybody looked at Henchard. His face seemed strange and in tint as if it had been powdered over with ashes. "We don't want to hear your life and adventures," said the second magistrate sharply, filling the pause which followed. "You've been asked if you've anything to say bearing on the case." "That bears on the case. It proves that he's no better than I, and has no right to sit there in judgment upon me." "'Tis a concocted story," said the clerk, "so hold your tongue." "No, 'tis true." The words came from Henchard. "'Tis as true as the light," he said slowly, "and upon my soul it does prove that I'm no better than she. And to keep out of any temptation to treat her hard for her revenge, I'll leave her to you." The sensation in the court was indescribably great. Henchard left the chair and came out, passing through a group of people on the steps and outside that was much larger than usual, for it seemed that the old furmity dealer had mysteriously hinted to the denizens of the lane in which she had been lodging since her arrival that she knew a queer thing or two about their great local man, Mr. Henchard, if she chose to tell it. This had brought them hither. "Why are there so many idlers round the town hall to-day?" said Lucetta to her servant when the case was over. She had risen late and had just looked out of the window. "Oh, please, ma'am, 'tis this larry about Mr. Henchard. A woman has proved that before he became a gentleman he sold his wife for 5 guineas in a booth at a fair." In all the accounts which Henchard had given her of the separation from his wife Susan for so many years, of his belief in her death, and so on, he had never clearly explained the actual and immediate cause of that separation. The story she now heard for the first time. A gradual misery overspread Lucetta's face as she dwelt upon the promise wrung from her the night before. At bottom, then, Henchard was this. How terrible a contingency for a woman who should commit herself to his care. During the day she went out to the Ring and to other places, not coming in till nearly dusk. As soon as she saw Elizabeth Jane after her return indoors, she told her that she had resolved to go away from home to the seaside for a few days, to Port Bredy. Casterbridge was so gloomy. Elizabeth, seeing that she looked wan and disturbed, encouraged her in the idea, thinking a change would afford her relief. She could not help suspecting that the gloom which seemed to have come over Casterbridge in Lucetta's eyes might be partially owing to the fact that Farfrae was away from home. Elizabeth saw her friend depart for Port Bredy, and took charge of High Place Hall till her return. After 2 or 3 days of solitude and incessant rain, Henchard called at the house. He seemed disappointed to hear of Lucetta's absence, and though he nodded with outward indifference, he went away handling his beard with a nettled mien. The next day he called again. "Is she come now?" he asked. "Yes, she returned this morning," replied his stepdaughter. "But she is not indoors. She has gone for a walk along the turnpike road to Port Bredy. She will be home by dusk." After a few words which only served to reveal his restless impatience, he left the house again. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 29. At this hour Lucetta was bounding along the road to Port Bredy, just as Elizabeth had announced. That she had chosen for her afternoon walk the road along which she had returned to Casterbridge 3 hours earlier in a carriage was curious, if anything should be called curious in concatenations of phenomena wherein each is known to have its accounting cause. It was the day of the chief market, Saturday, and Farfrae for once had been missed from his corn-stand in the dealer's room. Nevertheless, it was known that he would be home that night, for Sunday, as Casterbridge expressed it. Lucetta, in continuing her walk, had at length reached the end of the ranked trees which bordered the highway in this and other directions out of the town. This end marked a mile, and here she stopped. The spot was a vale between 2 gentle acclivities, and the road, still adhering to its Roman foundation, stretched onward straight as a surveyor's line till lost to sight on the most distant ridge. There was neither hedge nor tree in the prospect now, the road clinging to the stubby expanse of cornland like a strip to an undulating garment. Near her was a barn, the single building of any kind within her horizon. She strained her eyes up the lessening road, but nothing appeared thereon, not so much as a speck. She sighed one word, "Donald," and turned her face to the town for retreat. Here the case was different. A single figure was approaching her, Elizabeth Jane's. Lucetta, in spite of her loneliness, seemed a little vexed. Elizabeth's face, as soon as she recognized her friend, shaped itself into affectionate lines, while yet beyond speaking distance. "I suddenly thought I would come and meet you," she said, smiling. Lucetta's reply was taken from her lips by an unexpected diversion. A by-road on her right hand descended from the fields into the highway at the point where she stood, and down the track a bull was rambling uncertainly towards her and Elizabeth, who, facing the other way, did not observe him. In the latter quarter of each year, cattle were at once the mainstay and the terror of families about Casterbridge and its neighbourhood, where breeding was carried on with Abrahamic success. The head of stock driven into and out of the town at this season to be sold by the local auctioneer was very large, and all these horned beasts, in travelling to and fro, sent women and children to shelter as nothing else could do. In the main, the animals would have walked along quietly enough, but the Casterbridge tradition was that to drive stock it was indispensable that hideous cries, coupled with Yahoo antics and gestures, should be used, large sticks flourished, stray dogs called in general everything done that was likely to infuriate the viciously disposed and terrify the mild. Nothing was commoner than for a householder, on going out of his parlour, to find his hall or passage full of little children, nursemaids, aged women, or a ladies' school, who apologized for their presence by saying, "A bull passing down street from the sale." Lucetta and Elizabeth regarded the animal in doubt, he meanwhile drawing vaguely towards them. It was a large specimen of the breed, in colour rich dun, though disfigured at present by splotches of mud about his seamy sides. His horns were thick and tipped with brass, his two nostrils like the Thames Tunnel as seen in the perspective toys of yore. Between them, through the gristle of his nose, was a stout copper ring, welded on, and irremovable as Gurth's collar of brass. To the ring was attached an ash staff, about a yard long, which the bull, with the motions of his head, flung about like a flail. It was not till they observed this dangling stick that the young women were really alarmed, for it revealed to them that the bull was an old one, too savage to be driven, which had in some way escaped, the staff being the means by which the drover controlled him and kept his horns at arm's length. They looked round for some shelter or hiding place, and thought of the barn hard by. As long as they had kept their eyes on the bull, he had shown some deference in his manner of approach. But no sooner did they turn their backs to seek the barn than he tossed his head and decided to thoroughly terrify them. This caused the two helpless girls to run wildly, whereupon the bull advanced in a deliberate charge. The barn stood behind a green, slimy pond, and it was closed save as to one of the usual pair of doors facing them, which had been propped open by a hurdle stick, and for this opening they made. The interior had been cleared by a recent bout of threshing, except at one end, where there was a stack of dry clover. Elizabeth Jane took in the situation. "We must climb up there," she said. But before they had even approached it, they heard the bull scampering through the pond without, and in a second he dashed into the barn, knocking down the hurdle stake in passing. The heavy door slammed behind him, and all three were imprisoned in the barn together. The mistaken creature saw them, and stalked towards the end of the barn into which they had fled. The girls doubled so adroitly that their pursuer was against the wall when the fugitives were already halfway to the other end. By the time that his length would allow him to turn and follow them thither, they had crossed over. Thus the pursuit went on, the hot air from his nostrils blowing over them like a sirocco, and not a moment being attainable by Elizabeth or Lucetta in which to open the door. What might have happened had their situation continued cannot be said, but in a few moments a rattling of the door distracted their adversaries' attention, and a man appeared. He ran forward towards the leading staff, seized it, and wrenched the animal's head as if he would snap it off. The wrench was in reality so violent that the thick neck seemed to have lost its stiffness and to become half paralyzed, whilst the nose dropped blood. The premeditated human contrivance of the nose-ring was too cunning for impulsive brute force, and the creature flinched. The man was seen in the partial gloom to be large-framed and unhesitating. He led the bull to the door, and the light revealed Henchard. He made the bull fast without, and re-entered to the succour of Lucetta, for he had not perceived Elizabeth, who had climbed on to the clover-heap. Lucetta was hysterical, and Henchard took her in his arms and carried her to the door. "You have saved me," she cried, as soon as she could speak. "I have returned your kindness," he responded tenderly. "You once saved me." "How comes it to be you? You?" she asked, not heeding his reply. "I came out here to look for you. I have been wanting to tell you something these 2 or 3 days, but you have been away, and I could not. Perhaps you cannot talk now?" "Oh, no. Where is Elizabeth?" "Here I am," cried the missing one cheerfully, and without waiting for the ladder to be placed, she slid down the face of the clover stack to the floor. Henchard supporting Lucetta on one side and Elizabeth Jane on the other, they went slowly along the rising road. They had reached the top, and were descending again, when Lucetta, now much recovered, recollected that she had dropped her muff in the barn. "I'll run back," said Elizabeth Jane. "I don't mind it at all, as I am not tired as you are." She thereupon hastened down again to the barn, the others pursuing their way. Elizabeth soon found the muff, such an article being by no means small at that time. Coming out, she paused to look for a moment at the bull, now rather to be pitied with his bleeding nose, having perhaps rather intended a practical joke than a murder. Henchard had secured him by jamming the staff into the hinge of the barn door and wedging it there with a stake. At length she turned to hasten onward after her contemplation, when she saw a green and black gig approaching from the contrary direction, the vehicle being driven by Farfrae. His presence here seemed to explain Lucetta's walk that way. Donald saw her, drew up, and was hastily made acquainted with what had happened. At Elizabeth Jane mentioning how greatly Lucetta had been jeopardized, he exhibited an agitation different in kind, no less than in intensity, from any she had seen in him before. He became so absorbed in the circumstance that he scarcely had sufficient knowledge of what he was doing to think of helping her up beside him. "She has gone on with Mr. Henchard, you say?" he inquired at last. "Yes, he is taking her home. They are almost there by this time." "And you are sure she can get home?" Elizabeth Jane was quite sure. "Your stepfather saved her?" "Entirely." Farfrae checked his horse's pace. She guessed why. He was thinking that it would be best not to intrude on the other two just now. Henchard had saved Lucetta, and to provoke a possible exhibition of her deeper affection for himself was as ungenerous as it was unwise. The immediate subject of their talk being exhausted, she felt more embarrassed at sitting thus beside her past lover, but soon the two figures of the others were visible at the entrance to the town. The face of the woman was frequently turned back, but Farfrae did not whip on the horse. When these reached the town walls, Henchard and his companion had disappeared down the street. Farfrae set down Elizabeth Jane on her expressing a particular wish to alight there, and drove round to the stables at the back of his lodgings. On this account he entered the house through his garden, and going up to his apartments found them in a particularly disturbed state, his boxes being hauled out upon the landing, and his bookcase standing in 3 pieces. These phenomena, however, seemed to cause him not the least surprise. "When will everything be sent up?" he said to the mistress of the house, who was superintending. "I am afraid not before 8, sir," said she. "You see, we wasn't aware till this morning that you were going to move, or we could have been forwarder." "Ah, well, never mind, said Farfrae cheerily. 8 o'clock will do well enough if it be not later. Now don't ye be standing here talking, or it will be 12, I doubt." Thus speaking, he went out by the front door and up the street. During this interval, Henchard and Lucetta had had experiences of a different kind. After Elizabeth's departure for the muff, the corn merchant opened himself frankly, holding her hand within his arm, though she would fain have withdrawn it. "Dear Lucetta, I have been very, very anxious to see you these 2 or 3 days," he said, "ever since I saw you last. I have thought over the way I got your promise that night. You said to me, if I were a man, I should not insist. That cut me deep. I felt that there was some truth in it. I don't want to make you wretched, and to marry me just now would do that as nothing else could. It is but too plain. Therefore, I agree to an indefinite engagement, to put off all thought of marriage for a year or 2. But, can I do nothing of a different kind?" said Lucetta. "I am full of gratitude to you. You have saved my life, and your care of me is like coals of fire on my head. I am a moneyed person now. Surely I can do something in return for your goodness, something practical." Henchard remained in thought. He had evidently not expected this. "There is one thing you might do, Lucetta," he said, "but not exactly of that kind." "Then of what kind is it?" she asked with renewed misgiving. "I must tell you a secret to ask it. You may have heard that I have been unlucky this year. I did what I have never done before, speculated rashly, and I lost. That's just put me in a strait." And you would wish me to advance some money? No, no, said Henchard, almost in anger. I'm not the man to sponge on a woman, even though she may be so nearly my own as you. No, Lucetta, what you can do is this, and it would save me. My great creditor is Grauer, and it is at his hands I shall suffer if at anybody's, while a fortnight's forbearance on his part would be enough to allow me to pull through. This may be got out of him in one way, that you would let it be known to him that you are my intended, that we are to be quietly married in the next fortnight. Now stop, you haven't heard all. Let him have this story, without, of course, any prejudice to the fact that the actual engagement between us is to be a long one. Nobody else need know. You could go with me to Mr. Grauer and just let me speak to 'ee before him as if we were on such terms. We'll ask him to keep it secret. He will willingly wait then. At the fortnight's end I shall be able to face him, and I can coolly tell him all is postponed between us for a year or two. Not a soul in the town need know how you've helped me. Since you wish to be of use, there's your way. It being now what the people called the pinking in of the day, that is, the quarter hour just before dusk, he did not at first observe the result of his own words upon her. If it were anything else, she began, and the dryness of her lips was represented in her voice. But it is such a little thing, he said with a deep reproach, less than you have offered, just the beginning of what you have so lately promised. I could have told him as much myself, but he would not have believed me. It is not because I won't, it is because I absolutely can't, she said with rising distress. You are provoking, he burst out. It is enough to make me force you to carry out at once what you have promised. I cannot, she insisted desperately. Why, when I have only within these few minutes released you from your promise to do the thing offhand? Because he was a witness. Witness? Of what? If I must tell you, don't upbraid me. Well, let's hear what you mean. Witness of my marriage. Mr. Grauer was. Marriage? Yes, with Mr. Farfrae. Oh, Michael, I am already his wife. We were married this week at Port Bredy. There were reasons against our doing it here. Mr. Grauer was a witness because he happened to be at Port Bredy at the time. Henchard stood as if idiotized. She was so alarmed at his silence that she murmured something about lending him sufficient money to tide over the perilous fortnight. Married him? Said Henchard at length. My good, what, married him whilst bound to marry me? It was like this, she explained with tears in her eyes and quavers in her voice. Don't be cruel. I loved him so much, and I thought you might tell him of the past, and that grieved me. And then, when I had promised you, I learnt of the rumour that you had sold your first wife at a fair like a horse or cow. How could I keep my promise after hearing that? I could not risk myself in your hands. It would have been letting myself down to take your name after such a scandal. But I knew I should lose Donald if I did not secure him at once, for you would carry out your threat of telling him of our former acquaintance, as long as there was a chance of keeping me for yourself by doing so. But you will not do so now, will you, Michael? For it is too late to separate us. The notes of St. Peter's bells in full peal had been wafted to them while she spoke, and now the genial thumping of the town band, renowned for its unstinted use of the drumstick, throbbed down the street. Then this racket they are making is on account of it, I suppose? Said he. Yes, I think he has told them, or else Mr. Grauer has. May I leave you now? He was detained at Port Bredy today, and sent me on a few hours before him. Then it is his wife's life I have saved this afternoon. Yes, and he will be forever grateful to you. I am much obliged to him. Oh, you false woman, burst from Henchard. You promised me. Yes, but it was under compulsion, and I did not know all your past. and now I've a mind to punish you as you deserve. One word to this brand-new husband of how you courted me, and your precious happiness is blown to atoms."
"Michael, pity me, and be generous."
"You don't deserve pity. You did, but you don't now."
"I'll help you to pay off your debt."
"A pensioner, a Farfrae's wife. Not I. Don't stay with me longer. I shall say something worse. Go home." She disappeared under the trees of the South Walk as the band came round the corner, awaking the echoes of every stalk and stone in celebration of her happiness. Lucetta took no heed, but ran up the back street and reached her own home unperceived. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 30. Farfrae's words to his landlady had referred to the removal of his boxes and other effects from his late lodgings to Lucetta's house. The work was not heavy, but it had been much hindered on account of the frequent pauses necessitated by exclamations of surprise at the event, of which the good woman had been briefly informed by letter a few hours earlier. At the last moment of leaving Port Bredy, Farfrae, like John Gilpin, had been detained by important customers, whom, even in the exceptional circumstances, he was not the man to neglect. Moreover, there was a convenience in Lucetta arriving first at her house. Nobody there as yet knew what had happened, and she was best in a position to break the news to the inmates and give directions for her husband's accommodation. He had therefore sent on his 2 days' bride in a hired brougham, whilst he went across the country to a certain group of wheat and barley ricks a few miles off, telling her the hour at which he might be expected the same evening. This accounted for her trotting out to meet him after their separation of 4 hours. By a strenuous effort, after leaving Henchard, she calmed herself in readiness to receive Donald at High Place Hall when he came on from his lodgings. One supreme fact empowered her to this, the sense that, come what would, she had secured him. Half an hour after her arrival he walked in, and she met him with a relieved gladness, which a month's perilous absence could not have intensified. "There is one thing I have not done, and yet it is important," she said earnestly when she had finished talking about the adventure with the bull. "That is, broken the news of our marriage to my dear Elizabeth Jane." "Ah, and you have not," he said thoughtfully. "I gave her a lift from the barn homewards, but I did not tell her either, for I thought she might have heard of it in the town, and was keeping back her congratulations from shyness and all that." "She can hardly have heard of it, but I'll find out. I'll go to her now. And, Donald, you don't mind her living on with me just the same as before? She is so quiet and unassuming." "Oh, no, indeed I don't," Farfrae answered with perhaps a faint awkwardness. "But I wonder if she would care to." "Oh, yes," said Lucetta eagerly. "I am sure she would like to. Besides, poor thing, she has no other home." Farfrae looked at her and saw that she did not suspect the secret of her more reserved friend. He liked her all the better for the blindness. "Arrange as you like with her by all means," he said. "It is I who have come to your house, not you to mine." "I'll run and speak to her," said Lucetta. When she got upstairs to Elizabeth Jane's room, the latter had taken off her outdoor things and was resting over a book. Lucetta found in a moment that she had not yet learnt the news. "I did not come down to you, Miss Templeman," she said simply. "I was coming to ask if you had quite recovered from your fright, but I found you had a visitor. What are the bells ringing for, I wonder? And the band, too, is playing. Somebody must be married, or else they are practising for Christmas." Lucetta uttered a vague yes, and seating herself by the other young woman, looked musingly at her. "What a lonely creature you are," she presently said, "never knowing what's going on or what people are talking about everywhere with keen interest. You should get out and gossip about as other women do, and then you wouldn't be obliged to ask me a question of that kind. Well, now I have something to tell you." Elizabeth Jane said she was so glad, and made herself receptive.
"I must go rather a long way back," said Lucetta, the difficulty of explaining herself satisfactorily to the pondering one beside her growing more apparent at each syllable. "You remember that trying case of conscience I told you of some time ago, about the first lover and the second lover?" She let out in jerky phrases a leading word or two of the story she had told. "Oh, yes, I remember the story of your friend," said Elizabeth dryly, regarding the irises of Lucetta's eyes, as though to catch their exact shade. "The two lovers, the old one and the new, how she wanted to marry the second, but felt she ought to marry the first, so that she neglected the better course to follow the evil, like the poet Ovid I've just been construing. Video meliora probaque, deteriora sequor." "Oh, no, she didn't follow evil exactly," said Lucetta hastily. "But you said that she, or as I may say, you," answered Elizabeth, dropping the mask, "were in honour and conscience bound to marry the first." Lucetta's blush at being seen through came and went again before she replied anxiously, "You will never breathe this, will you, Elizabeth Jane?" "Certainly not, if you say not." "Then I will tell you that the case is more complicated, worse, in fact, than it seemed in my story. I and the first man were thrown together in a strange way, and felt that we ought to be united, as the world had talked of us. He was a widower, as he supposed. He had not heard of his first wife for many years. But the wife returned, and we parted. She is now dead, and the husband comes, paying me addresses again, saying, 'Now we'll complete our purposes.' But, Elizabeth Jane, all this amounts to a new courtship of me by him. I was absolved from all vows by the return of the other woman." "Have you not lately renewed your promise?" said the younger with quiet surmise. She had divined man number one. "That was wrung from me by a threat." "Yes, it was. But I think when any one gets coupled up with a man in the past so unfortunately as you have done, she ought to become his wife if she can, even if she were not the sinning party." Lucetta's countenance lost its sparkle. "He turned out to be a man I should be afraid to marry," she pleaded, "really afraid, and it was not till after my renewed promise that I knew it." "Then there is only one course left to honesty. You must remain a single woman." "But think again. Do consider—" "I am certain," interrupted her companion hardily. "I have guessed very well who the man is. My father. And I say it is him or nobody for you." Any suspicion of impropriety was to Elizabeth Jane like a red rag to a bull. Her craving for correctness of procedure was indeed almost vicious. Owing to her early troubles with regard to her mother, a semblance of irregularity had terrors for her which those whose names are safeguarded from suspicion know nothing of. "You ought to marry Mr. Henchard or nobody, certainly not another man," she went on with a quivering lip in whose movement two passions shared. "I don't admit that," said Lucetta passionately. "Admit it or not, it is true." Lucetta covered her eyes with her right hand, as if she could plead no more, holding out her left to Elizabeth Jane. "Why, you have married him!" cried the latter, jumping up with pleasure, after a glance at Lucetta's fingers. "When did you do it? Why did you not tell me instead of teasing me like this? How very honourable of you! He did treat my mother badly, once, it seems, in a moment of intoxication, and it is true that he is stern sometimes, but you will rule him entirely, I am sure, with your beauty and wealth and accomplishments. You are the woman he will adore, and we shall all three be happy together now." "Oh, my Elizabeth Jane!" cried Lucetta distressfully. "'Tis somebody else that I have married. I was so desperate, so afraid of being forced to anything else, so afraid of revelations that would quench his love for me, that I resolved to do it offhand, come what might, and purchase a week of happiness at any cost." "You have married Mr. Farfrae!" cried Elizabeth Jane in Nathan tones. Lucetta bowed. She had recovered herself. "The bells are ringing on that account," she said. "My husband is downstairs. He will live here till a more suitable house is ready for us, and I have told him that I want you to stay with me just as before." "Let me think of it alone," the girl quickly replied, corking up the turmoil of her feeling with grand control. "You shall. I am sure we shall be happy together." Lucetta departed to join Donald below, a vague uneasiness floating over her joy at seeing him quite at home there. Not on account of her friend Elizabeth did she feel it, for of the bearings of Elizabeth Jane's emotions she had not the least suspicion, but on Henchard's alone. Now, the instant decision of Susan Henchard's daughter was to dwell in that house no more. Apart from her estimate of the propriety of Lucetta's conduct, Farfrae had been so nearly her avowed lover that she felt she could not abide there. It was still early in the evening when she hastily put on her things and went out. In a few minutes, knowing the ground, she had found a suitable lodging, and arranged to enter it that night. Returning and entering noiselessly, she took off her pretty dress and arrayed herself in a plain one, packing up the other to keep as her best, for she would have to be very economical now. She wrote a note to leave for Lucetta, who was closely shut up in the drawing-room with Farfrae, and then Elizabeth Jane called a man with a wheelbarrow, and seeing her boxes put into it, she trotted off down the street to her rooms. They were in the street in which Henchard lived, and almost opposite his door. Here she sat down and considered the means of subsistence. The little annual sum settled on her by her stepfather would keep body and soul together. A wonderful skill in netting of all sorts, acquired in childhood by making seines in Newson's home, might serve her in good stead, and her studies, which were pursued unremittingly, might serve her in still better. By this time the marriage that had taken place was known throughout Casterbridge, had been discussed noisily on curbstones, confidentially behind counters, and jovially at the Three Mariners. Whether Farfrae would sell his business and set up for a gentleman on his wife's money, or whether he would show independence enough to stick to his trade in spite of his brilliant alliance, was a great point of interest. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 31. The retort of the furmity woman before the magistrates had spread, and in 24 hours there was not a person in Casterbridge who remained unacquainted with the story of Henchard's mad freak at Weydon Prior's fair long years before. The amends he had made in after life were lost sight of in the dramatic glare of the original act. Had the incident been well known of old and always, it might by this time have grown to be lightly regarded as the rather tall wild oat, but well nigh the single one, of a young man with whom the steady and mature, if somewhat headstrong, burgher of today had scarcely a point in common. But the act having lain as dead and buried ever since, the interspace of years was unperceived, and the black spot of his youth wore the aspect of a recent crime. Small as the police court incident had been in itself, it formed the edge or turn in the incline of Henchard's fortunes. On that day, almost at that minute, he passed the ridge of prosperity and honour, and began to descend rapidly on the other side. It was strange how soon he sank in esteem. Socially, he had received a startling fillip downwards, and having already lost commercial buoyancy from rash transactions, the velocity of his descent in both aspects became accelerated every hour. He now gazed more at the pavements and less at the house fronts when he walked about, more at the feet and leggings of men, and less into the pupils of their eyes with the blazing regard which formerly had made them blink. New events combined to undo him. It had been a bad year for others besides himself, and the heavy failure of a debtor whom he had trusted generously completed the overthrow of his tottering credit. And now, in his desperation, he failed to preserve that strict correspondence between bulk and sample, which is the soul of commerce in grain. For this, one of his men was mainly to blame. That worthy, in his great unwisdom, having picked over the sample of an enormous quantity of second-rate corn which Henchard had in hand, and removed the pinched, blasted, and smutted grains in great numbers. The produce, if honestly offered, would have created no scandal, but the blunder of misrepresentation, coming at such a moment, dragged Henchard's name into the ditch. The details of his failure were of the ordinary kind. One day Elizabeth Jane was passing the King's Arms when she saw people bustling in and out more than usual where there was no market. A bystander informed her, with some surprise at her ignorance, that it was a meeting of the commissioners under Mr. Henchard's bankruptcy. She felt quite tearful, and when she heard that he was present in the hotel, she wished to go in and see him, but was advised not to intrude that day. The room in which debtors and creditors had assembled was a front one, and Henchard, looking out of the window, had caught sight of Elizabeth Jane through the wire blind. His examination had closed, and the creditors were leaving. The appearance of Elizabeth threw him into a reverie, till, turning his face from the window, and towering above all the rest, he called their attention for a moment more. His countenance had somewhat changed from its flush of prosperity. The black hair and whiskers were the same as ever, but a film of ash was over the rest. "Gentlemen," he said, "over and above the assets that we've been talking about and that appear on the balance sheet, there be these. It all belongs to ye as much as everything else I've got, and I don't wish to keep it from you, not I." Saying this, he took his gold watch from his pocket and laid it on the table. Then his purse, the yellow canvas money-bag such as was carried by all farmers and dealers, untying it and shaking the money out upon the table beside the watch. The latter he drew back quickly for an instant to remove the hair-guard made and given him by Lucetta. "There, now you have all I've got in the world," he said, "and I wish for your sakes 'twas more." The creditors, farmers almost to a man, looked at the watch and at the money and into the street, when Farmer James Everdene of Weatherbury spoke. "No, no, Henchard," he said warmly, "we don't want that. 'Tis honourable in ye, but keep it. What do you say, neighbours? Do ye agree?" "Aye, sure, we don't wish it at all," said Grower, another creditor. "Let him keep it, of course," murmured another in the background, a silent, reserved young man named Boldwood, and the rest responded unanimously. "Well," said the senior commissioner, addressing Henchard, "though the case is a desperate one, I am bound to admit that I have never met a debtor who behaved more fairly. I've proved the balance sheet to be as honestly made out as it could possibly be. We have had no trouble, there have been no evasions and no concealments. The rashness of dealing which led to this unhappy situation is obvious enough, but as far as I can see, every attempt has been made to avoid wronging anybody." Henchard was more affected by this than he cared to let them perceive, and he turned aside to the window again. A general murmur of agreement followed the commissioner's words, and the meeting dispersed. When they were gone, Henchard regarded the watch they had returned to him. "'Tisn't mine by rights," he said to himself. "Why the devil didn't they take it? I don't want what don't belong to me." Moved by a recollection, he took the watch to the maker's just opposite, sold it there and then for what the tradesman offered, and went with the proceeds to one among the smaller of his creditors, a cottager of Durnover in straitened circumstances, to whom he handed the money. When everything was ticketed that Henchard had owned, and the auctions were in progress, there was quite a sympathetic reaction in the town, which till then, for some time past, had done nothing but condemn him. Now that Henchard's whole career was pictured distinctly to his neighbours, and they could see how admirably he had used his one talent of energy to create a position of affluence out of absolutely nothing, which was really all he could show when he came to the town as a journeyman hay-trusser with his wimble and knife in his basket, they wondered and regretted his fall. Try as she might, Elizabeth could never meet with him. She believed in him still, though nobody else did, and she wanted to be allowed to forgive him for his roughness to her and to help him in his trouble. She wrote to him. He did not reply. She then went to his house, the great house she had lived in so happily for a time, with its front of dun brick, vitrified here and there, and its heavy sash bars. But Henchard was to be found there no more. The ex-mayor had left the home of his prosperity, and gone into Jop's cottage by the Priory Mill, the sad purlieu to which he had wandered on the night of his discovery that she was not his daughter. Thither she went. Elizabeth thought it odd that he had fixed on this spot to retire to, but assumed that necessity had no choice. Trees which seemed old enough to have been planted by the friars still stood around, and the back hatch of the original mill yet formed a cascade which had raised its terrific roar for centuries. The cottage itself was built of old stones from the long-dismantled priory, scraps of tracery, moulded window jambs, and arch labels being mixed in with the rubble of the walls. In this cottage he occupied a couple of rooms. Jop, whom Henchard had employed, abused, cajoled, and dismissed by turns, being the householder. But even here her stepfather could not be seen. "Not by his daughter?" pleaded Elizabeth. "By nobody at present. That's his order," she was informed. Afterwards she was passing by the corn stores and hay barns which had been the headquarters of his business. She knew that he ruled there no longer, but it was with amazement that she regarded the familiar gateway. A smear of decisive lead-coloured paint had been laid on to obliterate Henchard's name, though its letters dimly loomed through like ships in a fog. Over these, in fresh white, spread the name of Farfrae. Abel Whittle was edging his skeleton in at the wicket, and she said, "Mr. Farfrae is master here?" "Yes, Miss Henchard," he said. "Mr. Farfrae have bought the concern, and all of we work-folk with it, and 'tis better for us than 'twas, though I shouldn't say that to you as a daughter-law. We work harder, but we bain't made afeard now. It was fear made my few poor hairs so thin. No busting out, no slamming of doors, no meddling with your eternal soul and all that, and though 'tis a shilling a week less, I'm the richer man, for what's all the world if your mind is always in a larry, Miss Henchard?" The intelligence was in a general sense true, and Henchard's stores, which had remained in a paralyzed condition during the settlement of his bankruptcy, were stirred into activity again when the new tenant had possession. Thenceforward the full sacks looped with the shining chain went scurrying up and down under the cat-head, hairy arms were thrust out from the different doorways, and the grain was hauled in, trusses of hay were tossed anew in and out of the barns, and the wimbles creaked, while the scales and steelyards began to be busy where guesswork had formerly been the rule. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 32. 2 bridges stood near the lower part of Casterbridge town. The first, of weather-stained brick, was immediately at the end of High Street, where a diverging branch from that thoroughfare ran round to the low-lying Durnover lanes, so that the precincts of the bridge formed the merging point of respectability and indigence. The second bridge, of stone, was further out on the highway, in fact fairly in the meadows, though still within the town boundary. These bridges had speaking countenances. Every projection in each was worn down to obtuseness, partly by weather, more by friction from generations of loungers, whose toes and heels had from year to year made restless movements against these parapets, as they had stood there meditating on the aspect of affairs. In the case of the more friable bricks and stones, even the flat faces were worn into hollows by the same mixed mechanism. The masonry of the top was clamped with iron at each joint, since it had been no uncommon thing for desperate men to wrench the coping off and throw it down the river, in reckless defiance of the magistrates. For to this pair of bridges gravitated all the failures of the town, those who had failed in business, in love, in sobriety, in crime. Why the unhappy hereabout usually chose the bridges for their meditations, in preference to a railing, a gate, or a stile, was not so clear. There was a marked difference of quality between the personages who haunted the near bridge of brick and the personages who haunted the far one of stone. Those of lowest character preferred the former, adjoining the town. They did not mind the glare of the public eye. They had been of comparatively no account during their successes, and though they might feel dispirited, they had no particular sense of shame in their ruin. Their hands were mostly kept in their pockets. They wore a leather strap round their hips or knees, and boots that required a great deal of lacing but seemed never to get any. Instead of sighing at their adversities, they spat, and instead of saying the iron had entered into their souls, they said they were down on their luck. Jopp, in his time of distress, had often stood here. So had Mother Cuxom, Christopher Coney, and poor Abel Whittle. The miserables who would pause on the remoter bridge were of a politer stamp. They included bankrupts, hypochondriacs, persons who were what is called out of a situation from fault or lucklessness, the inefficient of the professional class, shabby genteel men who did not know how to get rid of the weary time between breakfast and dinner, and the yet more weary time between dinner and dark. The eye of this species were mostly directed over the parapet upon the running water below. A man seen there, looking thus fixedly into the river, was pretty sure to be one whom the world did not treat kindly for some reason or other, while one in straits on the townward bridge did not mind who saw him so, and kept his back to the parapet to survey the passers-by. One in straits on this never faced the road, never turned his head at coming footsteps, but, sensitive to his own condition, watched the current whenever a stranger approached, as if some strange fish interested him, though every finned thing had been poached out of the river years before. There and thus they would muse. If their grief were the grief of oppression, they would wish themselves kings. If their grief were poverty, wish themselves millionaires. If sin, they would wish they were saints or angels. If despised love, that they were some much-courted Adonis of county fame. Some had been known to stand and think so long with this fixed gaze downward, that eventually they had allowed their poor carcasses to follow that gaze, and they were discovered the next morning out of reach of their troubles, either here or in the deep pool called Blackwater, a little higher up the river. To this bridge came Henchard, as other unfortunates had come before him, his way thither being by the riverside path on the chilly edge of the town. Here he was standing one windy afternoon when Durnover church clock struck 5. While the gusts were bringing the notes to his ears across the damp intervening flat, a man passed behind him and greeted Henchard by name. Henchard turned slightly and saw that the comer was Jopp, his old foreman, now employed elsewhere, to whom, though he hated him, he had gone for lodgings because Jopp was the one man in Casterbridge whose observation and opinion the fallen corn merchant despised to the point of indifference. Henchard returned him a scarcely perceptible nod, and Jopp stopped. "He and she are gone into their new house to-day," said Jopp. "Oh," said Henchard absently. "Which house is that?" "Your old one." "Gone into my house?" And starting up, Henchard added, "My house, of all others in the town. Well, as somebody was sure to live there, and you couldn't, it can't do 'ee no harm that he's the man." It was quite true. He felt that it was doing him no harm. Farfrae, who had already taken the yards and stores, had acquired possession of the house for the obvious convenience of its contiguity. And yet, this act of his taking up residence within those roomy chambers, while he, their former tenant, lived in a cottage, galled Henchard indescribably. Jopp continued, "And you heard of that fellow who bought all the best furniture at your sale? He was bidding for no other than Farfrae all the while. It has never been moved out of the house, as he'd already got the lease." "My furniture, too? Surely he'll buy my body and soul likewise." "There's no saying he won't if you be willing to sell." And having planted these wounds in the heart of his once imperious master, Jopp went on his way, while Henchard stared and stared into the racing river, till the bridge seemed moving backward with him. The low land grew blacker, and the sky a deeper grey. When the landscape looked like a picture blotted in with ink, another traveller approached the great stone bridge. He was driving a gig, his direction being also townwards. On the round of the middle of the arch the gig stopped. "Mr. Henchard," came from it with the voice of Farfrae. Henchard turned his face. Finding that he had guessed rightly, Farfrae told the man who accompanied him to drive home, while he alighted and went up to his former friend. "I have heard that you think of emigrating, Mr. Henchard," he said. "Is it true? I have a real reason for asking." Henchard withheld his answer for several instants, and then said, "Yes, it is true. I am going where you were going to a few years ago, when I prevented you and got you to bide here. 'Tis turn and turn about, isn't it? Do ye mind how we stood like this in the chalk walk when I persuaded 'ee to stay? You then stood without a chattel to your name, and I was the master of the house in Corn Street. But now I stand without a stick or a rag, and the master of that house is you." "Yes, yes, that's so. It's the way of the world," said Farfrae. "Ha, ha! True," cried Henchard, throwing himself into a mood of jocularity. "Up and down. I'm used to it. What's the odds, after all?" "Now listen to me, if it's no taking up your time," said Farfrae, "just as I listened to you. Don't go. Stay at home." "But I can do nothing else, man," said Henchard scornfully. "The little money I have will just keep body and soul together for a few weeks, and no more. I have not felt inclined to go back to journey work yet, but I can't stay doing nothing, and my best chance is elsewhere. No, but what I propose is this, if you will listen. Come and live in your old house. We can spare some rooms very well. I am sure my wife would not mind at all, until there's an opening for ye." Henchard started. Probably the picture drawn by the unsuspecting Donald of himself under the same roof with Lucetta was too striking to be received with equanimity. "No, no," he said gruffly, "we should quarrel." "You should hae a part to yourself," said Farfrae, "and nobody to interfere wi' you. It will be a deal healthier than down there by the river where you live now." Still Henchard refused. "You don't know what you ask," he said. "However, I can do no less than thank ye." They walked into the town together, side by side, as they had done when Henchard persuaded the young Scotchman to remain. "Will you come in and have some supper?" said Farfrae when they reached the middle of the town, where their paths diverged right and left. "No, no." "By the by, I had nearly forgot. I bought a good deal of your furniture." "So I have heard." "Well, it was no that I wanted it so very much for myself, but I wish ye to pick out all that you care to have, such things as may be endeared to ye by associations, or particularly suited to your use, and take them to your own house. It will not be depriving me. We can do with less very well, and I will have plenty of opportunities of getting more." "What, give it to me for nothing? said Henchard. "But you paid the creditors for it." "Ah, yes, but maybe it's worth more to you than it is to me." Henchard was a little moved. "I sometimes think I've wronged 'ee," he said, in tones which showed the disquietude that the night shades hid in his face. He shook Farfrae abruptly by the hand, and hastened away as if unwilling to betray himself further. Farfrae saw him turn through the thoroughfare into Bull Stake and vanish down towards the Priory Mill. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Jane, in an upper room no larger than the prophet's chamber, and with the silk attire of her palmy days packed away in a box, was netting with great industry between the hours which she devoted to studying such books as she could get hold of. Her lodgings being nearly opposite her stepfather's former residence, now Farfrae's, she could see Donald and Lucetta speeding in and out of their door with all the bounding enthusiasm of their situation. She avoided looking that way as much as possible, but it was hardly in human nature to keep her eyes averted when the door slammed. While living on thus quietly, she heard the news that Henchard had caught cold and was confined to his room, possibly a result of standing about the meads in damp weather. She went off to his house at once. This time she was determined not to be denied admittance, and made her way upstairs. He was sitting up in the bed with a greatcoat round him, and at first resented her intrusion. Go away, he said. "I don't like to see 'ee." "But, father—" "I don't like to see 'ee," he repeated. However, the ice was broken, and she remained. She made the room more comfortable, gave directions to the people below, and by the time she went away had reconciled her stepfather to her visiting him. The effect, either of her ministrations or of her mere presence, was a rapid recovery. He soon was well enough to go out, and now things seemed to wear a new colour in his eyes. He no longer thought of emigration, and thought more of Elizabeth. The having nothing to do made him more dreary than any other circumstance, and one day, with better views of Farfrae than he had held for some time, and a sense that honest work was not a thing to be ashamed of, he stoically went down to Farfrae's yard and asked to be taken on as a journeyman hay-trusser. He was engaged at once. This hiring of Henchard was done through a foreman, Farfrae feeling that it was undesirable to come personally in contact with the ex-corn factor more than was absolutely necessary. While anxious to help him, he was well aware by this time of his uncertain temper, and thought reserved relations best. For the same reason, his orders to Henchard to proceed to this and that country farm trussing in the usual way were always given through a third person. For a time these arrangements worked well, it being the custom to truss in the respective stackyards before bringing it away the hay bought at the different farms about the neighbourhood, so that Henchard was often absent at such places the whole week long. When this was all done, and Henchard had become in a measure broken in, he came to work daily on the home premises like the rest, and thus the once flourishing merchant and mayor and what not stood as a day labourer in the barns and granaries he formerly had owned. "I have worked as a journeyman before now, han't I?" he would say in his defiant way, "and why shouldn't I do it again?" But he looked a far different journeyman from the one he had been in his earlier days. Then he had worn clean, suitable clothes, light and cheerful in hue, leggings yellow as marigolds, corduroys immaculate as new flax, and a neckerchief like a flower garden. Now he wore the remains of an old blue cloth suit of his gentlemanly times, a rusty silk hat, and a once black satin stock, soiled and shabby. Clad thus he went to and fro, still comparatively an active man, for he was not much over 40, and saw, with the other men in the yard, Donald Farfrae going in and out of the green door that led to the garden and the big house and Lucetta. At the beginning of the winter it was rumoured about Casterbridge that Mr. Farfrae, already in the town council, was to be proposed for mayor in a year or two. Yes, she was wise in her generation, said Henchard to himself when he heard of this one day on his way to Farfrae's hay barn. He thought it over as he wimbled his bonds, and the piece of news acted as a reviviscent breath to that old view of his, of Donald Farfrae as his triumphant rival who rode roughshod over him. A fellow of his age going to be mayor, indeed, he murmured with a corner-drawn smile on his mouth. But 'tis her money that floats an upward. Ha ha! How cussed odd it is! Here be I, his former master, working for him as man, and he, the man, standing as master, with my house, and my furniture, and my what you may call wife, all his own. He repeated these things 100 times a day. During the whole period of his acquaintance with Lucetta, he had never wished to claim her as his own so desperately as he now regretted her loss. It was no mercenary hankering after her fortune that moved him, though that fortune had been the means of making her so much the more desired, by giving her the air of independence and sauciness which attracts men of his composition. It had given her servants, house, and fine clothing, a setting that invested Lucetta with a startling novelty in the eyes of him who had known her in her narrow days. He accordingly lapsed into moodiness, and at every allusion to the possibility of Farfrae's near election to the municipal chair, his former hatred of the Scotchman returned. Concurrently with this, he underwent a moral change. It resulted in his significantly saying, every now and then, in tones of recklessness, "Only a fortnight more," "only a dozen days," and so forth, lessening his figures day by day. "Why do ye say only a dozen days?" asked Solomon Longways, as he worked beside Henchard in the granary weighing oats. "Because in 12 days I shall be released from my oath." "What oath?" "The oath to drink no spirituous liquid. In 12 days it will be 21 years since I swore it, and then I mean to enjoy myself, please God." Elizabeth Jane sat at her window one Sunday, and while there she heard in the street below a conversation which introduced Henchard's name. She was wondering what was the matter, when a third person who was passing by asked the question in her mind. "Michael Henchard have busted out drinking after taking nothing for 21 years." Elizabeth Jane jumped up, put on her things, and went out. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 33. At this date there prevailed in Casterbridge a convivial custom, scarcely recognized as such, yet none the less established. On the afternoon of every Sunday, a large contingent of the Casterbridge journeymen, steady church-goers and sedate characters, having attended service, filed from the church doors across the way to the Three Mariners Inn. The rear was usually brought up by the choir, with their bass viols, fiddles, and flutes under their arms. The great point, the point of honour, on these sacred occasions, was for each man to strictly limit himself to half a pint of liquor. This scrupulosity was so well understood by the landlord that the whole company was served in cups of that measure. They were all exactly alike, straight-sided, with 2 leafless lime trees done in eel brown on the sides, one towards the drinker's lips, the other confronting his comrade. To wonder how many of these cups the landlord possessed altogether was a favourite exercise of children in the marvellous. 40 at least might have been seen at these times in the large room, forming a ring round the margin of the great 16-legged oak table, like the monolithic circle of Stonehenge in its pristine days. Outside and above the 40 cups came a circle of 40 smoke jets from 40 clay pipes. Outside the pipes, the countenances of the 40 churchgoers, supported at the back by a circle of 40 chairs. The conversation was not the conversation of weekdays, but a thing altogether finer in point and higher in tone. They invariably discussed the sermon, dissecting it, weighing it as above or below the average, the general tendency being to regard it as a scientific feat or performance which had no relation to their own lives, except as between critics and the thing criticized. The bass viol player and the clerk usually spoke with more authority than the rest on account of their official connection with the preacher. Now, the Three Mariners was the inn chosen by Henchard as the place for closing his long term of dramless years. He had so timed his entry as to be well established in the large room by the time the 40 churchgoers entered to their customary cups. The flush upon his face proclaimed at once that the vow of 21 years had lapsed, and the era of recklessness begun anew. He was seated on a small table drawn up to the side of the massive oak board reserved for the churchmen, a few of whom nodded to him as they took their places, and said, "How be ye, Mr. Henchard? Quite a stranger here." Henchard did not take the trouble to reply for a few moments, and his eyes rested on his stretched-out legs and boots. "Yes," he said at length, "that's true. I've been down in spirit for weeks. Some of ye know the cause. I am better now, but not quite serene. I want you fellows of the choir to strike up a tune, and what with that and this brew of Stannage's, I am in hopes of getting altogether out of my minor key." "With all my heart," said the first fiddle. "We've let back our strings, that's true, but we can soon pull 'em up again. Sound A, neighbours, and give the man a stave." "I don't care a curse what the words be," said Henchard. "Hymns, ballads, or rantipole rubbish, the Rogue's March or the Cherubim's Warble, 'tis all the same to me if 'tis good harmony and well put out." "Well, it may be we can do that, and not a man among us that have sat in the gallery less than 20 year," said the leader of the band. "As 'tis Sunday, neighbours, suppose we raise the 4th Psalm to Samuel Wakely's tune, as improved by me." "Hang Samuel Wakely's tune as improved by thee," said Henchard. "Chuck across one of your psalters. Old Wiltshire is the only tune worth singing, the psalm tune that would make my blood ebb and flow like the sea when I was a steady chap. I'll find some words to fit in." He took one of the psalters and began turning over the leaves. Chancing to look out of the window at that moment, he saw a flock of people passing by, and perceived them to be the congregation of the upper church, now just dismissed, their sermon having been a longer one than that the lower parish was favoured with. Among the rest of the leading inhabitants walked Mr. Councillor Farfrae, with Lucetta upon his arm, the observed and imitated of all the smaller tradesmen's womankind. Henchard's mouth changed a little, and he continued to turn over the leaves. "Now then," he said, "Psalm the 109th, to the tune of Wiltshire, verses 10 to 15, I gie ye the words. His seed shall orphans be, his wife a widow plunged in grief. His vagrant children beg their bread where none can give relief. His ill-got riches shall be made to usurers a prey. The fruit of all his toil shall be by strangers borne away. None shall be found that to his wants their mercy will extend, or to his helpless orphan seed the least assistance lend. A swift destruction soon shall seize on his unhappy race, and the next age his hated name shall utterly deface." "I know the psalm," said the leader hastily, "but I would as lief not sing it. 'Twasn't made for singing. We chose it once when the gypsy stole the parson's mare, thinking to please him, but parson were quite upset. Whatever servant David were thinking about when he made a psalm that nobody can sing without disgracing himself, I can't fathom. Now then, the 4th Psalm to Samuel Wakely's tune, as improved by me." "Odd seize your sauce! I tell ye to sing the 109th to Wiltshire, and sing it you shall," roared Henchard. "Not a single one of all the droning crew of ye goes out of this room till that psalm is sung." He slipped off the table, seized the poker, and going to the door, placed his back against it.
Now then, go ahead, if you don't wish to have your cussed pates broke." Don't he take on so? As 'tis the Sabbath day, and 'tis servant David's words, and not ours, perhaps we don't mind for once, eh?" said one of the terrified choir, looking round upon the rest. So the instruments were tuned, and the comminatory verses sung. Thank ye, said Henchard in a softened voice, his eyes growing downcast, and his manner that of a man much moved by the strains. "Don't you blame David," he went on in low tones, shaking his head without raising his eyes. "He knew what he was about when he wrote that. If I could afford it, be hanged if I wouldn't keep a church choir at my own expense to play and sing to me at these low dark times of my life. But the bitter thing is that when I was rich I didn't need what I could have, and now I be poor I can't have what I need." While they paused, Lucetta and Farfrae passed again, this time homeward, it being their custom to take, like others, a short walk out on the highway and back, between church and tea-time. "There's the man we've been singing about," said Henchard. The players and singers turned their heads and saw his meaning. "Heaven forbid," said the bass player. "'Tis the man," repeated Henchard doggedly. "Then if I'd known," said the performer on the clarionet solemnly, "that 'twas meant for a living man, nothing should have drawn out of my windpipe the breath for that psalm, so help me." "Nor for mine," said the first singer. "But thought I, as it was made so long ago, perhaps there isn't much in it, so I'll oblige a neighbour, for there's nothing to be said against the tune." "Ah, my boys, you've sung it," said Henchard triumphantly. "As for him, it was partly by his songs that he got over me and heaved me out. I could double him up like that, and yet I don't." He laid the poker across his knee, bent it as if it were a twig, flung it down, and came away from the door. It was at this time that Elizabeth Jane, having heard where her stepfather was, entered the room with a pale and agonized countenance. The choir and the rest of the company moved off, in accordance with their half-pint regulation. Elizabeth Jane went up to Henchard and entreated him to accompany her home. By this hour the volcanic fires of his nature had burnt down, and having drunk no great quantity as yet, he was inclined to acquiesce. She took his arm, and together they went on. Henchard walked blankly, like a blind man, repeating to himself the last words of the singers, "And the next age his hated name shall utterly deface." At length he said to her, "I am a man to my word. I have kept my oath for 21 years, and now I can drink with a good conscience. If I don't do for him, well, I am a fearful practical joker when I choose. He has taken away everything from me, and by heavens, if I meet him, I won't answer for my deeds." These half-uttered words alarmed Elizabeth, all the more by reason of the still determination of Henchard's mien. "What will you do?" she asked cautiously, while trembling with disquietude, and guessing Henchard's allusion only too well. Henchard did not answer, and they went on till they had reached his cottage. "May I come in?" she said. "No, not to-day," said Henchard, and she went away, feeling that to caution Farfrae was almost her duty, as it was certainly her strong desire. As on the Sunday, so on the weekdays, Farfrae and Lucetta might have been seen flitting about the town like two butterflies, or rather like a bee and a butterfly in league for life. She seemed to take no pleasure in going anywhere except in her husband's company, and hence when business would not permit him to waste an afternoon, she remained indoors waiting for the time to pass till his return, her face being visible to Elizabeth Jane from her window aloft. The latter, however, did not say to herself that Farfrae should be thankful for such devotion, but, full of her reading, she cited Rosalind's exclamation, "Mistress, know thyself, down on your knees and thank heaven fasting for a good man's love." She kept her eye upon Henchard also. One day he answered her inquiry for his health by saying that he could not endure Abel Whittle's pitying eyes upon him while they worked together in the yard.
"He is such a fool," said Henchard, "that he can never get out of his mind the time when I was master there." "I'll come and wimble for you instead of him, if you will allow me," said she. Her motive on going to the yard was to get an opportunity of observing the general position of affairs on Farfrae's premises, now that her stepfather was a workman there. Henchard's threats had alarmed her so much that she wished to see his behavior when the two were face to face. For 2 or 3 days after her arrival, Donald did not make any appearance. Then one afternoon the green door opened, and through came first Farfrae, and at his heels Lucetta. Donald brought his wife forward without hesitation, it being obvious that he had no suspicion whatever of any antecedents in common between her and the now journeyman hay-trusser. Henchard did not turn his eyes toward either of the pair, keeping them fixed on the bond he twisted, as if that alone absorbed him. A feeling of delicacy, which ever prompted Farfrae to avoid anything that might seem like triumphing over a fallen rival, led him to keep away from the hay-barn where Henchard and his daughter were working, and to go on to the corn department. Meanwhile, Lucetta, never having been informed that Henchard had entered her husband's service, rambled straight on to the barn, where she came suddenly upon Henchard, and gave vent to a little "Oh!" which the happy and busy Donald was too far off to hear. Henchard, with withering humility of demeanour, touched the brim of his hat to her, as Whittle and the rest had done, to which she breathed a dead-alive "Good afternoon." "I beg your pardon, ma'am," said Henchard, as if he had not heard. "I said, 'Good afternoon,'" she faltered. "Oh, yes, good afternoon, ma'am," he replied, touching his hat again. "I am glad to see you, ma'am." Lucetta looked embarrassed, and Henchard continued, "For we humble workmen here feel it a great honour that a lady should look in and take an interest in us." She glanced at him entreatingly. The sarcasm was too bitter, too unendurable. "Can you tell me the time, ma'am?" he asked. "Yes," she said hastily, 4:30. "Thank ye. An hour and a half longer before we are released from work. Ah, ma'am, we of the lower classes know nothing of the gay leisure that such as you enjoy." As soon as she could do so, Lucetta left him, nodded and smiled to Elizabeth Jane, and joined her husband at the other end of the enclosure, where she could be seen leading him away by the outer gates, so as to avoid passing Henchard again. That she had been taken by surprise was obvious. The result of this casual rencounter was that the next morning a note was put into Henchard's hand by the postman. "Will you," said Lucetta, with as much bitterness as she could put into a small communication, "will you kindly undertake not to speak to me in the biting undertones you used to-day, if I walk through the yard at any time? I bear you no ill will, and I am only too glad that you should have employment of my dear husband. But in common fairness treat me as his wife, and do not try to make me wretched by covert sneers. I have committed no crime, and done you no injury." "Poor fool," said Henchard with fond savagery, holding out the note. "To know no better than commit herself in writing like this. Why, if I were to show that to her dear husband, pooh!" He threw the letter into the fire. Lucetta took care not to come again among the hay and corn. She would rather have died than run the risk of encountering Henchard at such close quarters a second time. The gulf between them was growing wider every day. Farfrae was always considerate to his fallen acquaintance, but it was impossible that he should not, by degrees, cease to regard the ex-corn merchant as more than one of his other workmen. Henchard saw this, and concealed his feelings under a cover of stolidity, fortifying his heart by drinking more freely at the Three Mariners every evening. Often did Elizabeth Jane, in her endeavours to prevent his taking other liquor, carry tea to him in a little basket at 5 o'clock. Arriving one day on this errand, she found her stepfather was measuring up clover seed and rapeseed in the corn stores on the top floor, and she ascended to him. Each floor had a door opening into the air under a cat-head, from which a chain dangled for hoisting the sacks. When Elizabeth's head rose through the trap, she perceived that the upper door was open, and that her stepfather and Farfrae stood just within it in conversation, Farfrae being nearest the dizzy edge, and Henchard a little way behind. Not to interrupt them, she remained on the steps without raising her head any higher. While waiting thus, she saw, or fancied she saw, for she had a terror of feeling certain, her stepfather slowly raise his hand to a level behind Farfrae's shoulders, a curious expression taking possession of his face. The young man was quite unconscious of the action, which was so indirect that if Farfrae had observed it, he might almost have regarded it as an idle outstretching of the arm. But it would have been possible, by a comparatively light touch, to push Farfrae off his balance, and send him head over heels into the air. Elizabeth felt quite sick at heart on thinking of what this might have meant. As soon as they turned, she mechanically took the tea to Henchard, left it, and went away. Reflecting, she endeavoured to assure herself that the movement was an idle eccentricity, and no more. Yet, on the other hand, his subordinate position in an establishment where he once had been master might be acting on him like an irritant poison, and she finally resolved to caution Donald. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 34. Next morning, accordingly, she rose at 5 o'clock and went into the street. It was not yet light, a dense fog prevailed, and the town was as silent as it was dark, except that from the rectangular avenues which framed in the borough there came a chorus of tiny rappings caused by the fall of water drops condensed on the boughs. Now it was wafted from the west walk, now from the south walk, and then from both quarters simultaneously. She moved on to the bottom of Corn Street, and, knowing his time well, waited only a few minutes before she heard the familiar bang of his door, and then his quick walk towards her. She met him at the point where the last tree of the engirding avenue flanked the last house in the street. He could hardly discern her till, glancing inquiringly, he said, "What, Miss Henchard? And are ye up so early?" She asked him to pardon her for waylaying him at such an unseemly time. "But I am anxious to mention something," she said, "and I wished not to alarm Mrs. Farfrae by calling." "Yes," said he, with the cheeriness of a superior, "and what may it be? It's very kind of ye, I'm sure." She now felt the difficulty of conveying to his mind the exact aspect of possibilities in her own, but she somehow began, and introduced Henchard's name. "I sometimes fear," she said with an effort, "that he may be betrayed into some attempt to insult you, sir." "But we are the best of friends." "Or to play some practical joke upon you, sir. Remember that he has been hardly used." "But we are quite friendly." "Or to do something that would injure you, hurt you, wound you." Every word cost her twice its length of pain, and she could see that Farfrae was still incredulous. Henchard, a poor man in his employ, was not, to Farfrae's view, the Henchard who had ruled him. Yet he was not only the same man, but that man with his sinister qualities, formerly latent, quickened into life by his buffetings. Farfrae, happy and thinking no evil, persisted in making light of her fears. Thus they parted, and she went homeward, journeymen now being in the street, wagoners going to the harness-makers for articles left to be repaired, farm horses going to the shoeing-smiths, and the sons of labour showing themselves generally on the move. Elizabeth entered her lodging unhappily, thinking she had done no good, and only made herself appear foolish by her weak note of warning. But Donald Farfrae was one of those men upon whom an incident is never absolutely lost. He revised impressions from a subsequent point of view, and the impulsive judgment of the moment was not always his permanent one. The vision of Elizabeth's earnest face in the rimy dawn came back to him several times during the day. Knowing the solidity of her character, he did not treat her hints altogether as idle sounds. But he did not desist from a kindly scheme on Henchard's account that engaged him just then, and when he met Lawyer Joyce, the town clerk, later in the day, he spoke of it as if nothing had occurred to damp it. "About that little seedsman's shop," he said, "the shop overlooking the churchyard, which is to let. It is not for myself I want it, but for our unlucky fellow townsman, Henchard. It would be a new beginning for him, if a small one, and I have told the council that I would head a private subscription among them to set him up in it, that I would be £50 if they would make up the other 50 among them." "Yes, yes, so I've heard, and there's nothing to say against it, for that matter," the town clerk replied in his plain, frank way. "But, Farfrae, others see what you don't. Henchard hates 'ee, aye, hates 'ee, and 'tis right that you should know it. To my knowledge, he was at the Three Mariners last night, saying in public that about you which a man ought not to say about another." "Is that so? Ah, is that so?" said Farfrae, looking down. "Why should he do it?" added the young man bitterly. "What harm have I done him that he should try to wrong me?" "God only knows," said Joyce, lifting his eyebrows. "It shows much long suffering in you to put up with him and keep him in your employ." "But I cannot discharge a man who was once a good friend to me. How can I forget that when I came here 'twas he enabled me to make a footing for myself? No, no. As long as I've a day's work to offer, he shall do it if he chooses. 'Tis not I who will deny him such a little as that. But I'll drop the idea of establishing him in a shop till I can think more about it." It grieved Farfrae much to give up this scheme. But, a damp having been thrown over it by these and other voices in the air, he went and countermanded his orders. The then occupier of the shop was in it when Farfrae spoke to him, and feeling it necessary to give some explanation of his withdrawal from the negotiation, Donald mentioned Henchard's name, and stated that the intentions of the council had been changed. The occupier was much disappointed, and straightway informed Henchard, as soon as he saw him, that a scheme of the council for setting him up in a shop had been knocked on the head by Farfrae. And thus, out of error, enmity grew. When Farfrae got indoors that evening, the tea-kettle was singing on the high hob of the semi-egg-shaped grate. Lucetta, light as a sylph, ran forward and seized his hands, whereupon Farfrae duly kissed her. "Oh," she cried playfully, turning to the window, "see, the blinds are not drawn down, and the people can look in. What a scandal!" When the candles were lighted, the curtains drawn, and the twain sat at tea, she noticed that he looked serious. Without directly inquiring why, she let her eyes linger solicitously on his face. "Who has called?" he absently asked. "Any folk for me?" "No," said Lucetta. "What's the matter, Donald?" "Well, nothing worth talking of," he responded sadly. "Then never mind it. You will get through it. Scotchmen are always lucky." "No, not always," he said, shaking his head gloomily as he contemplated the crumb on the table. "I know many who have not been so. There was Sandy MacFarlane, who started to America to try his fortune, and he was drowned. And Archibald Leith, he was murdered. And poor Willie Dunblees and Maitland Macfreeze, they fell into bad courses and went the way of all such." "Why, you old goosey, I was only speaking in a general sense, of course. You were always so literal. Now, when we have finished tea, sing me that funny song about high-heeled shoon and siller tags and the 1 and 40 wooers." "No, no, I could not sing tonight. It's Henchard. He hates me, so that I may not be his friend if I would. I would understand why there should be a wee bit of envy, but I cannot see a reason for the whole intensity of what he feels. Now, can you, Lucetta? It is more like old-fashioned rivalry in love than just a bit of rivalry in trade." Lucetta had grown somewhat wan. "No," she replied. "I give him employment. I cannot refuse it. but neither can I blind myself to the fact that with a man of passions such as his, there is no safeguard for conduct." "What have you heard? Oh, Donald, dearest," said Lucetta in alarm. The words on her lips were "anything about me," but she did not utter them. She could not, however, suppress her agitation, and her eyes filled with tears. "No, no, it is not so serious as ye fancy," declared Farfrae soothingly, though he did not know its seriousness so well as she. "I wish you would do what we have talked of," mournfully remarked Lucetta. "Give up business and go away from here. We have plenty of money, and why should we stay?" Farfrae seemed seriously disposed to discuss this move, and they talked thereon till a visitor was announced. Their neighbour, Alderman Vatt, came in. "You've heard, I suppose, of poor Dr. Chalkfield's death?" "Yes, died this afternoon at 5, said Mr. Vatt. Chalkfield was the councilman who had succeeded to the mayoralty in the preceding November. Farfrae was sorry at the intelligence, and Mr. Vatt continued. "Well, we know he's been going some days, and as his family is well provided for, we must take it all as it is. Now, I have called to ask ye this, quite privately. If I should nominate ye to succeed him, and there should be no particular opposition, will ye accept the chair?" "But there are folk whose turn is before mine, and I'm over young, and may be thought pushing," said Farfrae after a pause. "Not at all. I don't speak for myself only. Several have named it. You won't refuse?" "We thought of going away," interposed Lucetta, looking at Farfrae anxiously. "It was only a fancy," Farfrae murmured. "I would not refuse if it is the wish of a respectable majority in the council." "Very well, then. Look upon yourself as elected. We have had older men long enough." When he was gone, Farfrae said musingly, "See now how it's ourselves that are ruled by the powers above us. We plan this, but we do that. If they want to make me mayor, I will stay, and Henchard must rave as he will." From this evening onward, Lucetta was very uneasy. If she had not been imprudence incarnate, she would not have acted as she did when she met Henchard by accident a day or two later. It was in the bustle of the market, when no one could readily notice their discourse. "Michael," said she, "I must again ask you what I asked you months ago, to return me any letters or papers of mine that you may have, unless you have destroyed them. You must see how desirable it is that the time at Jersey should be blotted out, for the good of all parties." "Why, bless the woman, I packed up every scrap of your handwriting to give you in the coach, but you never appeared." She explained how the death of her aunt had prevented her taking the journey on that day. "And what became of the parcel then?" she asked. He could not say. He would consider. When she was gone, he recollected that he had left a heap of useless papers in his former dining-room safe, built up in the wall of his old house, now occupied by Farfrae. The letters might have been amongst them. A grotesque grin shaped itself on Henchard's face. Had that safe been opened? On the very evening which followed this, there was a great ringing of bells in Casterbridge, and the combined brass, wood, catgut, and leather bands played round the town with more prodigality of percussion notes than ever. Farfrae was mayor. The 200th odd of a series forming an elective dynasty dating back to the days of Charles I, and the fair Lucetta was the courted of the town. But, the worm in the bud, Henchard, what he could tell. He, in the meantime, festering with indignation at some erroneous intelligence of Farfrae's opposition to the scheme for installing him in the little seed shop, was greeted with the news of the municipal election, which, by reason of Farfrae's comparative youth and his Scottish nativity, a thing unprecedented in the case, had an interest far beyond the ordinary. The bell-ringing and the band-playing, loud as Tamerlane's trumpet, goaded the downfallen Henchard indescribably. The ousting now seemed to him to be complete. The next morning he went to the cornyard as usual, and about 11 o'clock Donald entered through the green door with no trace of the worshipful about him. The yet more emphatic change of places between him and Henchard which this election had established renewed a slight embarrassment in the manner of the modest young man. But Henchard showed the front of one who had overlooked all this, and Farfrae met his amenities half-way at once. "I was going to ask you," said Henchard, "about a packet that I may possibly have left in my old safe in the dining-room." He added particulars. "If so, it is there now," said Farfrae. "I have never opened the safe at all as yet, for I keep my papers at the bank to sleep easy o' nights." "It was not of much consequence to me," said Henchard, "but I'll call for it this evening, if you don't mind." It was quite late when he fulfilled his promise. He had primed himself with grog, as he did very frequently now, and a curl of sardonic humour hung on his lip as he approached the house, as though he were contemplating some terrible form of amusement. Whatever it was, the incident of his entry did not diminish its force, this being his first visit to the house since he had lived there as owner. The ring of the bell spoke to him like the voice of a familiar drudge who had been bribed to forsake him. The movements of the doors were revivals of dead days. Farfrae invited him into the dining-room, where he at once unlocked the iron safe built into the wall, his, Henchard's safe, made by an ingenious locksmith under his direction. Farfrae drew thence the parcel and other papers, with apologies for not having returned them. "Never mind," said Henchard dryly. "The fact is, they are letters mostly. Yes," he went on, sitting down and unfolding Lucetta's passionate bundle, "here they be, that ever I should see 'em again. I hope Mrs. Farfrae is well after her exertions of yesterday." "She has felt a bit weary, and has gone to bed early on that account." Henchard returned to the letters, sorting them over with interest, Farfrae being seated at the other end of the dining-table. "You don't forget, of course," he resumed, "that curious chapter in the history of my past which I told you of, and that you gave me some assistance in? These letters are in fact related to that unhappy business, though, thank God, it is all over now." "What became of the poor woman?" asked Farfrae. "Luckily she married, and married well," said Henchard, "so that these reproaches she poured out on me do not now cause me any twinges, as they might otherwise have done. Just listen to what an angry woman will say." Farfrae, willing to humour Henchard, though quite uninterested and bursting with yawns, gave well-mannered attention. "For me," Henchard read, "there is practically no future. A creature too unconventionally devoted to you, who feels it impossible that she can be the wife of any other man, and who is yet no more to you than the first woman you meet in the street, such am I. I quite acquit you of any intention to wrong me, yet you are the door through which wrong has come to me. That in the event of your present wife's death you will place me in her position is a consolation so far as it goes, but how far does it go? Thus I sit here, forsaken by my few acquaintance, and forsaken by you." "That's how she went on to me," said Henchard, "acres of words like that, when what had happened was what I could not cure." "Yes," said Farfrae absently, "it is the way wi' women." But the fact was that he knew very little of the sex, yet detecting a sort of resemblance in style between the effusions of the woman he worshipped and those of the supposed stranger, he concluded that Aphrodite ever spoke thus, whosoever the personality she assumed. Henchard unfolded another letter and read it through likewise, stopping at the subscription as before. "Her name I don't give," he said blandly. "As I didn't marry her and another man did, I can scarcely do that in fairness to her." "True, true," said Farfrae. "But why didn't you marry her when your wife Susan died?" Farfrae asked this and the other questions in the comfortably indifferent tone of one whom the matter very remotely concerned. "Ah, well may you ask that," said Henchard, the new moon-shaped grin adumbrating itself again upon his mouth. "In spite of all her protestations when I came forward to do so, as in generosity bound, she was not the woman for me." "She had already married another, maybe?" Henchard seemed to think it would be sailing too near the wind to descend further into particulars, and he answered, "Yes." The young lady must have had a heart that bore transplanting very readily. She had, said Henchard emphatically. He opened a third and fourth letter and read. This time he approached the conclusion as if the signature were indeed coming with the rest. But again he stopped short. The truth was that, as may be divined, he had quite intended to effect a grand catastrophe at the end of this drama by reading out the name. He had come to the house with no other thought. But sitting here in cold blood, he could not do it. Such a wrecking of hearts appalled even him. His quality was such that he could have annihilated them both in the heat of action, but to accomplish the deed by oral poison was beyond the nerve of his enmity. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 35. As Donald stated, Lucetta had retired early to her room because of fatigue. She had, however, not gone to rest, but sat in the bedside chair reading and thinking over the events of the day. At the ringing of the doorbell by Henchard, she wondered who it should be that would call at that comparatively late hour. The dining room was almost under her bedroom. She could hear that somebody was admitted there, and presently the indistinct murmur of a person reading became audible. The usual time for Donald's arrival upstairs came and passed, yet still the reading and conversation went on. This was very singular. She could think of nothing but that some extraordinary crime had been committed, and that the visitor, whoever he might be, was reading an account of it from a special edition of the Casterbridge Chronicle. At last she left the room and descended the stairs. The dining-room door was ajar, and in the silence of the resting household the voice and the words were recognizable before she reached the lower flight. She stood transfixed. Her own words greeted her in Henchard's voice, like spirits from the grave. Lucetta leant upon the banister with her cheek against the smooth handrail, as if she would make a friend of it in her misery. Rigid in this position, more and more words fell successively upon her ear, but what amazed her most was the tone of her husband. He spoke merely in the accents of a man who made a present of his time. "One word," he was saying, as the crackling of paper denoted that Henchard was unfolding yet another sheet. "Is it quite fair to this young woman's memory to read at such length to a stranger what was intended for your eye alone?" "Well, yes," said Henchard. "By not giving her name, I make it an example of all womankind, and not a scandal to one." "If I were you, I would destroy them," said Farfrae, giving more thought to the letters than he had hitherto done. "As another man's wife, it would injure the woman if it were known." "No, I shall not destroy them," murmured Henchard, putting the letters away. Then he arose, and Lucetta heard no more. She went back to her bedroom in a semi-paralyzed state. For very fear she could not undress, but sat on the edge of the bed, waiting. Would Henchard let out the secret in his parting words? Her suspense was terrible. Had she confessed all to Donald in their early acquaintance, he might possibly have got over it and married her just the same, unlikely as it had once seemed. But for her or anyone else to tell him now would be fatal. The door slammed. She could hear her husband bolting it. After looking round in his customary way, he came leisurely up the stairs. The spark in her eyes well nigh went out when he appeared round the bedroom door. Her gaze hung doubtful for a moment. Then, to her joyous amazement, she saw that he looked at her with the rallying smile of one who had just been relieved of a scene that was irksome. She could hold out no longer and sobbed hysterically. When he had restored her, Farfrae, naturally enough, spoke of Henchard. "Of all men he was the least desirable as a visitor," he said, "but it is my belief that he's just a bit crazed. He has been reading to me a long lot of letters relating to his past life, and I could do no less than indulge him by listening." This was sufficient. Henchard, then, had not told. Henchard's last words to Farfrae, in short, as he stood on the doorstep, had been these: "Well, I'm obliged to 'ee for listening. I may tell more about her some day." Finding this, she was much perplexed as to Henchard's motives in opening the matter at all. For, in such cases, we attribute to an enemy a power of consistent action which we never find in ourselves or in our friends, and forget that abortive efforts from want of heart are as possible to revenge as to generosity. Next morning Lucetta remained in bed, meditating how to parry this incipient attack. The bold stroke of telling Donald the truth, dimly conceived, was yet too bold, for she dreaded lest in doing so he, like the rest of the world, should believe that the episode was rather her fault than her misfortune. She decided to employ persuasion, not with Donald, but with the enemy himself. It seemed the only practicable weapon left her as a woman. Having laid her plan, she rose and wrote to him who kept her on these tenterhooks. "I overheard your interview with my husband last night, and saw the drift of your revenge. The very thought of it crushes me. Have pity on a distressed woman. If you could see me, you would relent. You do not know how much anxiety has told upon me lately. I will be at the Ring at the time you leave work, just before the sun goes down. Please come that way. I cannot rest till I have seen you face to face, and heard from your mouth that you will carry this horseplay no further." To herself she said, on closing up her appeal, "If ever tears and pleadings have served the weak to fight the strong, let them do so now." With this view she made a toilette which differed from all she had ever attempted before. To heighten her natural attraction had hitherto been the unvarying endeavour of her adult life, and one in which she was no novice. But now she neglected this, and even proceeded to impair the natural presentation. Beyond a natural reason for her slightly drawn look, she had not slept all the previous night, and this had produced upon her pretty though slightly worn features the aspect of a countenance aging prematurely from extreme sorrow. She selected, as much from want of spirit as design, her poorest, plainest, and longest discarded attire. To avoid the contingency of being recognized, she veiled herself and slipped out of the house quickly. The sun was resting on the hill, like a drop of blood on an eyelid, by the time she had got up the road opposite the amphitheatre, which she speedily entered. The interior was shadowy, and emphatic of the absence of every living thing. She was not disappointed in the fearful hope with which she awaited him. Henchard came over the top, descended, and Lucetta waited breathlessly. But having reached the arena, she saw a change in his bearing. He stood still at a little distance from her. She could not think why. Nor could anyone else have known. The truth was that in appointing this spot and this hour for the rendezvous, Lucetta had unwittingly backed up her entreaty by the strongest argument she could have used outside words with this man of moods, glooms, and superstitions. Her figure in the midst of the huge enclosure, the unusual plainness of her dress, her attitude of hope and appeal, so strongly revived in his soul the memory of another ill-used woman who had stood there and thus in bygone days, and had now passed away into her rest, that he was unmanned, and his heart smote him for having attempted reprisals on one of a sex so weak. When he approached her, and before she had spoken a word, her point was half gained. His manner as he had come down had been one of cynical carelessness, but he now put away his grim half-smile, and said in a kindly, subdued tone, "Good night to ye. Of course I'm glad to come if you want me." "Oh, thank you," she said apprehensively. "I am sorry to see ye looking so ill," he stammered with unconcealed compunction. She shook her head. "How can you be sorry," she asked, "when you deliberately cause it? What? Said Henchard uneasily. Is it anything I have done that has pulled you down like that? It is all your doing, she said. I have no other grief. My happiness would be secure enough but for your threats. Oh, Michael, don't wreck me like this. You might think that you have done enough. When I came here, I was a young woman. Now I am rapidly becoming an old one. Neither my husband nor any other man will regard me with interest long. Henchard was disarmed. His old feeling of supercilious pity for womankind in general was intensified by this suppliant appearing here as the double of the first. Moreover, that thoughtless want of foresight which had led to all her trouble remained with poor Lucetta still. She had come to meet him here in this compromising way without perceiving the risk. Such a woman was very small deer to hunt. He felt ashamed, lost all zest and desire to humiliate Lucetta there and then, and no longer envied Farfrae his bargain. He had married money, but nothing more. Henchard was anxious to wash his hands of the game. "Well, what do you want me to do?" he said gently. "I am sure I shall be very willing. My reading of those letters was only a sort of practical joke, and I revealed nothing." "To give me back the letters and any papers you may have that breathe of matrimony or worse." "So be it. Every scrap shall be yours. But between you and me, Lucetta, he is sure to find out something of the matter sooner or later." "Ah," she said with eager tremulousness, "but not till I have proved myself a faithful and deserving wife to him, and then he may forgive me everything." Henchard silently looked at her. He almost envied Farfrae such love as that, even now. I hope so," he said. "But you shall have the letters without fail. And your secret shall be kept, I swear it." "How good you are! How shall I get them?" He reflected and said he would send them the next morning. "Now don't doubt me," he added. "I can keep my word." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 36. Returning from her appointment, Lucetta saw a man waiting by the lamp nearest to her own door. When she stopped to go in, he came and spoke to her. It was Jop. He begged her pardon for addressing her, but he had heard that Mr. Farfrae had been applied to by a neighbouring corn merchant to recommend a working partner. If so, he wished to offer himself. He could give good security, and had stated as much to Mr. Farfrae in a letter, but he would feel much obliged if Lucetta would say a word in his favour to her husband. "It is a thing I know nothing about," said Lucetta coldly. "But you can testify to my trustworthiness better than anybody, ma'am," said Jop. "I was in Jersey several years, and knew you there by sight." "Indeed," she replied, "but I knew nothing of you." "I think, ma'am, that a word or two from you would secure from me what I covet very much," he persisted. She steadily refused to have anything to do with the affair, and, cutting him short, because of her anxiety to get indoors before her husband should miss her, left him on the pavement. He watched her till she had vanished, and then went home. When he got there, he sat down in the fireless chimney corner looking at the iron dogs and the wood laid across them for heating the morning kettle. A movement upstairs disturbed him, and Henchard came down from his bedroom, where he seemed to have been rummaging boxes. "I wish," said Henchard, "you would do me a service, Jop, now. Tonight, I mean, if you can. Leave this at Mrs. Farfrae's for her. I should take it myself, of course, but I don't wish to be seen there." He handed a package in brown paper, sealed. Henchard had been as good as his word. Immediately on coming indoors he had searched over his few belongings, and every scrap of Lucetta's writing that he possessed was here. Jop indifferently expressed his willingness. "Well, how have ye got on to-day?" his lodger asked. "Any prospect of an opening?" "I'm afraid not," said Jop, who had not told the other of his application to Farfrae. "There never will be in Casterbridge," declared Henchard decisively. "You must roam further afield." He said good night to Jopp and returned to his own part of the house. Jopp sat on till his eyes were attracted by the shadow of the candle snuff on the wall, and looking at the original he found that it had formed itself into a head like a red-hot cauliflower. Henchard's packet next met his gaze. He knew there had been something of the nature of wooing between Henchard and the now Mrs. Farfrae, and his vague ideas on the subject narrowed themselves down to these. Henchard had a parcel belonging to Mrs. Farfrae, and he had reasons for not returning that parcel to her in person. What could be inside it? So he went on, till, animated by resentment at Lucetta's haughtiness, as he thought it, and curiosity to learn if there were any weak sides to this transaction with Henchard, he examined the package. The pen and all its relations being awkward tools in Henchard's hands, he had affixed the seals without an impression, it never occurring to him that the efficacy of such a fastening depended on this. Jopp was far less of a tyro. He lifted one of the seals with his penknife, peeped in at the end thus opened, saw that the bundle consisted of letters, and having satisfied himself thus far, sealed up the end again by simply softening the wax with the candle, and went off with the parcel as requested. His path was by the river-side at the foot of the town. Coming into the light at the bridge which stood at the end of High Street, he beheld lounging thereon Mother Cuxsom and Nance Mockridge. "We be just going down Mixen Lane way to look into Peter's finger afore creeping to bed," said Mrs. Cuxsom. "There's a fiddle and tambourine going on there. Lord, what's all the world? Do ye come along too, Jopp. 'Twon't hinder ye 5 minutes." Jopp had mostly kept himself out of this company, but present circumstances made him somewhat more reckless than usual, and without many words he decided to go to his destination that way. Though the upper part of Durnover was mainly composed of a curious congeries of barns and farmsteads, there was a less picturesque side to the parish. This was Mixen Lane, now in great part pulled down. Mixen Lane was the Adullam of all the surrounding villages. It was the hiding-place of those who were in distress and in debt and trouble of every kind. Farm labourers and other peasants who combined a little poaching with their farming, and a little brawling and bibbing with their poaching, found themselves sooner or later in Mixen Lane. Rural mechanics too idle to mechanize, rural servants too rebellious to serve, drifted or were forced into Mixen Lane. The lane and its surrounding thicket of thatched cottages stretched out like a spit into the moist and misty lowland. Much that was sad, much that was low, some things that were baneful, could be seen in Mixen Lane. Vice ran freely in and out certain of the doors in the neighbourhood. Recklessness dwelt under the roof with the crooked chimney. Shame in some bow windows. Theft, in times of privation, in the thatched and mud-walled houses by the sallows. Even slaughter had not been altogether unknown here. In a block of cottages up an alley there might have been erected an altar to disease in years gone by. Such was Mixen Lane in the times when Henchard and Farfrae were mayors. Yet this mildewed leaf in the sturdy and flourishing Casterbridge plant lay close to the open country. Not 100 yards from a row of noble elms, and commanding a view across the moor of airy uplands and cornfields and mansions of the great. A brook divided the moor from the tenements, and to outward view there was no way across it, no way to the houses but round about by the road. But under every householder's stairs there was kept a mysterious plank 9 inches wide, which plank was a secret bridge. If you, as one of those refugee householders, came in from business after dark, and this was the business time here, you stealthily crossed the moor, approached the border of the aforesaid brook, and whistled opposite the house to which you belonged. A shape thereupon made its appearance on the other side, bearing the bridge on end against the sky, It was lowered, you crossed, and a hand helped you to land yourself, together with the pheasants and hares gathered from neighboring manors. You sold them slyly the next morning, and the day after you stood before the magistrates with the eyes of all your sympathizing neighbors concentrated on your back. You disappeared for a time, then you were again found quietly living in Mixen Lane. Walking along the lane at dusk, the stranger was struck by 2 or 3 peculiar features therein. One was an intermittent rumbling from the back premises of the inn halfway up. This meant a skittle alley. Another was the extensive prevalence of whistling in the various domiciles, a piped note of some kind coming from nearly every open door. Another was the frequency of white aprons over dingy gowns among the women around the doorways. A white apron is a suspicious vesture in situations where spotlessness is difficult. Moreover, the industry and cleanliness which the white apron expressed were belied by the postures and gaits of the women who wore it, their knuckles being mostly on their hips, an attitude which lent them the aspect of 2-handled mugs, and their shoulders against doorposts, while there was a curious alacrity in the turn of each honest woman's head upon her neck and in the twirl of her honest eyes at any noise resembling a masculine footfall along the lane. Yet amid so much that was bad, needy respectability also found a home. Under some of the roofs abode pure and virtuous souls whose presence there was due to the iron hand of necessity, and to that alone. Families from decayed villages, families of that once bulky but now nearly extinct section of village society called liviers or life-holders, copyholders and others, whose roof trees had fallen for some reason or other, compelling them to quit the rural spot that had been their home for generations, came here, unless they chose to lie under a hedge by the wayside. The inn called Peter's Finger was the church of Mixen Lane. It was centrally situate, as such places should be, and bore about the same social relation to the Three Mariners as the latter bore to the King's Arms. At first sight the inn was so respectable as to be puzzling. The front door was kept shut, and the step was so clean that evidently but few persons entered over its sanded surface. But at the corner of the public house was an alley, a mere slit, dividing it from the next building. Halfway up the alley was a narrow door, shiny and paintless from the rub of infinite hands and shoulders. This was the actual entrance to the inn. A pedestrian would be seen abstractedly passing along Mixen Lane, and then, in a moment, he would vanish, causing the gazer to blink like Ashton at the disappearance of Ravenswood. That abstracted pedestrian had edged into the slit by the adroit fillip of his person sideways. From the slit he edged into the tavern by a similar exercise of skill. The company at the Three Mariners were persons of quality in comparison with the company which gathered here, though it must be admitted that the lowest fringe of the Mariners' party touched the crest of Peter's at points. Waifs and strays of all sorts loitered about here. The landlady was a virtuous woman who years ago had been unjustly sent to jail as an accessory to something or other after the fact. She underwent her 12-month, and had worn a martyr's countenance ever since, except at times of meeting the constable who apprehended her, when she winked her eye. To this house Jopp and his acquaintances had arrived. The settles on which they sat down were thin and tall, their tops being guyed by pieces of twine to hooks in the ceiling, for when the guests grew boisterous, the settles would rock and overturn without some such security. The thunder of bowls echoed from the backyard. Swingles hung behind the blower of the chimney, and ex-poachers and ex-gamekeepers, whom squires had persecuted without a cause, sat elbowing each other. Men who in past times had met in fights under the moon, till lapse of sentences on the one part and loss of favour and expulsion from service on the other brought them here together to a common level, where they sat calmly discussing old times. "Dost mind how you could jerk a trout ashore with a bramble and not ruffle the stream, Charl?" a deposed keeper was saying. "'Twas at that I caught 'ee once, if you can mind." "That I can. But the worst, Larry, for me was that pheasant business at Yalbury Wood. Your wife swore false that time, Joe. Oh, by gad, she did. There's no denying it." "How was that?" asked Job. "Why, Joe closed wi' me, and we rolled down together close to his garden hedge. Hearing the noise, out ran his wife with the oven pile, and it being dark under the trees, she couldn't see which was uppermost. 'Where be'est thee, Joe, under or top?' she screeched. 'Oh, under, by gad,' says he. She then began to rap down upon my skull, back, and ribs with the pile, till we'd roll over again. 'Where be'est now, dear Joe, under or top?' she'd scream again. By George, 'twas through her I was took. And then, when we got up in hall, she sware that the cock pheasant was one of her rearing, when 'twas not your bird at all, Joe. 'Twas Squire Brown's bird. That's whose 'twas, one that we'd picked off as we passed his wood an hour afore. It did hurt my feelings to be so wronged. Ah, well, 'tis over now." "I might have had 'ee days afore that," said the keeper. "I was within a few yards of 'ee dozens of times, with a sight more of birds than that poor one." "Yes, 'tis not our greatest doings that the world gets wind of," said the furmity woman, who, lately settled in this purlieu, sat among the rest. Having travelled a great deal in her time, she spoke with cosmopolitan largeness of idea. It was she who presently asked Job what was the parcel he kept so snugly under his arm. "Ah, therein lies a grand secret," said Job. "It is the passion of love. To think that a woman should love one man so well and hate another so unmercifully." "Who's the object of your meditation, sir?" "One that stands high in this town. I'd like to shame her. Upon my life, 'twould be as good as a play to read her love letters, the proud piece of silk and waxwork, for 'tis her love letters that I've got here." "Love letters? Then let's hear 'em, good soul," said Mother Cuxsom. "Lord, do ye mind, Richard, what fools we used to be when we were younger? Getting a schoolboy to write ours for us and giving him a penny, do ye mind? Not to tell other folks what he'd put inside, do ye mind?" By this time Job had pushed his finger under the seals and unfastened the letters, tumbling them over and picking up one here and there at random, which he read aloud. These passages soon began to uncover the secret which Lucetta had so earnestly hoped to keep buried, though the epistles, being allusive only, did not make it altogether plain. "Mrs. Farfrae wrote that," said Nance Mockridge. "'Tis a humbling thing for us, as respectable women, that one of the same sex could do it. And now she's avowed herself to another man." "So much the better for her," said the aged furmity woman. "Ah, I saved her from a real bad marriage, and she's never been the one to thank me." "I say, what a good foundation for a skimmity ride," said Nance. "True," said Mrs. Cuxsom, reflecting. "'Tis as good a ground for a skimmity ride as ever I knowed, and it ought not to be wasted. The last one seen in Casterbridge must have been 10 years ago, if a day." At this moment there was a shrill whistle, and the landlady said to the man who had been called Charl, "'Tis Jim coming in. Would ye go and let down the bridge for me?" Without replying, Charl and his comrade Joe rose, and receiving a lantern from her, went out at the back door and down the garden path, which ended abruptly at the edge of the stream already mentioned. Beyond the stream was the open moor, from which a clammy breeze smote upon their faces as they advanced. Taking up the board that had lain in readiness, one of them lowered it across the water, and the instant its further end touched the ground, footsteps entered upon it, and there appeared from the shade a stalwart man with straps round his knees, a double-barreled gun under his arm, and some birds slung up behind him. They asked him if he had had much luck. "Not much," he said indifferently. "All safe inside?" Receiving a reply in the affirmative, he went on inwards, the others withdrawing the bridge and beginning to retreat in his rear. Before, however, they had entered the house, a cry of "Ahoy!" from the moor led them to pause. The cry was repeated. They pushed the lantern into an outhouse and went back to the brink of the stream. "Ahoy! Is this the way to Casterbridge?" said someone from the other side. "Not in particular," said Charles. "There's a river afore ye." "I don't care. Here's for through it," said the man in the moor. "I've had travelling enough for to-day." "Stop a minute, then," said Charles, finding that the man was no enemy. "Joe, bring the plank and lantern. Here's somebody that's lost his way. You should have kept along the turnpike road, friend, and not have struck across here." "I should, as I see now. But I saw a light here, and says I to myself, that's an outlying house, depend on it." The plank was now lowered, and the stranger's form shaped itself from the darkness. He was a middle-aged man, with hair and whiskers prematurely grey, and a broad and genial face. He had crossed on the plank without hesitation, and seemed to see nothing odd in the transit. He thanked them, and walked between them up the garden. "What place is this?" he asked, when they reached the door. "A public house." "Ah, perhaps it will suit me to put up at. Now then, come in and wet your whistle at my expense for the lift-over you have given me." They followed him into the inn, where the increased light exhibited him as one who would stand higher in an estimate by the eye than in one by the ear. He was dressed with a certain clumsy richness, his coat being furred and his head covered by a cap of sealskin, which, though the nights were chilly, must have been warm for the daytime, spring being somewhat advanced. In his hand he carried a small mahogany case, strapped and clamped with brass. Apparently surprised at the kind of company which confronted him through the kitchen door, he at once abandoned his idea of putting up at the house, but, taking the situation lightly, he called for glasses of the best, paid for them as he stood in the passage, and turned to proceed on his way by the front door. This was barred, and while the landlady was unfastening it, the conversation about the Skimmington was continued in the sitting-room, and reached his ears. "What do they mean by a skimmity ride?" he asked. "Oh, sir," said the landlady, swinging her long earrings with deprecating modesty, "'tis a old foolish thing they do in these parts when a man's wife is, well, not too particularly his own, but as a respectable householder I don't encourage it." "Still, are they going to do it shortly? It is a good sight to see, I suppose?" "Well, sir," she simpered, and then, bursting into naturalness and glancing from the corner of her eye, "'tis the funniest thing under the sun, and it costs money." "Ah, I remember hearing of some such thing. Now, I shall be in Casterbridge for 2 or 3 weeks to come, and should not mind seeing the performance. Wait a moment." He turned back, entered the sitting-room, and said, "Here, good folks, I should like to see the old custom you were talking of, and I don't mind being something towards it. Take that." He threw a sovereign on the table, and returned to the landlady at the door, of whom, having inquired the way into the town, he took his leave. "There were more where that one came from," said Charles, when the sovereign had been taken up and handed to the landlady for safe-keeping. "By George, we ought to have got a few more while we had him here." "No, no," answered the landlady. "This is a respectable house, thank God, and I'll have nothing done but what's honourable." "Well," said Jopp, "now we'll consider the business begun, and we'll soon get it in train." "We will," said Nance. "A good laugh warms my heart more than a cordial, and that's the truth on it." Jopp gathered up the letters, and it being now somewhat late, he did not attempt to call at Farfrae's with them that night. He reached home, sealed them up as before, and delivered the parcel at its address next morning. Within an hour its contents were reduced to ashes by Lucetta, who, poor soul, was inclined to fall down on her knees in thankfulness that at last no evidence remained of the unlucky episode with Henchard in her past. For though hers had been rather the laxity of inadvertence than of intention, that episode, if known, was not the less likely to operate fatally between herself and her husband. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 37. Such was the state of things when the current affairs of Casterbridge were interrupted by an event of such magnitude that its influence reached to the lowest social stratum there, stirring the depths of its society simultaneously with the preparations for the skimmington. It was one of those excitements which, when they move a country town, leave permanent mark upon its chronicles, as a warm summer permanently marks the ring in the tree trunk corresponding to its date. A royal personage was about to pass through the borough on his course further west to inaugurate an immense engineering work out that way. He had consented to halt half an hour or so in the town, and to receive an address from the Corporation of Casterbridge, which, as a representative centre of husbandry, wished thus to express its sense of the great services he had rendered to agricultural science and economics by his zealous promotion of designs for placing the art of farming on a more scientific footing. Royalty had not been seen in Casterbridge since the days of the third King George, and then only by candlelight for a few minutes, when that monarch on a night journey had stopped to change horses at the King's Arms. The inhabitants therefore decided to make a thorough fête Carillonnée of the unwonted occasion. Half an hour's pause was not long, it is true, but much might be done in it by a judicious grouping of incidents, above all if the weather were fine. The address was prepared on parchment by an artist who was handy at ornamental lettering, and was laid on with the best gold leaf and colours that the sign painter had in his shop. The council had met on the Tuesday before the appointed day to arrange the details of the procedure. While they were sitting, the door of the council chamber standing open, they heard a heavy footstep coming up the stairs. It advanced along the passage, and Henchard entered the room, in clothes of frayed and threadbare shabbiness, the very clothes which he had used to wear in the primal days when he had sat among them. "I have a feeling," he said, advancing to the table and laying his hand upon the green cloth, "that I should like to join ye in this reception of our illustrious visitor. I suppose I could walk with the rest?" Embarrassed glances were exchanged by the council, and Grauer nearly ate the end of his quill pen off, so gnawed he it during the silence. Farfrae, the young mayor, who by virtue of his office sat in the large chair, intuitively caught the sense of the meeting, and as spokesman was obliged to utter it, glad as he would have been that the duty should have fallen to another tongue. "I hardly see that it would be proper, Mr. Henchard," said he. "The council are the council, and as ye are no longer one of the body, there would be an irregularity in the proceeding. If ye were included, why not others?" "I have a particular reason for wishing to assist at the ceremony." Farfrae looked round. "I think I have expressed the feeling of the council," he said. "Yes, yes," from Dr. Bath, Lawyer Long, Alderman Tubber, and several more. "Then I am not to be allowed to have anything to do with it officially?" "I'm afraid so. It is out of the question, indeed. But of course you can see the doings full well, such as they are to be, like the rest of the spectators." Henchard did not reply to that very obvious suggestion, and, turning on his heel, went away. It had been only a passing fancy of his, but opposition crystallized it into a determination. "I'll welcome his Royal Highness or nobody shall," he went about saying. "I am not going to be sat upon by Farfrae or any of the rest of the paltry crew. You shall see." The eventful morning was bright, a full-faced sun confronting early window-gazers eastward, and all perceived, for they were practised in weather lore, that there was permanence in the glow. Visitors soon began to flock in from county houses, villages, remote copses, and lonely uplands, the latter in oiled boots and tilt bonnets, to see the reception, or if not to see it, at any rate to be near it. There was hardly a workman in the town who did not put a clean shirt on. Solomon Longways, Christopher Coney, Buzzford, and the rest of that fraternity showed their sense of the occasion by advancing their customary 11 o'clock pint to 10:30, from which they found a difficulty in getting back to the proper hour for several days. Henchard had determined to do no work that day. He primed himself in the morning with a glass of rum, and walking down the street met Elizabeth Jane, whom he had not seen for a week. "It was lucky," he said to her. "My 21 years had expired before this came on, or I should never have had the nerve to carry it out." "Carry out what?" said she, alarmed. "This welcome I am going to give our royal visitor." She was perplexed. "Shall we go and see it together?" she said. "See it? I have other fish to fry. You see it. It will be worth seeing." She could do nothing to elucidate this, and decked herself out with a heavy heart. As the appointed time drew near, she got sight again of her stepfather. She thought he was going to the Three Mariners, but no, he elbowed his way through the gay throng to the shop of Wolfrey, the draper. She waited in the crowd without. In a few minutes he emerged, wearing, to her surprise, a brilliant rosette, while, more surprising still, in his hand he carried a flag of somewhat homely construction, formed by tacking one of the small Union Jacks which abounded in the town today to the end of a deal wand, probably the roller from a piece of calico. Henchard rolled up his flag on the doorstep, put it under his arm, and went down the street. Suddenly the taller members of the crowd turned their heads, and the shorter stood on tiptoe. It was said that the royal cortege approached. The railway had stretched out an arm towards Casterbridge at this time, but had not reached it by several miles as yet, so that the intervening distance, as well as the remainder of the journey, was to be traversed by road in the old fashion. People thus waited, the county families in their carriages, the masses on foot, and watched the far-stretching London highway, to the ringing of bells and chatter of tongues. From the background, Elizabeth Jane watched the scene. Some seats had been arranged from which ladies could witness the spectacle, and the front seat was occupied by Lucetta, the mayor's wife, just at present. In the road under her eyes stood Henchard. She appeared so bright and pretty that, as it seemed, he was experiencing the momentary weakness of wishing for her notice. But he was far from attractive to a woman's eye, ruled as that is so largely by the superficies of things. He was not only a journeyman, unable to appear as he formerly had appeared, but he disdained to appear as well as he might. Everybody else, from the mayor to the washerwoman, shone in new vesture, according to means, but Henchard had doggedly retained the fretted and weather-beaten garments of bygone years. Hence, alas, this occurred. Lucetta's eyes slid over him to this side and to that without anchoring on his features, as gaily dressed women's eyes will too often do on such occasions. Her manner signified quite plainly that she meant to know him in public no more. But she was never tired of watching Donald, as he stood in animated converse with his friends a few yards off, wearing round his young neck the official gold chain with great square links, like that round the royal unicorn. Every trifling emotion that her husband showed as he talked had its reflex on her face and lips, which moved in little duplicates to his. She was living his part rather than her own, and cared for no one's situation but Farfrae's that day. At length a man stationed at the furthest turn of the high road, namely on the second bridge of which mention has been made, gave a signal, and the corporation in their robes proceeded from the front of the town hall to the archway erected at the entrance to the town. The carriages containing the royal visitor and his suite arrived at the spot in a cloud of dust. A procession was formed, and the whole came on to the town hall at a walking pace. This spot was the centre of interest. There were a few clear yards in front of the royal carriage, sanded, and into this space a man stepped before anyone could prevent him. It was Henchard. He had unrolled his private flag, and, removing his hat, he staggered to the side of the slowing vehicle, waving the Union Jack to and fro with his left hand, while he blandly held out his right to the illustrious personage. All the ladies said, with bated breath, "Oh, look there!" and Lucetta was ready to faint. Elizabeth Jane peeped through the shoulders of those in front, saw what it was, and was terrified, and then her interest in the spectacle as a strange phenomenon got the better of her fear. Farfrae, with mayoral authority, immediately rose to the occasion. He seized Henchard by the shoulder, dragged him back, and told him roughly to be off. Henchard's eyes met his, and Farfrae observed the fierce light in them, despite his excitement and irritation. For a moment Henchard stood his ground rigidly, then, by an unaccountable impulse, gave way and retired. Farfrae glanced to the ladies' gallery and saw that his Calpurnia's cheek was pale. "Why, it is your husband's old patron," said Mrs. Blowbody, a lady of the neighbourhood who sat beside Lucetta. "Patron?" said Donald's wife with quick indignation. "Do you say the man is an acquaintance of Mr. Farfrae's?" observed Mrs. Bath, the physician's wife, a newcomer to the town through her recent marriage with the doctor. "He works for my husband," said Lucetta. "Oh, is that all? They have been saying to me that it was through him your husband first got a footing in Casterbridge. What stories people will tell!" "They will indeed. It was not so at all. Donald's genius would have enabled him to get a footing anywhere without anybody's help. He would have been just the same if there had been no Henchard in the world." It was partly Lucetta's ignorance of the circumstances of Donald's arrival which led her to speak thus, partly the sensation that everybody seemed bent on snubbing her at this triumphant time. The incident had occupied but a few moments, but it was necessarily witnessed by the royal personage, who, however, with practised tact, affected not to have noticed anything unusual. He alighted, the mayor advanced, the address was read, the illustrious personage replied, then said a few words to Farfrae, and shook hands with Lucetta as the mayor's wife. The ceremony occupied but a few minutes, and the carriages rattled heavily as Pharaoh's chariots down Corn Street and out upon the Budmouth Road, in continuation of the journey coastward. In the crowd stood Coney, Busford, and Longways. "Some difference between him now and when he zung at the Dree Mariners," said the first. "'Tis wonderful how he could get a lady of her quality to go snacks with un in such quick time." "True, yet how folk do worship fine clothes. Now there's a better-looking woman than she that nobody notices at all, because she's akin to that hauntish fellow Henchard." "I could worship ye, Buzz, for saying that," remarked Nance Mockridge. "I do like to see the trimming pulled off such Christmas candles. I am quite unequal to the part of villain myself, or I'd gie all my small silver to see that lady toppered, and perhaps I shall soon," she added significantly. "That's not a noble passion for a woman to keep up," said Longways. Nance did not reply, but everyone knew what she meant. The ideas diffused by the reading of Lucetta's letters at Peter's Finger had condensed into a scandal, which was spreading like a miasmatic fog through Mixen Lane, and thence up the back streets of Casterbridge. The mixed assemblage of idlers known to each other presently fell apart into two bands by a process of natural selection, the frequenters of Peter's Finger going off Mixen Lanewards, where most of them lived, while Coney, Busford, Longways, and that connection remained in the street. "You know what's brewing down there, I suppose," said Busford mysteriously to the others. Coney looked at him. "Not the skimmity ride?" Busford nodded. "I have my doubts if it will be carried out," said Longways. "If they are getting it up, they're keeping it mighty close." "I heard they were thinking of it a fortnight ago, at all events." "If I were sure o' it, I'd lay information," said Longways emphatically. "'Tis too rough a joke, and apt to wake riots in towns. We know that the Scotchman is a right enough man, and that his lady has been a right enough 'oman since she came here, and if there was anything wrong about her afore, that's their business, not ours." Coney reflected. Farfrae was still liked in the community, but it must be owned that, as the mayor and man of money, engrossed with affairs and ambitions, he had lost in the eyes of the poorer inhabitants something of that wondrous charm which he had had for them as a light-hearted, penniless young man, who sang ditties as readily as the birds in the trees. Hence the anxiety to keep him from annoyance showed not quite the ardour that would have animated it in former days. "Suppose we make inquiration into it, Christopher," continued Longways, "and if we find there's really anything in it, drop a letter to them most concerned, and advise 'em to keep out of the way." This course was decided on, and the group separated, Busford saying to Coney, "Come, my ancient friend, let's move on. There's nothing more to see here." These well-intentioned ones would have been surprised had they known how ripe the great jocular plot really was. "Yes, tonight," Jopp had said to the Peters party at the corner of Mixon Lane. "As a wind-up to the royal visit, the hit will be all the more pat by reason of their great elevation today." To him, at least, it was not a joke, but a retaliation. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 38. The proceedings had been brief, too brief, to Lucetta, whom an intoxicating Weltlust had fairly mastered. But they had brought her a great triumph, nevertheless. The shake of the royal hand still lingered in her fingers, and the chit-chat she had overheard, that her husband might possibly receive the honour of knighthood, though idle to a degree, seemed not the wildest vision. Stranger things had occurred to men so good and captivating as her Scotchman was. After the collision with the mayor, Henchard had withdrawn behind the ladies' stand, and there he stood, regarding with a stare of abstraction the spot on the lapel of his coat where Farfrae's hand had seized it. He put his own hand there, as if he could hardly realize such an outrage from one whom it had once been his wont to treat with ardent generosity. While pausing in this half-stupefied state, the conversation of Lucetta with the other ladies reached his ears, and he distinctly heard her deny that he had assisted Donald, that he was anything more than a common journeyman. He moved on homeward, and met Jopp in the archway to the bull stake. "So you've had a snub," said Jopp. "And what if I have?" answered Henchard sternly. "Why, I've had one too, so we are both under the same cold shade." He briefly related his attempt to win Lucetta's intercession. Henchard merely heard his story, without taking it deeply in. His own relation to Farfrae and Lucetta overshadowed all kindred ones. He went on saying brokenly to himself, "She has supplicated to me in her time, and now her tongue won't own me nor her eyes see me. And he, how angry he looked! He drove me back as if I were a bull breaking fence. I took it like a lamb, for I saw it could not be settled there. He can rub brine on a green wound, but he shall pay for it, and she shall be sorry. It must come to a tussle, face to face, and then we'll see how a coxcomb confront a man." Without further reflection, the fallen merchant, bent on some wild purpose, ate a hasty dinner and went forth to find Farfrae. After being injured by him as a rival, and snubbed by him as a journeyman, the crowning degradation had been reserved for this day, that he should be shaken at the collar by him as a vagabond in the face of the whole town. The crowds had dispersed, but for the green arches which still stood as they were erected, Casterbridge life had resumed its ordinary shape. Henchard went down Corn Street till he came to Farfrae's house, where he knocked and left a message that he would be glad to see his employer at the granaries as soon as he conveniently could come there. Having done this, he proceeded round to the back and entered the yard. Nobody was present, for, as he had been aware, the labourers and carters were enjoying a half-holiday on account of the events of the morning, though the carters would have to return for a short time later on to feed and litter down the horses. He had reached the granary steps and was about to ascend when he said to himself aloud, "I'm stronger than he." Henchard returned to a shed, where he selected a short piece of rope from several pieces that were lying about. Hitching one end of this to a nail, he took the other in his right hand and turned himself bodily round, while keeping his arm against his side. By this contrivance he pinioned the arm effectively. He now went up the ladders to the top floor of the corn stores. It was empty except of a few sacks, and at the further end was the door often mentioned, opening under the cathead and chain that hoisted the sacks. He fixed the door open and looked over the sill. There was a depth of 30 or 40 feet to the ground. Here was the spot on which he had been standing with Farfrae when Elizabeth Jane had seen him lift his arm, with many misgivings as to what the movement portended. He retired a few steps into the loft and waited. From this elevated perch his eyes could sweep the roofs round about, the upper parts of the luxurious chestnut trees, now delicate in leaves of a week's age, and the drooping boughs of the limes, Farfrae's garden and the green door leading therefrom. In course of time, he could not say how long, that green door opened and Farfrae came through. He was dressed as if for a journey. The low light of the nearing evening caught his head and face when he emerged from the shadow of the wall, warming them to a complexion of flame colour. Henchard watched him with his mouth firmly set, the squareness of his jaw and the verticality of his profile being unduly marked. Farfrae came on with one hand in his pocket, and humming a tune in a way which told that the words were most in his mind. They were those of the song he had sung when he arrived years before at the Three Mariners, a poor young man adventuring for life and fortune, and scarcely knowing whitherward. And here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gi'us a hand o' thine. Nothing moved Henchard like an old melody. He sank back. "No, I can't do it," he gasped. "Why does the infernal fool begin that now?" At length Farfrae was silent, and Henchard looked out of the loft door. "Will ye come up here?" he said. "Aye, man," said Farfrae. "I couldn't see ye. What sprang?" A minute later Henchard heard his feet on the lowest ladder. He heard him land on the first floor, ascend and land on the second, begin the ascent to the third, and then his head rose through the trap behind. "What are you doing up here at this time?" he asked, coming forward. "Why didn't ye take your holiday like the rest of the men?" He spoke in a tone which had just severity enough in it to show that he remembered the untoward event of the forenoon, and his conviction that Henchard had been drinking. Henchard said nothing, but going back he closed the stair hatchway and stamped upon it so that it went tight into its frame. He next turned to the wondering young man, who by this time observed that one of Henchard's arms was bound to his side. "Now," said Henchard quietly, "we stand face to face, man and man. Your money and your fine wife no longer lift ye above me as they did but now, and my poverty does not press me down." "What does it all mean?" asked Farfrae simply. "Wait a bit, my lad. You should have thought twice before you affronted to extremes a man who had nothing to lose. I've stood your rivalry, which ruined me, and your snubbing, which humbled me, but your hustling that disgraced me, I won't stand." Farfrae warmed a little at this. "He'd no business there," he said. "As much as any one among ye. What, you forward stripling, tell a man of my age he'd no business there." The anger vein swelled in his forehead as he spoke. "You insulted royalty, Henchard, and 'twas my duty as the chief magistrate to stop you." "Royalty be damned," said Henchard. "I'm as loyal as you, come to that." "I am not here to argue. Wait till you cool doon, wait till you cool, and you will see things the same way as I do." "You may be the one to cool first," said Henchard grimly. "Now this is the case. Here be we, in this foursquare loft, to finish out that little wrestle you began this morning. There's the door, 40 foot above ground. One of us two puts the other out by that door. The master stays inside. If he likes, he may go down afterwards and give the alarm that the other has fallen out by accident, or he may tell the truth. That's his business. As the strongest man, I've tied one arm to take no advantage of ye. Do ye understand? Then here's at ye." There was no time for Farfrae to do aught but one thing, to close with Henchard, for the latter had come on at once. It was a wrestling match, the object of each being to give his antagonist a back fall, and on Henchard's part unquestionably that it should be through the door. At the outset, Henchard's hold by his only free hand, the right, was on the left side of Farfrae's collar, which he firmly grappled, the latter holding Henchard by his collar with the contrary hand. With his right he endeavoured to get hold of his antagonist's left arm, which, however, he could not do, so adroitly did Henchard keep it in the rear as he gazed upon the lowered eyes of his fair and slim antagonist. Henchard planted the first toe forward, Farfrae crossing him with his, and thus far the struggle had very much the appearance of the ordinary wrestling of those parts. Several minutes were passed by them in this attitude, the pair rocking and writhing like trees in a gale, both preserving an absolute silence. By this time their breathing could be heard. Then Farfrae tried to get hold of the other side of Henchard's collar, which was resisted by the larger man exerting all his force in a wrenching movement, and this part of the struggle ended by his forcing Farfrae down on his knees by sheer pressure of one of his muscular arms. Hampered as he was, however, he could not keep him there, and Farfrae, finding his feet again, the struggle proceeded as before. By a whirl, Henchard brought Donald dangerously near the precipice. Seeing his position, the Scotchman for the first time locked himself to his adversary, and all the efforts of that infuriated Prince of Darkness, as he might have been called from his appearance just now, were inadequate to lift or loosen Farfrae for a time. By an extraordinary effort he succeeded at last, though not until they had got far back again from the fatal door. In doing so, Henchard contrived to turn Farfrae a complete somersault. Had Henchard's other arm been free, it would have been all over with Farfrae then. But again he regained his feet, wrenching Henchard's arm considerably and causing him sharp pain, as could be seen from the twitching of his face. He instantly delivered the younger man an annihilating turn by the left fore-hip, as it used to be expressed, and, following up his advantage, thrust him towards the door, never loosening his hold till Farfrae's fair head was hanging over the window-sill, and his arm dangling down outside the wall. "Now," said Henchard between his gasps, "this is the end of what you began this morning. Your life is in my hands." "Then take it, said Farfrae. "Ye've wished to long enough." Henchard looked down upon him in silence, and their eyes met. "Oh, Farfrae, that's not true," he said bitterly. "God is my witness that no man ever loved another as I did thee at one time. And now, though I came here to kill 'ee, I cannot hurt thee. Go and give me in charge, do what you will. I care nothing for what comes of me." He withdrew to the back part of the loft, loosened his arm, and flung himself in a corner upon some sacks, in the abandonment of remorse. Farfrae regarded him in silence, then went to the hatch and descended through it. Henchard would fain have recalled him, but his tongue failed in its task, and the young man's steps died on his ear. Henchard took his full measure of shame and self-reproach. The scenes of his first acquaintance with Farfrae rushed back upon him. That time when the curious mixture of romance and thrift in the young man's composition so commanded his heart that Farfrae could play upon him as on an instrument. So thoroughly subdued was he that he remained on the sacks in a crouching attitude, unusual for a man and for such a man. Its womanliness sat tragically on the figure of so stern a piece of virility. He heard a conversation below, the opening of the coach-house door, and the putting in of a horse, but took no notice. Here he stayed till the thin shades thickened to opaque obscurity, and the loft door became an oblong of grey light, the only visible shape around. At length he arose, shook the dust from his clothes wearily, felt his way to the hatch, and gropingly descended the steps till he stood in the yard. "He thought highly of me once," he murmured. "Now he'll hate me and despise me forever." He became possessed by an overpowering wish to see Farfrae again that night, and by some desperate pleading to attempt the well-nigh impossible task of winning pardon for his late mad attack. But as he walked towards Farfrae's door, he recalled the unheeded doings in the yard while he had lain above in a sort of stupor. Farfrae, he remembered, had gone to the stable and put the horse into the gig. While doing so, Whittle had brought him a letter. Farfrae had then said that he would not go towards Budmouth as he had intended, that he was unexpectedly summoned to Weatherbury, and meant to call at Mellstock on his way thither, that place lying but 1 or 2 miles out of his course. He must have come prepared for a journey when he first arrived in the yard, unsuspecting enmity, and he must have driven off, though in a changed direction, without saying a word to anyone on what had occurred between themselves. It would therefore be useless to call at Farfrae's house till very late. There was no help for it but to wait till his return, though waiting was almost torture to his restless and self-accusing soul. He walked about the streets and outskirts of the town, lingering here and there till he reached the stone bridge of which mention has been made, an accustomed halting place with him now. Here he spent a long time, the purl of waters through the weirs meeting his ear, and the Casterbridge lights glimmering at no great distance off. While leaning thus upon the parapet, his listless attention was awakened by sounds of an unaccustomed kind from the town quarter. They were a confusion of rhythmical noises, to which the streets added yet more confusion by encumbering them with echoes. His first incurious thought that the clangor arose from the town band, engaged in an attempt to round off a memorable day in a burst of evening harmony, was contradicted by certain peculiarities of reverberation. But inexplicability did not rouse him to more than a cursory heed. His sense of degradation was too strong for the admission of foreign ideas, and he leant against the parapet as before. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 39. When Farfrae descended out of the loft, breathless from his encounter with Henchard, he paused at the bottom to recover himself. He arrived at the yard with the intention of putting the horse into the gig himself, all the men having a holiday, and driving to a village on the Budmouth road. Despite the fearful struggle, he decided still to persevere in his journey, so as to recover himself before going indoors and meeting the eyes of Lucetta. He wished to consider his course in a case so serious. When he was just on the point of driving off, Whittle arrived with a note badly addressed and bearing the word "immediate" upon the outside. On opening it, he was surprised to see that it was unsigned. It contained a brief request that he would go to Weatherbury that evening about some business which he was conducting there. Farfrae knew nothing that could make it pressing, but as he was bent on going out, he yielded to the anonymous request, particularly as he had a call to make at Mellstock which could be included in the same tour. Thereupon he told Whittle of his change of direction, in words which Henchard had overheard, and set out on his way. Farfrae had not directed his man to take the message indoors, and Whittle had not been supposed to do so on his own responsibility. Now, the anonymous letter was a well-intentioned but clumsy contrivance of Longways and other of Farfrae's men to get him out of the way for the evening, in order that the satirical mummery should fall flat if it were attempted. By giving open information, they would have brought down upon their heads the vengeance of those among their comrades who enjoyed these boisterous old games, and therefore the plan of sending a letter recommended itself by its indirectness. For poor Lucetta they took no protective measure, believing with the majority there was some truth in the scandal, which she would have to bear as she best might. It was about 8 o'clock, and Lucetta was sitting in the drawing-room, alone. Night had set in for more than half an hour, but she had not had the candles lighted, for when Farfrae was away she preferred waiting for him by the firelight, and, if it were not too cold, keeping one of the window-sashes a little way open, that the sound of his wheels might reach her ears early. She was leaning back in the chair, in a more hopeful mood than she had enjoyed since their marriage. The day had been such a success, and the temporary uneasiness which Henchard's show of effrontery had wrought in her disappeared with the quiet disappearance of Henchard himself under her husband's reproof. The floating evidences of her absurd passion for him and its consequences had been destroyed, and she really seemed to have no cause for fear. The reverie in which these and other subjects mingled was disturbed by a hubbub in the distance that increased moment by moment. It did not greatly surprise her, the afternoon having been given up to recreation by a majority of the populace since the passage of the royal equipages, but her attention was at once riveted to the matter by the voice of a maid-servant next door, who spoke from an upper window across the street to some other maid even more elevated than she. "Which way be they going now?" inquired the first with interest. "I can't be sure for a moment," said the second, "because of the malter's chimbley. Oh, yes, I can see 'em. Well, I declare, I declare!" "What? What?" from the first more enthusiastically. "They are coming up Corn Street after all. They sit back to back." "What? 2 of 'em? Are there 2 figures?" "Yes, 2 images on a donkey, back to back, their elbows tied to one another's. She's facing the head, and he's facing the tail." "Is it meant for anybody in particular?" "Well, it mid be. The man has got on a blue coat and kerseymere leggings. He has black whiskers and a reddish face. 'Tis a stuffed figure with a false face." The din was increasing now, then it lessened a little. "There, I shan't see, after all," cried the disappointed first maid. "They have gone into a back street, that's all," said the one who occupied the enviable position in the attic. "There, now I've got 'em all endways nicely." "What's the woman like? Just say, and I can tell in a moment if 'tis meant for one I've in mind." Why, 'tis dressed just as she dressed when she sat in the front seat at the time the play actors came to the town hall." Lucetta started to her feet, and almost at the instant the door of the room was quickly and softly opened. Elizabeth Jane advanced into the firelight. "I have come to see you," she said breathlessly. "I did not stop to knock. Forgive me. I see you have not shut your shutters, and the window is open." Without waiting for Lucetta's reply, she crossed quickly to the window and pulled out one of the shutters. Lucetta glided to her side. "Let it be, hush," she said peremptorily, in a dry voice, while she seized Elizabeth Jane by the hand and held up her finger. Their intercourse had been so low and hurried that not a word had been lost of the conversation without, which had thus proceeded. "Her neck is uncovered, and her hair in bands, and her back comb in place. She's got on a puce silk and white stockings and coloured shoes." Again Elizabeth Jane attempted to close the window, but Lucetta held her by main force. "'Tis me," she said, with a face pale as death. "A procession, a scandal, an effigy of me and him." The look of Elizabeth betrayed that the latter knew it already. "Let us shut it out," coaxed Elizabeth Jane, noting that the rigid wildness of Lucetta's features was growing yet more rigid and wild with the meaning of the noise and laughter. "Let us shut it out." "It is of no use," she shrieked. "He will see it, won't he? Donald will see it. He is just coming home, and it will break his heart. He will never love me any more, and oh, it will kill me, kill me." Elizabeth Jane was frantic now. "Oh, can't something be done to stop it?" she cried. "Is there nobody to do it? Not one?" She relinquished Lucetta's hands and ran to the door. Lucetta herself, saying recklessly, "I will see it," turned to the window, threw up the sash, and went out upon the balcony. Elizabeth immediately followed, and put her arm round her to pull her in. Lucetta's eyes were straight upon the spectacle of the uncanny revel, now dancing rapidly. The numerous lights round the two effigies threw them up into lurid distinctness. It was impossible to mistake the pair for other than the intended victims. Come in, implored Elizabeth, and let me shut the window. She's me, even to the parasol, my green parasol, cried Lucetta with a wild laugh as she stepped in. She stood motionless for 1 second, then fell heavily to the floor. Almost at the instant of her fall, the rude music of the skimmington ceased. The roars of sarcastic laughter went off in ripples, and the trampling died out like the rustle of a spent wind. Elizabeth was only indirectly conscious of this. She had rung the bell and was bending over Lucetta, who remained convulsed on the carpet in the paroxysms of an epileptic seizure. She rang again and again in vain, the probability being that the servants had all run out of the house to see more of the demonic Sabbath than they could see within. At last Farfrae's man, who had been agape on the doorstep, came up, then the cook. The shutters, hastily pushed to by Elizabeth, were quite closed, a light was obtained, Lucetta carried to her room, and the man sent off for a doctor. While Elizabeth was undressing her, she recovered consciousness, but as soon as she remembered what had passed, the fit returned. The doctor arrived with unhoped-for promptitude. He had been standing at his door, like others, wondering what the uproar meant. As soon as he saw the unhappy sufferer, he said, in answer to Elizabeth's mute appeal, "This is serious." "It is a fit," Elizabeth said. "Yes, but a fit in the present state of her health means mischief. You must send at once for Mr. Farfrae. Where is he?" "He has driven into the country, sir," said the parlour-maid, "to some place on the Budmouth road. He's likely to be back soon." "Never mind, he must be sent for, in case he should not hurry." The doctor returned to the bedside again. The man was dispatched, and they soon heard him clattering out of the yard at the back. Meanwhile, Mr. Benjamin Grower, that prominent burgess of whom mention has been already made, hearing the din of cleavers, tongs, tambourines, kits, crowds, humstrums, serpents, ram's horns, and other historical kinds of music as he sat indoors in the High Street, had put on his hat and gone out to learn the cause. He came to the corner above Farfrae's and soon guessed the nature of the proceedings. For being a native of the town, he had witnessed such rough jests before. His first move was to search hither and thither for the constables. There were 2 in the town, shrivelled men whom he ultimately found in hiding up an alley, yet more shrivelled than usual, having some not ungrounded fears that they might be roughly handled if seen. "What can we 2 poor lamagers do against such a multitude?" expostulated Stubbard, in answer to Mr. Grower's chiding. "'Tis tempting 'em to commit felo de se upon us, and that would be the death of the perpetrator, and we wouldn't be the cause of a fellow creature's death on no account, not we." "Get some help, then. Here, I'll come with you. We'll see what a few words of authority can do. Quick now, have you got your staves?" "We didn't want the folk to notice us as law officers being so short-handed, sir, so we pushed our government staves up this water-pipe." "Out with 'em, and come along for heaven's sake. Ah, here's Mr. Blowbody, that's lucky." Blowbody was the 3rd of the 3 borough magistrates. "Well, what's the row?" said Blowbody. "Got their names, hey?" "No. Now," said Grower to one of the constables, "you go with Mr. Blowbody round by the old walk and come up the street, and I'll go with Stubbard straight forward. By this plan we shall have 'em between us. Get their names only, no attack or interruption." Thus they started, but as Stubbard with Mr. Grower advanced into Corn Street, whence the sounds had proceeded, they were surprised that no procession could be seen. They passed Farfrae's and looked to the end of the street. The lamp flames waved, the walk trees soughed, a few loungers stood about with their hands in their pockets. Everything was as usual. "Have you seen a motley crowd making a disturbance?" Grauer said magisterially to one of these in a fustian jacket, who smoked a short pipe and wore straps round his knees. "Beg your pardon, sir?" blandly said the person addressed, who was no other than Charles of Peter's Finger. Mr. Grauer repeated the words. Charles shook his head to the 0 of childlike ignorance. "No, we haven't seen anything, have we, Joe? And you was here afore I." Joseph was quite as blank as the other in his reply. That's odd," said Mr. Grauer. "Ah, here's a respectable man coming that I know by sight. Have you," he inquired, addressing the nearing shape of Jop, "have you seen any gang of fellows making a devil of a noise, skimmington riding, or something of the sort?" "Oh, no, nothing, sir," Jop replied, as if receiving the most singular news. "But I've not been far tonight, so perhaps—" "Oh, 'twas here, just here," said the magistrate. "Now I've noticed, come to think of it, that the wind in the walk trees makes a peculiar poetical-like murmur tonight, sir, more than common, so perhaps 'twas that," Jop suggested, as he rearranged his hand in his greatcoat pocket, where it ingeniously supported a pair of kitchen tongs and a cow's horn thrust up under his waistcoat. "No, no, no. Do you think I'm a fool? Constable, come this way. They must have gone into the back street." Neither in Back Street nor in Front Street, however, could the disturbers be perceived, and Blowbody and the second constable, who came up at this time, brought similar intelligence. Effigies, donkey, lanterns, band, all had disappeared, like the crew of Comus. "Now," said Mr. Grauer, "there's only one thing more we can do. Get ye half a dozen helpers, and go in a body to Mixon Lane, and into Peter's Finger. I'm much mistaken if you don't find a clue to the perpetrators there." The rusty-jointed executors of the law mustered assistance as soon as they could, and the whole party marched off to the lane of notoriety. It was no rapid matter to get there at night, not a lamp or glimmer of any sort offering itself to light the way, except an occasional pale radiance through some window curtain, or through the chink of some door which could not be closed because of the smoky chimney within. At last they entered the inn boldly, by the till then bolted front door, after a prolonged knocking of loudness commensurate with the importance of their standing. In the settles of the large room, guyed to the ceiling by cords as usual for stability, an ordinary group sat drinking and smoking with statuesque quiet of demeanour. The landlady looked mildly at the invaders, saying in honest accents, "Good evening, gentlemen. There's plenty of room. I hope there's nothing amiss?" They looked round the room. "Surely," said Stubbard to one of the men, "I saw you by now in Corn Street. Mr. Grauer spoke to 'ee." The man, who was Charles, shook his head absently. "I've been here this last hour, hain't I, Nance?" he said to the woman who meditatively sipped her ale near him. "Faith, that you have. I came in for my quiet supper-time half-pint, and you were here then, as well as all the rest." The other constable was facing the clock-case, where he saw reflected in the glass a quick motion by the landlady. Turning sharply, he caught her closing the oven door. "Something curious about that oven, ma'am," he observed, advancing, opening it, and drawing out a tambourine. "Ah," she said apologetically, "that's what we keep here to use when there's a little quiet dancing. You see, damp weather spoils it, so I put it there to keep it dry." The constable nodded knowingly, but what he knew was nothing. Nohow could anything be elicited from this mute and inoffensive assembly. In a few minutes the investigators went out, and joining those of their auxiliaries who had been left at the door, they pursued their way elsewhither. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 40. Long before this time, Henchard, weary of his ruminations on the bridge, had repaired towards the town. When he stood at the bottom of the street, a procession burst upon his view, in the act of turning out of an alley just above him. The lanterns, horns, and multitude startled him. He saw the mounted images, and knew what it all meant. They crossed the way, entered another street, and disappeared. He turned back a few steps and was lost in grave reflection, finally wending his way homeward by the obscure riverside path. Unable to rest there, he went to his stepdaughter's lodging, and was told that Elizabeth Jane had gone to Mr. Farfrae's. Like one acting in obedience to a charm, and with a nameless apprehension, he followed in the same direction, in the hope of meeting her, the roisterers having vanished. Disappointed in this, he gave the gentlest of pulls to the door-bell, and then learnt particulars of what had occurred, together with the doctor's imperative orders that Farfrae should be brought home, and how they had set out to meet him on the Budmouth road. "But he has gone to Mellstock and Weatherbury," exclaimed Henchard, now unspeakably grieved. "Not Budmouth way at all." But, alas for Henchard, he had lost his good name. They would not believe him, taking his words but as the frothy utterances of recklessness. Though Lucetta's life seemed at that moment to depend upon her husband's return, she being in great mental agony lest he should never know the unexaggerated truth of her past relations with Henchard, no messenger was dispatched towards Weatherbury. Henchard, in a state of bitter anxiety and contrition, determined to seek Farfrae himself. To this end he hastened down the town, ran along the eastern road over Durnover Moor, up the hill beyond, and thus onward in the moderate darkness of this spring night, till he had reached a second and almost a third hill, about 3 miles distant. In Yalbury Bottom, or plain, at the foot of the hill, he listened. At first nothing beyond his own heart-throbs was to be heard but the slow wind making its moan among the masses of spruce and larch of Yalbury Wood, which clothed the heights on either hand. But presently there came the sound of light wheels whetting their felloes against the newly stoned patches of road, accompanied by the distant glimmer of lights. He knew it was Farfrae's gig descending the hill, from an indescribable personality in its noise, the vehicle having been his own till bought by the Scotchman at the sale of his effects. Henchard thereupon retraced his steps along Yalbury Plain, the gig coming up with him as its driver slackened speed between two plantations. It was a point in the highway near which the road to Mellstock branched off from the homeward direction. By diverging to that village, as he had intended to do, Farfrae might probably delay his return by a couple of hours. It soon appeared that his intention was to do so still, the light swerving towards Cuckoo Lane, the by-road aforesaid. Farfrae's off-gig lamp flashed in Henchard's face. At the same time Farfrae discerned his late antagonist. "Farfrae, Mr. Farfrae!" cried the breathless Henchard, holding up his hand. Farfrae allowed the horse to turn several steps into the branch lane before he pulled up. He then drew rein and said, "Yes," over his shoulder, as one would towards a pronounced enemy. "Come back to Casterbridge at once," Henchard said. "There's something wrong at your house, requiring your return. I've run all the way here on purpose to tell ye." Farfrae was silent, and at his silence Henchard's soul sank within him. Why had he not before this thought of what was only too obvious? He who 4 hours earlier had enticed Farfrae into a deadly wrestle stood now in the darkness of late night-time on a lonely road, inviting him to come a particular way, where an assailant might have confederates, instead of going his purposed way, where there might be a better opportunity of guarding himself from attack. Henchard could almost feel this view of things in course of passage through Farfrae's mind. "I have to go to Mellstock," said Farfrae coldly, as he loosened his reins to move on. "But," implored Henchard, "the matter is more serious than your business at Mellstock. It is your wife. She is ill. I can tell you particulars as we go along." The very agitation and abruptness of Henchard increased Farfrae's suspicion that this was a ruse to decoy him on to the next wood, where might be effectually compassed what, from policy or want of nerve, Henchard had failed to do earlier in the day. He started the horse. I know what you think, deprecated Henchard, running after, almost bowed down with despair as he perceived the image of unscrupulous villainy that he assumed in his former friend's eyes. But I am not what you think, he cried hoarsely. Believe me, Farfrae, I have come entirely on your own and your wife's account. She is in danger, I know no more, and they want you to come. Your man has gone the other way in a mistake. Oh, Farfrae, don't mistrust me. I am a wretched man, but my heart is true to you still. Farfrae, however, did distrust him utterly. He knew his wife was with child, but he had left her not long ago in perfect health, and Henchard's treachery was more credible than his story. He had in his time heard bitter ironies from Henchard's lips, and there might be ironies now. He quickened the horse's pace, and had soon risen into the high country lying between there and Mellstock, Henchard's spasmodic run after him lending yet more substance to his thought of evil purposes. The gig and its driver lessened against the sky in Henchard's eyes. His exertions for Farfrae's good had been in vain. Over this repentant sinner, at least, there was to be no joy in heaven. He cursed himself like a less scrupulous Job, as a vehement man will do when he loses self-respect, the last mental prop under poverty. To this he had come after a time of emotional darkness of which the adjoining woodland shade afforded inadequate illustration. Presently he began to walk back again along the way by which he had arrived. Farfrae should at all events have no reason for delay upon the road by seeing him there when he took his journey homeward later on. Arriving at Casterbridge, Henchard went again to Farfrae's house to make inquiries. As soon as the door opened, anxious faces confronted his from the staircase, hall, and landing, and they all said in grievous disappointment, "Oh, it is not he." The manservant, finding his mistake, had long since returned, and all hopes had centred upon Henchard. "But haven't you found him?" said the doctor. "Yes, I cannot tell 'ee," Henchard replied as he sank down on a chair within the entrance. "He can't be home for 2 hours." Said the surgeon, returning upstairs. "How is she?" asked Henchard of Elizabeth, who formed one of the group. "In great danger, father. Her anxiety to see her husband makes her fearfully restless. Poor woman, I fear they have killed her." Henchard regarded the sympathetic speaker for a few instants, as if she struck him in a new light, then, without further remark, went out of the door and onward to his lonely cottage. So much for man's rivalry, he thought. Death was to have the oyster, and Farfrae and himself the shells. But about Elizabeth Jane, in the midst of his gloom, she seemed to him as a pinpoint of light. He had liked the look on her face as she answered him from the stairs. There had been affection in it, and above all things what he desired now was affection from anything that was good and pure. She was not his own, yet for the first time he had a faint dream that he might get to like her as his own, if she would only continue to love him. Jopp was just going to bed when Henchard got home. As the latter entered the door, Jopp said, "This is rather bad about Mrs. Farfrae's illness." "Yes," said Henchard shortly, though little dreaming of Jopp's complicity in the night's harlequinade, and raising his eyes just sufficiently to observe that Jopp's face was lined with anxiety. "Somebody has called for you," continued Jopp, when Henchard was shutting himself into his own apartment. "A kind of traveller or sea captain of some sort." "Oh, who could he be?" "He seemed a well-be-doing man, had grey hair and a broadish face, but he gave no name and no message." "Nor do I gie him any attention." And saying this, Henchard closed his door. The divergence to Mellstock delayed Farfrae's return very nearly the 2 hours of Henchard's estimate. Among the other urgent reasons for his presence had been the need of his authority to send to Budmouth for a second physician, and when at length Farfrae did come back, he was in a state bordering on distraction at his misconception of Henchard's motives. A messenger was dispatched to Budmouth, late as it had grown. The night wore on, and the other doctor came in the small hours. Lucetta had been much soothed by Donald's arrival. He seldom or never left her side, and when, immediately after his entry, she had tried to lisp out to him the secret which so oppressed her, he checked her feeble words, lest talking should be dangerous, assuring her there was plenty of time to tell him everything. Up to this time he knew nothing of the Skimmington ride. The dangerous illness and miscarriage of Mrs. Farfrae was soon rumoured through the town, and an apprehensive guess having been given as to its cause by the leaders in the exploit, compunction and fear threw a dead silence over all particulars of their orgy, while those immediately around Lucetta would not venture to add to her husband's distress by alluding to the subject. What and how much Farfrae's wife ultimately explained to him of her past entanglement with Henchard when they were alone in the solitude of that sad night cannot be told. That she informed him of the bare facts of her peculiar intimacy with the corn merchant became plain from Farfrae's own statements. But in respect of her subsequent conduct, her motive in coming to Casterbridge to unite herself with Henchard, her assumed justification in abandoning him when she discovered reasons for fearing him, though in truth her inconsequent passion for another man at first sight had most to do with that abandonment, her method of reconciling to her conscience a marriage with the second when she was in a measure committed to the first. To what extent she spoke of these things remained Farfrae's secret alone. Besides the watchman who called the hours and weather in Casterbridge that night, there walked a figure up and down Corn Street hardly less frequently. It was Henchard's, whose retiring to rest had proved itself a futility as soon as attempted, and he gave it up to go hither and thither, and make inquiries about the patient every now and then. He called as much on Farfrae's account as on Lucetta's, and on Elizabeth Jane's even more than on either's. Shorn one by one of all other interests, his life seemed centering on the personality of the step-daughter whose presence but recently he could not endure. To see her on each occasion of his inquiry at Lucetta's was a comfort to him. The last of his calls was made about 4 o'clock in the morning, in the steely light of dawn. Lucifer was fading into day across Durnover Moor, the sparrows were just alighting into the street, and the hens had begun to cackle from the outhouses. When within a few yards of Farfrae's, he saw the door gently opened, and a servant raise her hand to the knocker to untie the piece of cloth which had muffled it. He went across, the sparrows in his way scarcely flying up from the road litter, so little did they believe in human aggression at so early a time. "Why do you take off that?" said Henchard. She turned in some surprise at his presence, and did not answer for an instant or two. Recognizing him, she said, "Because they may knock as loud as they will, she will never hear it any more." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 41. Henchard went home. The morning having now fully broke, he lit his fire and sat abstractedly beside it. He had not sat there long when a gentle footstep approached the house and entered the passage, a finger tapping lightly at the door. Henchard's face brightened, for he knew the motions to be Elizabeth's. She came into his room, looking wan and sad. "Have you heard?" she asked. "Mrs. Farfrae, she is dead. Yes, indeed, about an hour ago." "I know it," said Henchard. "I have but lately come in from there. It is so very good of ye, Elizabeth, to come and tell me. You must be so tired out, too, with sitting up. Now do ye bide here with me this morning. You can go and rest in the other room, and I will call you when breakfast is ready." To please him and herself, for his recent kindliness was winning a surprised gratitude from the lonely girl, she did as he bade her, and lay down on a sort of couch which Henchard had rigged up out of a settle in the adjoining room. She could hear him moving about in his preparations, but her mind ran most strongly on Lucetta, whose death in such fullness of life and amid such cheerful hopes of maternity was appallingly unexpected. Presently she fell asleep. Meanwhile her stepfather in the outer room had set the breakfast in readiness, but finding that she dozed, he would not call her. He waited on, looking into the fire and keeping the kettle boiling with housewifely care, as if it were an honour to have her in his house. In truth, a great change had come over him with regard to her, and he was developing the dream of a future lit by her filial presence, as though that way alone could happiness lie. He was disturbed by another knock at the door, and rose to open it, rather deprecating a call from anybody just then. A stoutly built man stood on the doorstep, with an alien, unfamiliar air about his figure and bearing, an air which might have been called colonial by people of cosmopolitan experience. It was the man who had asked the way at Peter's Finger. Henchard nodded and looked inquiry. "Good morning, said the stranger with profuse heartiness. "Is it Mr. Henchard I am talking to?" "My name is Henchard." "Then I've caught 'ee at home, that's right. Morning's the time for business, says I. Can I have a few words with you?" "By all means," Henchard answered, showing the way in. "You may remember me?" said his visitor, seating himself. Henchard observed him indifferently and shook his head. "Well, perhaps you may not. My name is Newson." Henchard's face and eyes seemed to die. The other did not notice it. "I know the name well," Henchard said at last, looking on the floor. "I make no doubt of that. Well, the fact is, I've been looking for 'ee this fortnight past. I landed at Havenpool and went through Casterbridge on my way to Falmouth, and when I got there they told me you had some years before been living at Casterbridge. Back came I again, and by long and by late I got here by coach 10 minutes ago. He lives down by the mill, says they, so here I am. Now, that transaction between us some 20 years agone, 'tis that I've called about. 'Twas a curious business. I was younger then than I am now, and perhaps the less said about it, in one sense, the better." "Curious business? 'Twas worse than curious. I cannot even allow that I'm the man you met then. I was not in my senses, and a man's senses are himself." "We were young and thoughtless," said Newson. "However, I've come to mend matters rather than open arguments. Poor Susan, hers was a strange experience." "It was." "She was a warm-hearted, homespun woman. She was not what they call shrewd or sharp at all. Better she had been." "She was not." "As you in all likelihood know, she was simple-minded enough to think that the sale was in a way binding. She was as guiltless a wrongdoing in that particular as a saint in the clouds." I know it. I found it out directly," said Henchard, still with averted eyes. "There lay the sting o' it to me. If she had seen it as what it was, she would never have left me. Never. But how should she be expected to know? What advantages had she? None. She could write her own name and no more. "Well, it was not in my heart to undeceive her when the deed was done," said the sailor of former days. "I thought, and there was not much vanity in thinking it, that she would be happier with me. She was fairly happy, and I never would have undeceived her till the day of her death. Your child died, she had another, and all went well. But a time came, mind me, a time always does come. A time came, it was some while after she and I and the child returned from America, when somebody she had confided her history to told her my claim to her was a mockery, and made a jest of her belief in my right. After that she was never happy with me. She pined and socked and sighed. She said she must leave me, and then came the question of our child. Then a man advised me how to act, and I did it, for I thought it was best. I left her at Falmouth and went off to sea. When I got to the other side of the Atlantic, there was a storm, and it was supposed that a lot of us, including myself, had been washed overboard. I got ashore at Newfoundland, and then I asked myself what I should do. Since I'm here, here I'll bide, I thought to myself. 'Twill be most kindness to her, now she's taken against me, to let her believe me lost, for, I thought, while she supposes us both alive, she'll be miserable. But if she thinks me dead, she'll go back to him, and the child will have a home. I've never returned to this country till a month ago, and I found that, as I supposed, she went to you, and my daughter with her. They told me in Falmouth that Susan was dead. But my Elizabeth Jane, where is she?" "Dead likewise," said Henchard doggedly. "Surely you learnt that too?" The sailor started up and took an enervated pace or two down the room. "Dead," he said in a low voice. "Then what's the use of my money to me?" Henchard, without answering, shook his head, as if that were rather a question for Newson himself than for him. "Where is she buried?" the traveller inquired. "Beside her mother," said Henchard in the same stolid tones. "When did she die?" "A year ago and more," replied the other without hesitation. The sailor continued standing. Henchard never looked up from the floor. At last Newson said, "My journey hither has been for nothing. I may as well go as I came. It has served me right. I'll trouble you no longer." Henchard heard the retreating footsteps of Newson upon the sanded floor, the mechanical lifting of the latch, the slow opening and closing of the door that was natural to a balked or dejected man. But he did not turn his head. Newson's shadow passed the window. He was gone. Then Henchard, scarcely believing the evidence of his senses, rose from his seat amazed at what he had done. It had been the impulse of a moment. The regard he had lately acquired for Elizabeth, the new-sprung hope of his loneliness that she would be to him a daughter of whom he could feel as proud as of the actual daughter she still believed herself to be, had been stimulated by the unexpected coming of Newson to a greedy exclusiveness in relation to her, so that the sudden prospect of her loss had caused him to speak mad lies like a child in pure mockery of consequences. He had expected questions to close in round him and unmask his fabrication in 5 minutes, yet such questioning had not come. But surely they would come. Newson's departure could be but momentary. He would learn all by inquiries in the town, and return to curse him and carry his last treasure away. He hastily put on his hat and went out in the direction that Newson had taken. Newson's back was soon visible up the road, crossing Bull Stake. Henchard followed and saw his visitor stop at the King's Arms, where the morning coach which had brought him waited half an hour for another coach which crossed there. The coach Newson had come by was now about to move again. Newson mounted, his luggage was put in, and in a few minutes the vehicle disappeared with him. He had not so much as turned his head. It was an act of simple faith in Henchard's words, faith so simple as to be almost sublime. The young sailor who had taken Susan Henchard on the spur of the moment and on the faith of a glance at her face more than 20 years before, was still living and acting under the form of the grizzled traveller who had taken Henchard's words on trust so absolute as to shame him as he stood. Was Elizabeth Jane to remain his by virtue of this hardy invention of a moment? Perhaps not for long, said he. Newson might converse with his fellow travellers, some of whom might be Casterbridge people, and the trick would be discovered. This probability threw Henchard into a defensive attitude, and instead of considering how best to right the wrong and acquaint Elizabeth's father with the truth at once, he bethought himself of ways to keep the position he had accidentally won. Towards the young woman herself his affection grew more jealously strong with each new hazard to which his claim to her was exposed. He watched the distant highway, expecting to see Newson return on foot, enlightened and indignant, to claim his child. But no figure appeared. Possibly he had spoken to nobody on the coach, but buried his grief in his own heart. His grief, what was it, after all, to that which he, Henchard, would feel at the loss of her? Newson's affection, cooled by years, could not equal his, who had been constantly in her presence. And thus his jealous soul speciously argued to excuse the separation of father and child. He returned to the house half expecting that she would have vanished. No, there she was, just coming out from the inner room, the marks of sleep upon her eyelids, and exhibiting a generally refreshed air. "Oh, father," she said, smiling, "I had no sooner lain down than I napped, though I did not mean to. I wonder I did not dream about poor Mrs. Farfrae, after thinking of her so, but I did not. How strange it is that we do not often dream of latest events, absorbing as they may be." "I am glad you have been able to sleep," he said, taking her hand with anxious proprietorship, an act which gave her a pleasant surprise. They sat down to breakfast, and Elizabeth Jane's thoughts reverted to Lucetta. Their sadness added charm to a countenance whose beauty had ever lain in its meditative soberness. "Father," she said, as soon as she recalled herself to the outspread meal, "it is so kind of you to get this nice breakfast with your own hands, and I idly asleep the while." "I do it every day," he replied. "You have left me, everybody has left me. How should I live but by my own hands?" "You are very lonely, are you not?" "Ay, child, to a degree that you know nothing of. It is my own fault. You are the only one who has been near me for weeks, and you will come no more." "Why do you say that? Indeed I will, if you would like to see me." Henchard signified dubiousness. Though he had so lately hoped that Elizabeth Jane might again live in his house as daughter, he would not ask her to do so now. Newson might return at any moment, and what Elizabeth would think of him for his deception, it were best to bear apart from her. When they had breakfasted, his stepdaughter still lingered, till the moment arrived at which Henchard was accustomed to go to his daily work. Then she arose, and with assurance of coming again, soon went up the hill in the morning sunlight. "At this moment her heart is as warm towards me as mine is towards her. She would live with me here in this humble cottage for the asking. Yet before the evening probably he will have come, and then she will scorn me." This reflection, constantly repeated by Henchard to himself, accompanied him everywhere through the day. His mood was no longer that of the rebellious, ironical, reckless misadventurer, but the leaden gloom of one who has lost all that can make life interesting or even tolerable. There would remain nobody for him to be proud of, nobody to fortify him, for Elizabeth Jane would soon be but as a stranger, and worse. Susan, Farfrae, Lucetta, Elizabeth, all had gone from him, one after one, either by his fault or by his misfortune. In place of them he had no interest, hobby, or desire. If he could have summoned music to his aid, his existence might even now have been borne, for with Henchard music was of regal power. The merest trumpet or organ tone was enough to move him, and high harmonies transubstantiated him. But hard fate had ordained that he should be unable to call up this divine spirit in his need. The whole land ahead of him was as darkness itself. There was nothing to come, nothing to wait for. Yet in the natural course of life he might possibly have to linger on earth another 30 or 40 years, scoffed at best pitied. The thought of it was unendurable. To the east of Casterbridge lay moors and meadows through which much water flowed. The wanderer in this direction, who should stand still for a few moments on a quiet night, might hear singular symphonies from these waters, as from a lampless orchestra, all playing in their sundry tones from near and far parts of the moor. At a hole in a rotten weir they executed a recitative. Where a tributary brook fell over a stone breastwork, they trilled cheerily. Under an arch they performed a metallic cymballing, and at Durnover Hole they hissed. The spot at which their instrumentation rose loudest was a place called 10 Hatches, whence during high springs there proceeded a very fugue of sounds. The river here was deep and strong at all times, and the hatches on this account were raised and lowered by cogs and a winch. A path led from the second bridge over the highway, so often mentioned, to these hatches, crossing the stream at their head by a narrow plank bridge. But after nightfall, human beings were seldom found going that way, the path leading only to a deep reach of the stream called Blackwater, and the passage being dangerous. Henchard, however, leaving the town by the east road, proceeded to the second or stone bridge, and thence struck into this path of solitude, following its course beside the stream, till the dark shapes of the 10 Hatches cut the sheen thrown upon the river by the weak lustre that still lingered in the west. In a second or two he stood beside the weir hole, where the water was at its deepest. He looked backwards and forwards, and no creature appeared in view. He then took off his coat and hat, and stood on the brink of the stream, with his hands clasped in front of him. While his eyes were bent on the water beneath, there slowly became visible a something floating in the circular pool formed by the wash of centuries, the pool he was intending to make his deathbed. At first it was indistinct by reason of the shadow from the bank, but it emerged thence and took shape, which was that of a human body lying stiff and stark upon the surface of the stream. In the circular current imparted by the central flow, the form was brought forward till it passed under his eyes, and then he perceived with a sense of horror that it was himself. Not a man somewhat resembling him, but one in all respects his counterpart, his actual double, was floating as if dead in 10 Hatches Hole. The sense of the supernatural was strong in this unhappy man, and he turned away as one might have done in the actual presence of an appalling miracle. He covered his eyes and bowed his head. Without looking again into the stream, he took his coat and hat, and went slowly away. Presently he found himself by the door of his own dwelling. To his surprise, Elizabeth Jane was standing there. She came forward, spoke, called him father, just as before. Newson, then, had not even yet returned. "I thought you seemed very sad this morning," she said, "so I have come again to see you. Not that I am anything but sad myself, but everybody and everything seem against you so, and I know you must be suffering." How this woman divined things, yet she had not divined their whole extremity. He said to her, "Are miracles still worked, do ye think, Elizabeth? I am not a read man. I don't know so much as I could wish. I have tried to peruse and learn all my life, but the more I try to know, the more ignorant I seem." "I don't quite think there are any miracles nowadays," she said. "No interference in the case of desperate intentions, for instance? Well, perhaps not, in a direct way, perhaps not. But will you come and walk with me, and I will show you what I mean?" She agreed willingly, and he took her over the highway and by the lonely path to 10 Hatches. He walked restlessly, as if some haunting shade, unseen of her, hovered round him and troubled his glance. She would gladly have talked of Lucetta, but feared to disturb him. When they got near the weir, he stood still and asked her to go forward and look into the pool and tell him what she saw. She went, and soon returned to him. "Nothing," she said. "Go again," said Henchard, "and look narrowly." she proceeded to the river brink a second time. On her return, after some delay, she told him that she saw something floating round and round there, but what it was she could not discern. It seemed to be a bundle of old clothes. "Are they like mine?" asked Henchard. "Well, they are. Dear me, I wonder if— Father, let us go away." "Go and look once more, and then we will get home." She went back, and he could see her stoop till her head was close to the margin of the pool. She started up and hastened back to his side. "Well," said Henchard, "what do you say now?" "Let us go home." "But tell me, do, what is floating there?" "The effigy," she answered hastily. "They must have thrown it into the river higher up amongst the willows at Blackwater, to get rid of it in their alarm at discovery by the magistrates, and it must have floated down here." "Ah, to be sure, the image o' me. But where is the other? Why that one only? That performance of theirs killed her, but kept me alive." Elizabeth Jane thought and thought of these words, "kept me alive," as they slowly retraced their way to the town, and at length guessed their meaning. "Father, I will not leave you alone like this," she cried. "May I live with you, and tend upon you, as I used to do. I do not mind your being poor. I would have agreed to come this morning, but you did not ask me." "May you come to me?" he cried bitterly. "Elizabeth, don't mock me. If you only would come." "I will," said she. "How will you forgive all my roughness in former days? You cannot." "I have forgotten it. Talk of that no more." Thus she assured him, and arranged their plans for reunion, and at length each went home. Then Henchard shaved for the first time during many days, and put on clean linen, and combed his hair, and was as a man resuscitated thenceforward. The next morning the fact turned out to be as Elizabeth Jane had stated. The effigy was discovered by a cowherd, and that of Lucetta a little higher up in the same stream. But as little as possible was said of the matter, and the figures were privately destroyed. Despite this natural solution of the mystery, Henchard no less regarded it as an intervention that the figure should have been floating there. Elizabeth Jane heard him say, "Who is such a reprobate as I? And yet it seems that even I be in somebody's hand." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 42. But the emotional conviction that he was in somebody's hand began to die out of Henchard's breast as time slowly removed into distance the event which had given that feeling birth. The apparition of Newson haunted him. He would surely return. Yet Newson did not arrive. Lucetta had been born along the churchyard path. Casterbridge had for the last time turned its regard upon her, before proceeding to its work as if she had never lived. But Elizabeth remained undisturbed in the belief of her relationship to Henchard, and now shared his home. Perhaps, after all, Newson was gone forever. In due time the bereaved Farfrae had learnt the at least proximate cause of Lucetta's illness and death, and his first impulse was naturally enough to wreak vengeance in the name of the law upon the perpetrators of the mischief. He resolved to wait till the funeral was over ere he moved in the matter. The time having come, he reflected. Disastrous as the result had been, it was obviously in no way foreseen or intended by the thoughtless crew who arranged the motley procession. The tempting prospect of putting to the blush people who stand at the head of affairs, that supreme and piquant enjoyment of those who writhe under the heel of the same, had alone animated them, so far as he could see, for he knew nothing of Jop's incitements. Other considerations were also involved. Lucetta had confessed everything to him before her death, and it was not altogether desirable to make much ado about her history, alike for her sake, for Henchard's, and for his own. To regard the event as an untoward accident seemed to Farfrae truest consideration for the dead one's memory, as well as best philosophy. Henchard and himself mutually forbore to meet. For Elizabeth's sake, the former had fettered his pride sufficiently to accept the small seed and root business which some of the town council, headed by Farfrae, had purchased to afford him a new opening. Had he been only personally concerned, Henchard without doubt would have declined assistance even remotely brought about by the man whom he had so fiercely assailed. But the sympathy of the girl seemed necessary to his very existence, and on her account pride itself wore the garments of humility. Here they settled themselves, and on each day of their lives Henchard anticipated her every wish with a watchfulness in which paternal regard was heightened by a burning jealous dread of rivalry. Yet that Newson would ever now return to Casterbridge to claim her as a daughter, there was little reason to suppose. He was a wanderer and a stranger, almost an alien. He had not seen his daughter for several years. His affection for her could not, in the nature of things, be keen. Other interests would probably soon obscure his recollections of her, and prevent any such renewal of inquiry into the past as would lead to a discovery that she was still a creature of the present. To satisfy his conscience somewhat, Henchard repeated to himself that the lie which had retained for him the coveted treasure had not been deliberately told to that end, but had come from him as the last defiant word of a despair which took no thought of consequences. Furthermore, he pleaded within himself that no Newson could love her as he loved her, or would tend her to his life's extremity as he was prepared to do cheerfully. Thus they lived on in the shop overlooking the churchyard, and nothing occurred to mark their days during the remainder of the year. Going out, but seldom, and never on a market day, they saw Donald Farfrae only at rarest intervals, and then mostly as a transitory object in the distance of the street. Yet he was pursuing his ordinary avocations, smiling mechanically to fellow tradesmen, and arguing with bargainers, as bereaved men do after a while. Time, in his own grey style, taught Farfrae how to estimate his experience of Lucetta, all that it was and all that it was not. There are men whose hearts insist upon a dogged fidelity to some image or cause thrown by chance into their keeping, long after their judgment has pronounced it no rarity, even the reverse indeed, and without them the band of the worthy is incomplete. But Farfrae was not of those. It was inevitable that the insight, briskness, and rapidity of his nature should take him out of the dead blank which his loss threw about him. He could not but perceive that by the death of Lucetta he had exchanged a looming misery for a simple sorrow. After that revelation of her history, which must have come sooner or later in any circumstances, it was hard to believe that life with her would have been productive of further happiness. But as a memory, notwithstanding such conditions, Lucetta's image still lived on with him, her weaknesses provoking only the gentlest criticism, and her sufferings attenuating wrath at her concealments to a momentary spark now and then. By the end of a year, Henchard's little retail seed and grain shop, not much larger than a cupboard, had developed its trade considerably, and the stepfather and daughter enjoyed much serenity in the pleasant, sunny corner in which it stood. The quiet bearing of one who brimmed with an inner activity characterized Elizabeth Jane at this period. She took long walks into the country 2 or 3 times a week, mostly in the direction of Budmouth. Sometimes it occurred to him that when she sat with him in the evening after those invigorating walks, she was civil rather than affectionate, and he was troubled. One more bitter regret being added to those he had already experienced at having, by his severe censorship, frozen up her precious affection when originally offered. She had her own way in everything now. In coming and going, in buying and selling, her word was law. "You have got a new muff, Elizabeth," he said to her one day quite humbly. "Yes, I bought it," she said. He looked at it again as it lay on an adjoining table. The fur was of a glossy brown, and though he was no judge of such articles, he thought it seemed an unusually good one for her to possess. "Rather costly, I suppose, my dear, was it not?" he hazarded. "It was rather above my figure," she said quietly, "but it is not showy." "Oh, no," said the netted lion, anxious not to pique her in the least. Some little time after, when the year had advanced into another spring, he paused opposite her empty bedroom in passing it. He thought of the time when she had cleared out of his then large and handsome house in Corn Street, in consequence of his dislike and harshness, and he had looked into her chamber in just the same way. The present room was much humbler, but what struck him about it was the abundance of books lying everywhere. Their number and quality made the meagre furniture that supported them seem absurdly disproportionate. Some, indeed many, must have been recently purchased, and though he encouraged her to buy in reason, he had no notion that she indulged her innate passion so extensively in proportion to the narrowness of their income. For the first time he felt a little hurt by what he thought her extravagance, and resolved to say a word to her about it. But before he had found the courage to speak, an event happened which set his thoughts flying in quite another direction. The busy time of the seed trade was over, and the quiet weeks that preceded the hay season had come, setting their special stamp upon Casterbridge by thronging the market with wood rakes, new wagons in yellow, green, and red, formidable scythes, and pitchforks of prong sufficient to skewer up a small family. Henchard, contrary to his wont, went out one Saturday afternoon towards the market-place, from a curious feeling that he would like to pass a few minutes on the spot of his former triumphs. Farfrae, to whom he was still a comparative stranger, stood a few steps below the Corn Exchange door, a usual position with him at this hour, and he appeared lost in thought about something he was looking at a little way off. Henchard's eyes followed Farfrae's, and he saw that the object of his gaze was no sample-showing farmer, but his own stepdaughter, who had just come out of a shop over the way. She, on her part, was quite unconscious of his attention, and in this was less fortunate than those young women whose very plumes, like those of Juno's bird, are set with Argus eyes whenever possible admirers are within ken. Henchard went away, thinking that perhaps there was nothing significant after all in Farfrae's look at Elizabeth Jane at that juncture. Yet he could not forget that the Scotchman had once shown a tender interest in her of a fleeting kind. Thereupon promptly came to the surface that idiosyncrasy of Henchard's which had ruled his courses from the beginning, and had mainly made him what he was. Instead of thinking that a union between his cherished stepdaughter and the energetic, thriving Donald was a thing to be desired for her good and his own, he hated the very possibility. Time had been when such instinctive opposition would have taken shape in action, but he was not now the Henchard of former days. He schooled himself to accept her will, in this as in other matters, as absolute and unquestionable. He dreaded lest an antagonistic word should lose for him such regard as he had regained from her by his devotion, feeling that to retain this under separation was better than to incur her dislike by keeping her near. But the mere thought of such separation fevered his spirit much, and in the evening he said, with the stillness of suspense, "Have you seen Mr. Farfrae to-day, Elizabeth?" Elizabeth Jane started at the question, and it was with some confusion that she replied, "No." "Oh, that's right, that's right. It was only that I saw him in the street when we both were there." He was wondering if her embarrassment justified him in a new suspicion, that the long walks which she had latterly been taking, that the new books which had so surprised him, had anything to do with the young man. She did not enlighten him, and lest silence should allow her to shape thoughts unfavourable to their present friendly relations, he diverted the discourse into another channel. Henchard was by original make the last man to act stealthily, for good or for evil. But the solicitous timor of his love, the dependence upon Elizabeth's regard into which he had declined, or, in another sense, to which he had advanced, denaturalized him. He would often weigh and consider for hours together the meaning of such and such a deed or phrase of hers, when a blunt settling question would formerly have been his first instinct. And now, uneasy at the thought of a passion for Farfrae which should entirely displace her mild filial sympathy with himself, he observed her going and coming more narrowly. There was nothing secret in Elizabeth Jane's movements beyond what habitual reserve induced, and it may at once be owned on her account that she was guilty of occasional conversations with Donald when they chanced to meet. Whatever the origin of her walks on the Budmouth road, her return from those walks was often coincident with Farfrae's emergence from Corn Street for a 20 minutes' blow on that rather windy highway, just to winnow the seeds and chaff out of him before sitting down to tea, as he said. Henchard became aware of this by going to the ring, and, screened by its enclosure, keeping his eye upon the road till he saw them meet. His face assumed an expression of extreme anguish. "Of her, too, he means to rob me," he whispered. "But he has the right. I do not wish to interfere." The meeting, in truth, was of a very innocent kind, and matters were by no means so far advanced between the young people as Henchard's jealous grief inferred. Could he have heard such conversation as passed, he would have been enlightened thus much. He, "You like walking this way, Miss Henchard, and is it not so?" uttered in his undulatory accents with an appraising, pondering gaze at her. She, "Oh, yes, I have chosen this road latterly. I have no great reason for it." He, "But that may make a reason for others." She, reddening, "I don't know that. My reason, however, such as it is that I wish to get a glimpse of the sea every day." He, "Is it a secret why?" She, reluctantly, "Yes." He, with the pathos of one of his native ballads, "Ah, I doubt there will be any good in secrets. A secret cast a deep shadow over my life, and well you know what it was." Elizabeth admitted that she did, but she refrained from confessing why the sea attracted her. She could not herself account for it fully, not knowing the secret possibly to be that, in addition to early marine associations, her blood was a sailor's. "Thank you for those new books, Mr. Farfrae," she added shyly. "I wonder if I ought to accept so many." "Aye, why not? It gives me more pleasure to get them for you than you to have them." "It cannot." They proceeded along the road together till they reached the town, and their paths diverged. Henchard vowed that he would leave them to their own devices, put nothing in the way of their courses, whatever they might mean. If he were doomed to be bereft of her, so it must be. In the situation which their marriage would create, he could see no locus standi for himself at all. Farfrae would never recognize him more than superciliously. His poverty ensured that, no less than his past conduct. And so Elizabeth would grow to be a stranger to him, and the end of his life would be friendless solitude. With such a possibility impending, he could not help watchfulness. Indeed, within certain lines, he had the right to keep an eye upon her as his charge. The meetings seemed to become matters of course with them on special days of the week. At last full proof was given him. He was standing behind a wall close to the place at which Farfrae encountered her. He heard the young man address her as "Dearest Elizabeth Jane," and then kiss her, the girl looking quickly round to assure herself that nobody was near. When they were gone their way, Henchard came out from the wall and mournfully followed them to Casterbridge. The chief looming trouble in this engagement had not decreased. Both Farfrae and Elizabeth Jane, unlike the rest of the people, must suppose Elizabeth to be his actual daughter, from his own assertion, while he himself had the same belief. and though Farfrae must have so far forgiven him as to have no objection to own him as a father-in-law, intimate they could never be. Thus would the girl, who was his only friend, be withdrawn from him by degrees through her husband's influence, and learn to despise him. Had she lost her heart to any other man in the world than the one he had rivaled, cursed, wrestled with for life in days before his spirit was broken, Henchard would have said, "I am content." But content with the prospect as now depicted was hard to acquire. There is an outer chamber of the brain in which thoughts unowned, unsolicited, and of noxious kind are sometimes allowed to wander for a moment prior to being sent off whence they came. One of these thoughts sailed into Henchard's ken now. Suppose he were to communicate to Farfrae the fact that his betrothed was not the child of Michael Henchard at all, legally nobody's child. How would that correct and leading townsman receive the information? He might possibly forsake Elizabeth Jane, and then she would be her stepsire's own again. Henchard shuddered and exclaimed, "God forbid such a thing! Why should I still be subject to these visitations of the devil when I try so hard to keep him away?" End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 43. What Henchard saw thus early was naturally enough seen at a little later date by other people. That Mr. Farfrae walked with that bankrupt Henchard's stepdaughter of all women became a common topic in the town, the simple perambulating term being used hereabout to signify a wooing. And the 19 superior young ladies of Casterbridge, who had each looked upon herself as the only woman capable of making the merchant councilman happy, indignantly left off going to the church Farfrae attended, left off conscious mannerisms, left off putting him in their prayers at night amongst their blood relations, in short, reverted to their normal courses. Perhaps the only inhabitants of the town to whom this looming choice of the Scotchman's gave unmixed satisfaction were the members of the philosophic party, which included Longways, Christopher Coney, Billy Wills, Mr. Busford, and the like. The three mariners having been, years before, the house in which they had witnessed the young man and woman's first and humble appearance on the Casterbridge stage, they took a kindly interest in their career, not unconnected perhaps with visions of festive treatment at their hands hereafter. Mrs. Stanage, having rolled into the large parlour one evening and said that it was a wonder such a man as Mr. Farfrae, a pillow of the town, who might have chosen one of the daughters of the professional men or private residents, should stoop so low, Coney ventured to disagree with her. "No, ma'am, no wonder at all. 'Tis she that's a-stooping to he, that's my opinion. A widow man whose first wife was no credit to him? What is it for a young perusing woman that's her own mistress and well liked? But as a neat patching up of things I see much good in it. When a man have put up a tomb of best marble stone to the other one, as he've done, and weeped his fill, and thought it all over, and said to hisself, 'T'other took me in, I knowed this one first, she's a sensible piece for a partner, and there's no faithful woman in high life now,' well, he may do worse than not to take her, if she's tender inclined." Thus they talked at the Mariners. But we must guard against a too liberal use of the conventional declaration that a great sensation was caused by the prospective event, that all the gossips' tongues were set wagging thereby, and so on, even though such a declaration might lend some éclat to the career of our poor only heroine. When all has been said about busy rumourers, a superficial and temporary thing is the interest of anybody in affairs which do not directly touch them. It would be a truer representation to say that Casterbridge, ever excepting the 19 young ladies, looked up for a moment at the news, and withdrawing its attention, went on labouring and victualling, bringing up its children and burying its dead, without caring a tittle for Farfrae's domestic plans.
Not a hint of the matter was thrown out to her stepfather by Elizabeth herself or by Farfrae either. Reasoning on the cause of their reticence, he concluded that, estimating him by his past, the throbbing pair were afraid to broach the subject, and looked upon him as an irksome obstacle, whom they would be heartily glad to get out of the way. Embittered as he was against society, this moody view of himself took deeper and deeper hold of Henchard, till the daily necessity of facing mankind, and of them particularly Elizabeth Jane, became well nigh more than he could endure. His health declined. He became morbidly sensitive. He wished he could escape those who did not want him and hide his head forever. But what if he were mistaken in his views, and there were no necessity that his own absolute separation from her should be involved in the incident of her marriage? He proceeded to draw a picture of the alternative, himself living like a fangless lion about the back rooms of a house in which his stepdaughter was mistress, an inoffensive old man, tenderly smiled on by Elizabeth, and good-naturedly tolerated by her husband. It was terrible to his pride to think of descending so low, and yet, for the girl's sake, he might put up with anything, even from Farfrae, even snubbings and masterful tongue-scourgings. The privilege of being in the house she occupied would almost outweigh the personal humiliation. Whether this were a dim possibility, or the reverse, the courtship, which it evidently now was, had an absorbing interest for him. Elizabeth, as has been said, often took her walks on the Budmouth road, and Farfrae as often made it convenient to create an accidental meeting with her there. 2 miles out, a quarter of a mile from the highway, was the prehistoric fort called Maydun, of huge dimensions and many ramparts, within or upon whose enclosures a human being, as seen from the road, was but an insignificant speck. Hitherward Henchard often resorted, glass in hand, and scanned the hedgeless via, for it was the original track laid out by the legions of the Empire, to a distance of 2 or 3 miles, his object being to read the progress of affairs between Farfrae and his charmer. One day Henchard was at this spot when a masculine figure came along the road from Budmouth, and lingered. Applying his telescope to his eye, Henchard expected that Farfrae's features would be disclosed as usual, but the lenses revealed that today the man was not Elizabeth Jane's lover. It was one clothed as a merchant captain, and as he turned in the scrutiny of the road, he revealed his face. Henchard lived a lifetime the moment he saw it. The face was Newson's. Henchard dropped the glass, and for some seconds made no other movement. Newson waited, and Henchard waited, if that could be called a waiting which was a transfixture. But Elizabeth Jane did not come. Something or other had caused her to neglect her customary walk that day. Perhaps Farfrae and she had chosen another road for variety's sake. But what did that amount to? She might be here tomorrow, and in any case Newson, if bent on a private meeting and a revelation of the truth to her, would soon make his opportunity. Then he would tell her not only of his paternity, but of the ruse by which he had been once sent away. Elizabeth's strict nature would cause her for the first time to despise her stepfather, would root out his image as that of an arch deceiver, and Newson would reign in her heart in his stead. But Newson did not see anything of her that morning. Having stood still a while, he at last retraced his steps, and Henchard felt like a condemned man who has a few hours' respite. When he reached his own house, he found her there. "Oh, father," she said innocently, "I have had a letter, a strange one, not signed. Somebody has asked me to meet him either on the Budmouth road at noon today or in the evening at Mr. Farfrae's. He says he came to see me some time ago, but a trick was played him,
So that he did not see me. I don't understand it, but between you and me, I think Donald is at the bottom of the mystery, and that it is a relation of his who wants to pass an opinion on his choice. But I did not like to go till I had seen you. Shall I go?" Henchard replied heavily, "Yes, go." The question of his remaining in Casterbridge was forever disposed of by this closing in of Newson on the scene. Henchard was not the man to stand the certainty of condemnation on a matter so near his heart. And being an old hand at bearing anguish in silence and haughty withal, he resolved to make as light as he could of his intentions while immediately taking his measures. He surprised the young woman whom he had looked upon as his all in this world, by saying to her, as if he did not care about her more, "I am going to leave Casterbridge, Elizabeth Jane." "Leave Casterbridge?" she cried. "And leave me?" "Yes, this little shop can be managed by you alone as well as by us both. I don't care about shops and streets and folk. I would rather get into the country by myself, out of sight, and follow my own ways, and leave you to yours." She looked down, and her tears fell silently. It seemed to her that this resolve of his had come on account of her attachment and its probable result. She showed her devotion to Farfrae, however, by mastering her emotion and speaking out. "I am sorry you have decided on this," she said with difficult firmness, "for I thought it possible, that I might marry Mr. Farfrae some little time hence, and I did not know that you disapproved of the step." "I approve of anything you desire to do, Izzy," said Henchard huskily. "If I did not approve it, it would be no matter. I wish to go away. My presence might make things awkward in the future, and in short, it is best that I go." Nothing that her affection could urge would induce him to reconsider his determination, for she could not urge what she did not know, that when she should learn he was not related to her other than as a step-parent, she would refrain from despising him, and that when she knew what he had done to keep her in ignorance, she would refrain from hating him. It was his conviction that she would not so refrain, and there existed as yet neither word nor event which could argue it away. "Then," she said at last, "you will not be able to come to my wedding, and that is not as it ought to be." "I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it," he exclaimed, adding more softly, "but think of me sometimes in your future life. You'll do that, Izzy? Think of me when you are living as the wife of the richest, the foremost man in the town, and don't let my sins, when you know them all, cause 'ee to quite forget that though I loved 'ee late, I loved 'ee well." "It is because of Donald," she sobbed. "I don't forbid you to marry him," said Henchard. "Promise not to quite forget me when—" he meant when Newson should come. She promised mechanically in her agitation, and the same evening at dusk Henchard left the town, to whose development he had been one of the chief stimulants for many years. During the day he had bought a new tool basket, cleaned up his old hay-knife and wimble, set himself up in fresh leggings, knee-naps and corduroys, and in other ways gone back to the working clothes of his young manhood, discarding for ever the shabby genteel suit of cloth and rusty silk hat that since his decline had characterized him in the Casterbridge street as a man who had seen better days. He went secretly and alone, not a soul of the many who had known him being aware of his departure. Elizabeth Jane accompanied him as far as the second bridge on the highway, for the hour of her appointment with the unguessed visitor at Farfrae's had not yet arrived, and parted from him with unfeigned wonder and sorrow, keeping him back a minute or two before finally letting him go. She watched his form diminish across the moor, the yellow rush basket at his back moving up and down with each tread, and the creases behind his knees coming and going alternately till she could no longer see them. Though she did not know it, Henchard formed at this moment much the same picture as he had presented when entering Casterbridge for the first time, nearly a quarter of a century before, except, to be sure, that the serious addition to his years had considerably lessened the spring to his stride, that his state of hopelessness had weakened him and imparted to his shoulders, as weighted by the basket, a perceptible bend. He went on till he came to the first milestone, which stood in the bank halfway up a steep hill. He rested his basket on the top of the stone, placed his elbows on it, and gave way to a convulsive twitch, which was worse than a sob, because it was so hard and so dry. "If I had only got her with me, if I only had," he said. "Hard work would be nothing to me then, but that was not to be. I, Cain, go alone as I deserve, an outcast and a vagabond, but my punishment is not greater than I can bear." He sternly subdued his anguish, shouldered his basket, and went on. Elizabeth, in the meantime, had breathed him a sigh, recovered her equanimity, and turned her face to Casterbridge. Before she had reached the first house, she was met in her walk by Donald Farfrae. This was evidently not their first meeting that day. They joined hands without ceremony, and Farfrae anxiously asked, "And is he gone? And did you tell him? I mean, of the other matter, not of ours." "He is gone, and I told him all I knew of your friend. Donald, who is he?" "Well, well, dearie, you will know soon about that. And Mr. Henchard will hear of it if he does not go far." "He will go far. He's bent upon getting out of sight and sound." She walked beside her lover, and when they reached the crossways, or bow, turned with him into Corn Street instead of going straight on to her own door. At Farfrae's house they stopped and went in. Farfrae flung open the door of the ground-floor sitting-room, saying, "There he is waiting for you," and Elizabeth entered. In the armchair sat the broad-faced, genial man who had called on Henchard on a memorable morning between 1 and 2 years before this time, and whom the latter had seen mount the coach and depart within half an hour of his arrival. It was Richard Newson. The meeting with the light-hearted father, from whom she had been separated half a dozen years, as if by death, need hardly be detailed. It was an affecting one, apart from the question of paternity. Henchard's departure was in a moment explained. When the true facts came to be handled, the difficulty of restoring her to her old belief in Newson was not so great as might have seemed likely, for Henchard's conduct itself was a proof that those facts were true. Moreover, she had grown up under Newson's paternal care, and even had Henchard been her father in nature, this father in early domiciliation might almost have carried the point against him when the incidents of her parting with Henchard had a little worn off. Newson's pride in what she had grown up to be was more than he could express. He kissed her again and again. "I've saved you the trouble to come and meet me, ha!" said Newson. "The fact is that Mr. Farfrae here, he said, 'Come up and stop with me for a day or two, Captain Newson, and I'll bring her round.' 'Faith,' says I, 'so I will,' and here I am." "Well, Henchard is gone," said Farfrae, shutting the door. "He has done it all voluntarily, and, as I gather from Elizabeth, he has been very nice with her. I was got rather uneasy, but all is as it should be, and we will have no more difficulties at all." "Now that's very much as I thought," said Newson, looking into the face of each by turns. "I said to myself, 100 times, when I tried to get a peep at her unknown to herself, 'Depend upon it, 'tis best that I should live on quiet for a few days like this, till something turns up for the better.' I now know you are all right, and what can I wish for more?" "Well, Captain Newson, I will be glad to see ye here every day now, since it can do no harm," said Farfrae. And what I've been thinking is that the wedding may as well be kept under my own roof, the house being large and you being in lodgings by yourself, so that a great deal of trouble and expense would be saved ye, and 'tis a convenience when a couple's married not to hae far to go to get home. With all my heart, said Captain Newson, since, as ye say, it can do no harm, now poor Henchard's gone, though I wouldn't have done it otherwise, or put myself in his way at all, for I've already in my lifetime been an intruder into his family quite as far as politeness can be expected to put up with. But what do the young woman say herself about it? Elizabeth, my child, come and hearken to what we be talking about, and not bide staring out of the window as if ye didn't hear. Donald and you must settle it, murmured Elizabeth, still keeping up a scrutinizing gaze at some small object in the street. Well, then, continued Newson, turning anew to Farfrae with a face expressing thorough entry into the subject, that's how we'll have it. And, Mr. Farfrae, as you provide so much, and house-room and all that, I'll do my part in the drinkables, and see to the rum and skeedum. Maybe a dozen jars will be sufficient, as many of the folk will be ladies, and perhaps they won't drink hard enough to make a high average in the reckoning. But you know best. I've provided for men and shipmates times enough, but I'm as ignorant as a child how many glasses of grog a woman that's not a drinking woman is expected to consume at these ceremonies. Oh, none. We'll no want much of that. Oh, no, said Farfrae, shaking his head with appalled gravity. Do you leave all to me. When they had gone a little further in these particulars, Newson, leaning back in his chair and smiling reflectively at the ceiling, said, I've never told ye, or have I, Mr. Farfrae, how Henchard put me off the scent that time? He expressed ignorance of what the captain alluded to. Ah, I thought I hadn't. I resolved that I would not, I remember, not to hurt the man's name. But now he's gone, I can tell ye. Why, I came to Casterbridge 9 or 10 months before that day last week that I found ye out. I had been here twice before then. The first time I passed through the town on my way westward, not knowing Elizabeth lived here. Then, hearing at some place, I forget where, that a man of the name of Henchard had been mayor here, I came back, and called at his house one morning. The old rascal, he said Elizabeth Jane had died years ago. Elizabeth now gave earnest heed to his story. Now, it never crossed my mind that the man was selling me a packet, continued Newson. And, if you'll believe me, I was that upset that I went back to the coach that had brought me and took passage onward without lying in the town half an hour. 'Twas a good joke, and well carried out, and I give the man credit for it. Elizabeth Jane was amazed at the intelligence. A joke? Oh, no, she cried. Then he kept you from me, father, all those months, when you might have been here. The father admitted that such was the case. He ought not to have done it, said Farfrae. Elizabeth sighed. I said I would never forget him, but, oh, I think I ought to forget him now. Newson, like a good many rovers and sojourners among strange men and strange moralities, failed to perceive the enormity of Henchard's crime, notwithstanding that he himself had been the chief sufferer therefrom. Indeed, the attack upon the absent culprit waxing serious, he began to take Henchard's part. Well, 'twas not 10 words that he said, after all, Newson pleaded. And how could he know that I should be such a simpleton as to believe him? 'Twas as much my fault as his, poor fellow. No, said Elizabeth Jane firmly in her revulsion of feeling. He knew your disposition. You always were so trusting, father. I've heard my mother say so hundreds of times, and he did it to wrong you. After weaning me from you these 5 years by saying he was my father, he should not have done this. Thus they conversed, and there was nobody to set before Elizabeth any extenuation of the absent one's deceit. Even had he been present, Henchard might scarce have pleaded it, so little did he value himself or his good name. Well, well, never mind, it is all over and past, said Newson good-naturedly. Now, about this wedding again. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 44. Meanwhile, the man of their talk had pursued his solitary way eastward till weariness overtook him, and he looked about for a place of rest. His heart was so exacerbated at parting from the girl that he could not face an inn, or even a household of the most humble kind, and, entering a field, he lay down under a wheat-rick, feeling no want of food. The very heaviness of his soul caused him to sleep profoundly. The bright autumn sun shining into his eyes across the stubble awoke him the next morning early. He opened his basket and ate for his breakfast what he had packed for his supper, and in doing so overhauled the remainder of his kit. Although everything he brought necessitated carriage at his own back, he had secreted among his tools a few of Elizabeth Jane's cast-off belongings, in the shape of gloves, shoes, a scrap of her handwriting, and the like, and in his pocket he carried a curl of her hair. Having looked at these things, he closed them up again and went onward. During 5 consecutive days, Henchard's rush basket rode along upon his shoulder between the highway hedges, the new yellow of the rushes catching the eye of an occasional field labourer as he glanced through the quickset, together with the wayfarer's hat and head and down-turned face, over which the twig shadows moved in endless procession. It now became apparent that the direction of his journey was Weydon Priors, which he reached on the afternoon of the 6th day. The renowned hill, whereon the annual fair had been held for so many generations, was now bare of human beings, and almost of aught besides. A few sheep grazed thereabout, but these ran off when Henchard halted upon the summit. He deposited his basket upon the turf, and looked about with sad curiosity, till he discovered the road by which his wife and himself had entered on the upland so memorable to both 25 years before. "Yes, we came up that way," he said, after ascertaining his bearings. "She was carrying the baby, and I was reading a ballot sheet. Then we crossed about here, she so sad and weary, and I speaking to her hardly at all, because of my cursed pride and mortification at being poor. Then we saw the tent. That must have stood more this way." He walked to another spot. It was not really where the tent had stood, but it seemed so to him. "Here we went in, and here we sat down. I faced this way. Then I drank and committed my crime. It must have been just on that very pixie ring that she was standing when she said her last words to me before going off with him. I can hear their sound now, and the sound of her sobs. Oh, Mike, I've lived with thee all this while, and had nothing but temper. Now I'm no more to 'ee. I'll try my luck elsewhere." He experienced not only the bitterness of a man who finds, in looking back upon an ambitious course, that what he has sacrificed in sentiment was worth as much as what he has gained in substance, but the superadded bitterness of seeing his very recantation nullified. He had been sorry for all this long ago, but his attempts to replace ambition by love had been as fully foiled as his ambition itself. His wronged wife had foiled them by a fraud so grandly simple as to be almost a virtue. It was an odd sequence that out of all this tampering with social law came that flower of nature, Elizabeth. Part of his wish to wash his hands of life arose from his perception of its contrarious inconsistencies, of nature's jaunty readiness to support unorthodox social principles. He intended to go on from this place, visited as an act of penance, into another part of the country altogether. But he could not help thinking of Elizabeth, and the quarter of the horizon in which she lived. Out of this it happened that the centrifugal tendency imparted by weariness of the world was counteracted by the centripetal influence of his love for his step-daughter.
As a consequence, instead of following a straight course yet further away from Casterbridge, Henchard gradually, almost unconsciously, deflected from that right line of his first intention, till, by degrees, his wandering, like that of the Canadian woodsman, became part of a circle of which Casterbridge formed the centre. In ascending any particular hill, he ascertained the bearings as nearly as he could, by means of the sun, moon, or stars, and settled in his mind the exact direction in which Casterbridge and Elizabeth Jane lay. Sneering at himself for his weakness, he yet every hour, nay, every few minutes, conjectured her actions for the time being, her sitting down and rising up, her goings and comings, till thought of Newson's and Farfrae's counter-influence would pass like a cold blast over a pool and efface her image. And then he would say to himself, "Oh, you fool, all this about a daughter who is no daughter of thine." At length he obtained employment at his own occupation of hay-trusser, work of that sort being in demand at this autumn time. The scene of his hiring was a pastoral farm near the old western highway, whose course was the channel of all such communications as passed between the busy centres of novelty and the remote Wessex boroughs. He had chosen the neighbourhood of this artery from a sense that, situated here, though at a distance of 50 miles, he was virtually nearer to her whose welfare was so dear, than he would be at a roadless spot only half as remote. And thus Henchard found himself again on the precise standing which he had occupied a quarter of a century before. Externally, there was nothing to hinder his making another start on the upward slope, and by his new lights achieving higher things than his soul in its half-formed state had been able to accomplish. But the ingenious machinery contrived by the gods for reducing human possibilities of amelioration to a minimum, which arranges that wisdom to do shall come pari passu with the departure of zest for doing, stood in the way of all that. He had no wish to make an arena a second time of a world that had become a mere painted scene to him. Very often, as his hay-knife crunched down among the sweet-smelling grassy stems, he would survey mankind and say to himself, "Here and everywhere be folk dying before their time like frosted leaves, though wanted by their families, the country, and the world, while I, an outcast, an encumberer of the ground, wanted by nobody and despised by all, live on against my will." He often kept an eager ear upon the conversation of those who passed along the road, not from a general curiosity by any means, but in the hope that among these travellers between Casterbridge and London, some would, sooner or later, speak of the former place. The distance, however, was too great to lend much probability to his desire, and the highest result of his attention to wayside words was that he did indeed hear the name Casterbridge uttered one day by the driver of a road wagon. Henchard ran to the gate of the field he worked in and hailed the speaker, who was a stranger. "Yes, I've come from there, maester," he said in answer to Henchard's inquiry. "I trade up and down, ye know, though what with this travelling without horses that's getting so common, my work will soon be done." "Anything moving in the old place, mid I ask?" "All the same as usual." "I've heard that Mr. Farfrae, the late mayor, is thinking of getting married. Now, is that true or not?" "I couldn't say for the life of me. Oh, no, I should think not." "But yes, John, you forget," said a woman inside the wagon tilt. "What were them packages we carried there at the beginning of the week? Surely they said a wedding was coming off soon, on Martin's Day." The man declared he remembered nothing about it, and the wagon went on jangling over the hill. Henchard was convinced that the woman's memory served her well. The date was an extremely probable one, there being no reason for delay on either side. He might, for that matter, write and inquire of Elizabeth, but his instinct for sequestration had made the course difficult. Yet, Before he left her, she had said that for him to be absent from her wedding was not as she wished it to be. The remembrance would continually revive in him now that it was not Elizabeth and Farfrae who had driven him away from them, but his own haughty sense that his presence was no longer desired. He had assumed the return of Newson without absolute proof that the captain meant to return, still less that Elizabeth Jane would welcome him, and with no proof whatever that if he did return he would stay. What if he had been mistaken in his views? If there had been no necessity that his own absolute separation from her he loved should be involved in these untoward incidents? To make one more attempt to be near her, to go back, to see her, to plead his cause before her, to ask forgiveness for his fraud, to endeavor strenuously to hold his own in her love, it was worth the risk of repulse, aye, of life itself. But how to initiate this reversal of all his former resolves without causing husband and wife to despise him for his inconsistency was a question which made him tremble and brood. He cut and cut his trusses 2 days more, and then he concluded his hesitancies by a sudden reckless determination to go to the wedding festivity. Neither writing nor message would be expected of him. She had regretted his decision to be absent. His unanticipated presence would fill the little unsatisfied corner that would probably have place in her just heart without him. To intrude as little of his personality as possible upon a gay event with which that personality could show nothing in keeping, he decided not to make his appearance till evening, when stiffness would have worn off, and a gentle wish to let bygones be bygones would exercise its sway in all hearts. He started on foot 2 mornings before St. Martin's tide, allowing himself about 16 miles to perform for each of the 3 days' journey, reckoning the wedding day as one. There were only 2 towns, Melchester and Shottsford, of any importance along his course, and at the latter he stopped on the 2nd night, not only to rest, but to prepare himself for the next evening. Possessing no clothes but the working suit he stood in, now stained and distorted by their 2 months of hard usage, he entered a shop to make some purchases which should put him, externally at any rate, a little in harmony with the prevailing tone of the morrow. A rough yet respectable coat and hat, a new shirt and neckcloth were the chief of these, and having satisfied himself that, in appearance at least, he would not now offend her, he proceeded to the more interesting particular of buying her some present. What should that present be? He walked up and down the street, regarding dubiously the display in the shop windows, from a gloomy sense that what he might most like to give her would be beyond his miserable pocket. At length, a caged goldfinch met his eye. The cage was a plain and small one, the shop humble, and on inquiry he concluded he could afford the modest sum asked. A sheet of newspaper was tied round the little creature's wire prison, and with the wrapped-up cage in his hand, Henchard sought a lodging for the night. Next day he set out upon the last stage, and was soon within the district which had been his dealing ground in bygone years. Part of the distance he travelled by carrier, seating himself in the darkest corner at the back of that trader's van, and as the other passengers, mainly women going short journeys, mounted and alighted in front of Henchard, they talked over much local news, not the least portion of this being the wedding then in course of celebration at the town they were nearing. It appeared from their accounts that the town band had been hired for the evening party, and, lest the convivial instincts of that body should get the better of their skill, the further step had been taken of engaging the string band from Budmouth, so that there would be a reserve of harmony to fall back upon in case of need. He heard, however, but few particulars beyond those known to him already. the incident of the deepest interest on the journey being the soft pealing of the Casterbridge bells, which reached the travellers' ears while the van paused on the top of Yalbury Hill to have the drag lowered. The time was just after 12 o'clock. Those notes were a signal that all had gone well, that there had been no slip twixt cup and lip in this case, that Elizabeth Jane and Donald Farfrae were man and wife. Henchard did not care to ride any further with his chattering companions after hearing this sound. Indeed, it quite unmanned him, and in pursuance of his plan of not showing himself in Casterbridge Street till evening, lest he should mortify Farfrae and his bride, he alighted here, with his bundle and bird-cage, and was soon left as a lonely figure on the broad white highway. It was the hill near which he had waited to meet Farfrae almost 2 years earlier, to tell him of the serious illness of his wife Lucetta. The place was unchanged, the same larches sighed the same notes, but Farfrae had another wife, and, as Henchard knew, a better one. He only hoped that Elizabeth Jane had obtained a better home than had been hers at the former time. He passed the remainder of the afternoon in a curious, high-strung condition, unable to do much but think of the approaching meeting with her, and sadly satirize himself for his emotions thereon as a Samson shorn. Such an innovation on Casterbridge customs as a flitting of bridegroom and bride from the town immediately after the ceremony was not likely, but if it should have taken place, he would wait till their return. To assure himself on this point, he asked a market man when near the borough if the newly married couple had gone away, and was promptly informed that they had not. They were at that hour, according to all accounts, entertaining a houseful of guests at their home in Corn Street. Henchard dusted his boots, washed his hands at the riverside, and proceeded up the town under the feeble lamps. He need have made no inquiries beforehand, for on drawing near Farfrae's residence, it was plain to the least observant that festivity prevailed within, and that Donald himself shared it, his voice being distinctly audible in the street, giving strong expression to a song of his dear native country that he loved so well as never to have revisited it. Idlers were standing on the pavement in front, and wishing to escape the notice of these, Henchard passed quickly on to the door. It was wide open, the hall was lighted extravagantly, and people were going up and down the stairs. His courage failed him. To enter footsore, laden, and poorly dressed into the midst of such resplendency was to bring needless humiliation upon her he loved, if not to court repulse from her husband. Accordingly, he went round into the street at the back that he knew so well, entered the garden, and came quietly into the house through the kitchen, temporarily depositing the bird and cage under a bush outside to lessen the awkwardness of his arrival. Solitude and sadness had so immolated Henchard that he now feared circumstances he would formerly have scorned, and he began to wish that he had not taken upon himself to arrive at such a juncture. However, his progress was made unexpectedly easy by his discovering, alone in the kitchen, an elderly woman who seemed to be acting as provisional housekeeper during the convulsions from which Farfrae's establishment was just then suffering. She was one of those people whom nothing surprises, and though to her, a total stranger, his request must have seemed odd, she willingly volunteered to go up and inform the master and mistress of the house that a humble old friend had come. On second thought, she said that he had better not wait in the kitchen, but come up into the little back parlour, which was empty. He thereupon followed her thither, and she left him. Just as she got across the landing to the door of the best parlour, a dance was struck up, and she returned to say that she would wait till that was over before announcing him, Mr. and Mrs. Farfrae having both joined in the figure. The door of the front room had been taken off its hinges to give more space, and that of the room Henchard sat in being ajar, he could see fractional parts of the dancers whenever their gyrations brought them near the doorway, chiefly in the shape of the skirts of dresses and streaming curls of hair, together with about 3/5 of the band in profile, including the restless shadow of a fiddler's elbow and the tip of the bass viol bow. The gaiety jarred upon Henchard's spirits, and he could not quite understand why Farfrae, a much sobered man and a widower who had had his trials, should have cared for it all, notwithstanding the fact that he was quite a young man still, and quickly kindled to enthusiasm by dance and song. That the quiet Elizabeth, who had long ago appraised life at a moderate value, and who knew, in spite of her maidenhood, that marriage was as a rule no dancing matter, should have had zest for this revelry, surprised him still more. However, young people could not be quite old people, he concluded, and custom was omnipotent. With the progress of the dance, the performers spread out somewhat, and then, for the first time, he caught a glimpse of the once despised daughter who had mastered him and made his heart ache. She was in a dress of white silk or satin, he was not near enough to say which, snowy white, without a tinge of milk or cream, and the expression of her face was one of nervous pleasure rather than of gaiety. Presently Farfrae came round, his exuberant Scotch movement making him conspicuous in a moment. The pair were not dancing together, but Henchard could discern that whenever the chances of the figure made them the partners of a moment, their emotions breathed a much subtler essence than at other times. By degrees, Henchard became aware that the measure was trod by someone who out-Farfraed Farfrae in saltatory intenseness. This was strange, and it was stranger to find that the eclipsing personage was Elizabeth Jane's partner. The first time that Henchard saw him, he was sweeping grandly round, his head quivering and low down, his legs in the form of an X, and his back towards the door. The next time he came round in the other direction, his white waistcoat preceding his face, and his toes preceding his white waistcoat. That happy face, Henchard's complete discomfiture lay in it. It was Newson's, who had indeed come and supplanted him. Henchard pushed to the door, and for some seconds made no other movement. He rose to his feet and stood like a dark ruin, obscured by the shade from his own soul upthrown. But he was no longer the man to stand these reverses unmoved. His agitation was great, and he would fain have been gone, but before he could leave, the dance had ended. The housekeeper had informed Elizabeth Jane of the stranger who awaited her, and she entered the room immediately. "Oh, it is Mr. Henchard," she said, starting back. "What, Elizabeth!" he cried, as he seized her hand. "What do you say? Mr. Henchard? Don't scourge me like that. Call me worthless old Henchard, anything, but don't he be so cold as this. Oh, my maid, I see you have another, a real father, in my place. Then you know all, but don't give all your thoughts to him. Do ye save a little room for me." She flushed up and gently drew her hand away. "I could have loved you always. I would have, gladly," she said. "But how can I, when I know you have deceived me so bitterly deceived me? You persuaded me that my father was not my father, allowed me to live on in ignorance of the truth for years, and then when he, my warm-hearted real father, came to find me, cruelly sent him away with the wicked invention of my death, which nearly broke his heart. Oh, how can I love as I once did a man who has served us like this?" Henchard's lips half parted to begin an explanation, but he shut them up like a vice, and uttered not a sound. How should he, there and then, set before her with any effect the palliatives of his great faults, that he had himself been deceived in her identity at first, till informed by her mother's letter that his own child had died, that, in the second accusation, his lie had been the last desperate throw of a gamester who loved her affection better than his own honour. Among the many hindrances to such a pleading, not the least was this, that he did not sufficiently value himself to lessen his sufferings by strenuous appeal or elaborate argument. Waiving, therefore, his privilege of self-defence, he regarded only his discomposure. "Don't ye distress yourself on my account," he said with proud superiority. "I would not wish it, at such a time, too, as this. I have done wrong in coming to 'ee. I see my error, but it is only for once, so forgive it. I'll never trouble 'ee again, Elizabeth Jane. No, not to my dying day. Good night. Good-bye." Then, before she could collect her thoughts, Henchard went out from her rooms and departed from the house by the back way as he had come, and she saw him no more. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Pirie. Chapter 45. It was about a month after the day which closed as in the last chapter. Elizabeth Jane had grown accustomed to the novelty of her situation, and the only difference between Donald's movements now and formerly was that he hastened indoors rather more quickly after business hours than he had been in the habit of doing for some time. Newson had stayed in Casterbridge 3 days after the wedding party, whose gaiety, as might have been surmised, was of his making rather than of the married couple's, and was stared at and honoured as became the returned Crusoe of the hour. But whether or not because Casterbridge was difficult to excite by dramatic returns and disappearances, through having been for centuries an assize town, in which sensational exits from the world, antipodean absences, and such like, were half-yearly occurrences, the inhabitants did not altogether lose their equanimity on his account. On the 4th morning he was discovered disconsolately climbing a hill in his craving to get a glimpse of the sea from somewhere or other. The contiguity of salt water proved to be such a necessity of his existence that he preferred Budmouth as a place of residence, notwithstanding the society of his daughter in the other town. Thither he went, and settled in lodgings in a green-shuttered cottage, which had a bow window jutting out sufficiently to afford glimpses of a vertical strip of blue sea to anyone opening the sash and leaning forward far enough to look through a narrow lane of tall intervening houses. Elizabeth Jane was standing in the middle of her upstairs parlour, critically surveying some rearrangement of articles with her head to one side, when the housemaid came in with the announcement, "Oh, please, ma'am, we know now how that bird-cage came there." In exploring her new domain during the first week of residence, gazing with critical satisfaction on this cheerful room and that, penetrating cautiously into dark cellars, sallying forth with gingerly tread to the garden, now leaf-strewn by autumn winds, and thus, like a wise field-marshal estimating the capabilities of the site whereon she was about to open her housekeeping campaign, Mrs. Donald Farfrae had discovered, in a screened corner, a new bird-cage, shrouded in newspaper, and at the bottom of the cage a little ball of feathers, the dead body of a goldfinch. Nobody could tell her how the bird and cage had come there, though that the poor little songster had been starved to death was evident. The sadness of the incident had made an impression on her. She had not been able to forget it for days, despite Farfrae's tender banter, and now, when the matter had been nearly forgotten, it was again revived. "Oh, please, ma'am, we know how the bird-cage came there. That farmer's man who called on the evening of the wedding, he was seen wi' it in his hand as he came up the street, and 'tis thoughted that he put it down while he came in with his message, and then went away forgetting where he had left it." This was enough to set Elizabeth thinking, and in thinking she seized hold of the idea, at one feminine bound, that the caged bird had been brought by Henchard for her as a wedding gift and token of repentance. He had not expressed to her any regrets or excuses for what he had done in the past, but it was a part of his nature to extenuate nothing and live on as one of his own worst accusers. She went out, looked at the cage, buried the starved little singer, and from that hour her heart softened towards the self-alienated man. When her husband came in, she told him her solution of the bird-cage mystery, and begged Donald to help her in finding out as soon as possible whither Henchard had banished himself, that she might make her peace with him, try to do something to render his life less that of an outcast and more tolerable to him. Although Farfrae had never so passionately liked Henchard as Henchard had liked him, he had, on the other hand, never so passionately hated in the same direction as his former friend had done, and he was therefore not the least indisposed to assist Elizabeth Jane in her laudable plan. But it was by no means easy to set about discovering Henchard. He had apparently sunk into the earth on leaving Mr. and Mrs. Farfrae's door. Elizabeth Jane remembered what he had once attempted, and trembled. But though she did not know it, Henchard had become a changed man since then, as far, that is, as change of emotional basis can justify such a radical phrase, and she needed not to fear. In a few days Farfrae's inquiries elicited that Henchard had been seen by one who knew him walking steadily along the Melchester highway eastward at 12 o'clock at night, in other words, retracing his steps on the road by which he had come. This was enough, and the next morning Farfrae might have been discovered driving his gig out of Casterbridge in that direction, Elizabeth Jane sitting beside him, wrapped in a thick flat fur, the Victorine of the period, her complexion somewhat richer than formerly, and an incipient matronly dignity, which the serene Minerva eyes of one whose gestures beamed with mind made becoming, settling on her face. Having herself arrived at a promising haven from at least the grosser troubles of her life, her object was to place Henchard in some similar quietude before he should sink into that lower stage of existence which was only too possible to him now. After driving along the highway for a few miles, they made further inquiries and learnt of a road-mender who had been working thereabouts for weeks, that he had observed such a man at the time mentioned. He had left the Melchester coach road at Weatherbury by a forking highway which skirted the north of Egdon Heath. Into this road they directed the horse's head, and soon were bowling across that ancient country, whose surface never had been stirred to a finger's depth, save by the scratchings of rabbits since brushed by the feet of the earliest tribes. The tumuli these had left behind, dun and shagged with heather, jutted roundly into the sky from the uplands, as though they were the full breasts of Diana Multimammia supinely extended there. They searched Egdon, but found no Henchard. Farfrae drove onward, and by the afternoon reached the neighbourhood of some extension of the heath to the north of Anglebury, a prominent feature of which, in the form of a blasted clump of firs on a summit of a hill, they soon passed under. That the road they were following had, up to this point, been Henchard's track on foot, they were pretty certain, but the ramifications which now began to reveal themselves in the route made further progress in the right direction a matter of pure guesswork, and Donald strongly advised his wife to give up the search in person and trust to other means for obtaining news of her stepfather. They were now a score of miles at least from home, but by resting the horse for a couple of hours at a village they had just traversed, it would be possible to get back to Casterbridge that same day, while to go much further afield would reduce them to the necessity of camping out for the night, and that will make a hole in a sovereign, said Farfrae. She pondered the position, and agreed with him. He accordingly drew rein, but before reversing their direction paused a moment,
and looked vaguely round upon the wide country which the elevated position disclosed. While they looked, a solitary human form came from under the clump of trees and crossed ahead of them. The person was some labourer. His gait was shambling, his regard fixed in front of him as absolutely as if he wore blinkers, and in his hand he carried a few sticks. Having crossed the road, he descended into a ravine where a cottage revealed itself, which he entered. "If it were not so far away from Casterbridge, I should say that must be poor Whittle. 'Tis just like him," observed Elizabeth Jane. "And it may be Whittle, for he's never been to the yard these 3 weeks, going away without saying any word at all, and I owing him for 2 days' work, without knowing who to pay it to." The possibility led them to alight, and at least make an inquiry at the cottage. Farfrae hitched the reins to the gate-post, and they approached what was, of humble dwellings, surely the humblest. The walls, built of kneaded clay, originally faced with a trowel, had been worn by years of rain-washings to a lumpy, crumbling surface, channeled and sunken from its plane, its grey rents held together here and there by a leafy strap of ivy, which could scarcely find substance enough for the purpose. The rafters were sunken, and the thatch of the roof in ragged holes. Leaves from the fence had been blown into the corners of the doorway, and lay there undisturbed. The door was ajar. Farfrae knocked, and he who stood before them was Whittle, as they had conjectured. His face showed marks of deep sadness, his eyes lighting on them with an unfocused gaze, and he still held in his hand the few sticks he had been out to gather. As soon as he recognized them, he started. "What, Abel Whittle, is it that ye are here?" said Farfrae. "Aye, yes, sir. You see, he was kind-like to mother when she were here below, though he was rough to me." "Who are you talking of?" "Oh, sir, Mr. Henchard. Didn't you know it? He's just gone, about half an hour ago, by the sun, for I've got no watch to my name." "Not dead?" faltered Elizabeth Jane. "Yes, ma'am, he's gone. He was kind-like to mother when she were here below, sending her the best ship coal and hardly any ashes from it at all, and taties and such like that were very needful to her. I seed en go down street on the night o' your worshipful's wedding to the lady at your side, and I thought he looked low and faltering, and I followed en over Gray's Bridge, and he turned and zeed me and said, 'You go back.' But I followed, and he turned again and said, 'Do you hear, sir? Go back.' But I zeed that he was low, and I followed on still. Then he said, 'Whittle, what do ye follow me for when I've told ye to go back all these times?' And I said, 'Because, sir, I see things be bad with ye, and ye were kind-like to mother if you were rough to me, and I would fain be kind-like to you.' Then he walked on, and I followed, and he never complained at me no more. We walked on like that all night, and in the blue o' the morning, when 'twas hardly day, I looked ahead o' me, and I zeed that he wambled and could hardly drag along. By the time we had got past here, but I had seen that this house was empty as I went by, and I got him to come back, and I took down the boards from the windows and helped him inside. 'What, Whittle,' he said, 'and can ye really be such a poor fond fool as to care for such a wretch as I?' Then I went on further, and some neighbourly woodmen lent me a bed and a chair and a few other traps, and we brought him here and made him as comfortable as we could. But he didn't gain strength, for you see, ma'am, he couldn't eat, no appetite at all, and he got weaker, and today he died. One of the neighbours have gone to get a man to measure him." "Dear me, is that so?" said Farfrae. As for Elizabeth, she said nothing. "Upon the head of his bed he pinned a piece of paper with some writing upon it," continued Abel Whittle. "But not being a man of letters, I can't read writing, so I don't know what it is. I can get it and show ye." They stood in silence while he ran into the cottage, returning in a moment with a crumpled scrap of paper. On it there was pencilled as follows: Michael Henchard's will. that Elizabeth Jane Farfrae be not told of my death, or made to grieve on account of me, and that I be not buried in consecrated ground, and that no sexton be asked to toll the bell, and that nobody is wished to see my dead body, and that no mourners walk behind me at my funeral, and that no flowers be planted on my grave, and that no man remember me. To this I put my name, Michael Henchard. "What are we to do?" said Donald when he had handed the paper to her. She could not answer distinctly. "Oh, Donald," she cried at last through her tears, "what bitterness lies there! Oh, I would not have minded so much if it had not been for my unkindness at that last parting. But there's no altering, so it must be." What Henchard had written in the anguish of his dying was respected as far as practicable by Elizabeth Jane, though less from a sense of the sacredness of last words as such, than from her independent knowledge that the man who wrote them meant what he said. She knew the directions to be a piece of the same stuff that his whole life was made of, and hence were not to be tampered with to give herself a mournful pleasure, or her husband credit for large-heartedness. All was over at last, even her regrets for having misunderstood him on his last visit, for not having searched him out sooner, though these were deep and sharp for a good while. From this time forward Elizabeth Jane found herself in a latitude of calm weather, kindly and grateful in itself, and doubly so after the Capharnaum in which some of her preceding years had been spent. As the lively and sparkling emotions of her early married life cohered into an equable serenity, the finer movements of her nature found scope in discovering to the narrow-lived ones around her the secret, as she had once learnt it, of making limited opportunities endurable, which she deemed to consist in the cunning enlargement, by a species of microscopic treatment, of those minute forms of satisfaction that offer themselves to everybody not in positive pain, which, thus handled, have much of the same inspiring effect upon life as wider interests cursorily embraced. Her teaching had a reflex action upon herself, insomuch that she thought she could perceive no great personal difference between being respected in the nether parts of Casterbridge and glorified at the uppermost end of the social world. Her position was, indeed, to a marked degree, one that, in the common phrase, afforded much to be thankful for. That she was not demonstratively thankful was no fault of hers. Her experience had been of a kind to teach her, rightly or wrongly, that the doubtful honour of a brief transit through a sorry world hardly called for effusiveness, even when the path was suddenly irradiated at some half-way point by daybeams rich as hers. But her strong sense that neither she nor any human being deserved less than was given did not blind her to the fact that there were others receiving less who had deserved much more. And in being forced to class herself among the fortunate, she did not cease to wonder at the persistence of the unforeseen, when the one to whom such unbroken tranquillity had been accorded in the adult stage was she, whose youth had seemed to teach that happiness was but the occasional episode in a general drama of pain. End of chapter 45. End of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy.